Good morning, friends. Good morning, friends. Okay, so today we are starting with your CA Inter Group 2 classes. I'll maybe spend initial 20-30 minutes to explain the course, what we are doing, why are we doing, the importance of Group 2, as well as specifically I'll come back to my subject as we proceed. So, for some of you, how many of you have done with your Group 1 classes? Okay, and how many of you are starting just now with the Group 2 classes? Okay, so majority are starting with group 2 classes first, and some of you are done with group 1 classes. So some of you could be from a direct entry mode, some of you could have gone through a CA foundation route. Let me spend little bit of time on why CA Inter is the most critical part of your journey. So when you start with foundation, you're fresh from 12th, or maybe you are getting into from a direct entry mode to CA Inter. At that time, you get to know basics of most of the subjects. You start with understanding basics of accountancy, you understand basics of law, you get to through your economics, statistics, maths. Once you learn them, now this is the time where you get introduced to the core subjects of your chartered accountancy. You get introduced to a subject called taxation. In accounting, what you would have learned in 12th or foundation and what you would have learned maybe in inter or what you go through inter is entirely different. There is lot many things which we learn when we go through the CA inter part. So this becomes a bridge between your CA final as well as your CA foundation, and whatever learning we get here becomes extremely essential as you proceed towards your CA final in the end. Also, most of you after completing this will get into an articleship mode. So that time, whatever learning you get here will become essential, because people, when you get into an audit firm, they look at you like a normal employee. They expect you to have good amount of knowledge and apply that knowledge whenever you are working. So as in CA Inter, we majorly have 6 subjects, maybe a little bit of the CA Inter subjects. In your group 1, you have accounting. What are the subjects in group 1? Accounting. What is the second subject you have? Law. And there is a taxation, which is direct tax as well as a indirect tax. So broadly 4 subjects. Broadly it is 4 subjects in CA Inter. So ICA clubs direct and indirect into one paper. For all practical purpose, direct tax is like a separate paper, indirect tax is like a separate paper. When it comes to your group 2, costing is there. What are the other subjects you have in group 2? Costing, financial management, strategic management, and your auditing paper. So to here we are going to learn about CA. I'm going to handle your costing paper as well as your FM paper, and these 2 subjects are going to become extremely critical as you go towards your CA journey. Also, in group 2, whenever a student is trying to score their aggregate marks, or whenever a student wants to score good marks, most of the times the practical papers are scoring. Theory papers become little difficult to score for majority of the student. Exceptions can be there, but majority find it little difficult to score in theory paper. You're able to score in the practical paper. So because of which, what happens, it is very critical that you score marks in paper like costing, you score marks in paper like financial management, so that it helps you in getting to your aggregate score. Otherwise, we may get stuck in our aggregate problem. Also, there are set of students who write both the groups together. We normally advise writing together, but as I proceed, I'll later tell you when to choose one group, when to choose 2 groups. So when people write both the groups together, what will happen? If you are not able to score maybe in some of the group 1 papers or in some of the group 2 papers, majority of the time costing and FM pulls up the overall score. Costing and FM, because we have seen students scoring even 70s, 80s in costing, and normally this is the subject which will increase your overall score and take you towards your aggregate. Or if a student is targeting a rank, these are the papers which will take you towards a rank. So very critical that we score good marks in these 2 papers. More than the marks, I think most critical is getting understanding of the concept, getting knowledge of the concept. So in our classes, we will try to focus in giving you the much needed grip on concepts with lots and lots of practice. There will be lots and lots of practice. You'll have to keep participating as we proceed forward. You will have to do a lot of homework questions, lot of practice questions will be there. I'll come to my material which is there, but the question bank which you are going to see will cover most of your ICI study material question, most of the MTP, RTP, previous year paper, earlier there is to be a earlier study material, old practice manual, everything is going to be covered in our book. A one-stop solution is what we normally try to give. So with this one-stop solution, you will get very closer to the score which you are targeting in your CA Inter. Now, let us talk a little bit about the journey of CA Inter. See, where students normally find it difficult is moment they get into this CA foundation or a CA Inter, the consistency is what is lacking with student. When you are consistently doing preparation, consistently attending classes, consistently writing tests, consistently preparing on a daily basis, it is an extremely easy course. Outside noise, if you talk to people, they'll say CA is a difficult course. CA is very difficult. You'll have to prepare for 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day, continuously prepare this, that, so much noise will be there. But what is really needed is consistent preparation. Now I'll go back to an example of a school student. During your school days, were you daily attending school? Participate, guys. Very simple question. Were you daily attending school? Would you go to school? Would you skip your school? Did you have an option of attending online? Did you have an option of going through a recording? Online at least understandable, because sometimes maybe even our students attend in the online mode. Recording also is accessed by students, because in case you miss out on the classes, you'll obviously want to go through a recorded mode. And there are set of students who go through a recorded classes also. But the most important part is the discipline part. Discipline, when I say, when it is a school, daily we will attend the school. Is there any day you want to skip your school? Emergency, other things is okay. But do we generally skip our school? Participate, guys. Very simple question. Generally skip our school? No. Would you go late to the school on a daily basis? Would your teachers allow it? Would you write your midterm test, quarterly test, half yearly test? Everything you do, everything you were doing. When as a school student, we were doing everything. We were attending classes on a daily basis, writing test. Did you skip test regularly in school? No. But now you will come to your CA journey. As you proceed forward, you will start feeling okay, CA is very easy. Let me skip the test. We will keep test, but students don't attend test. I'm just telling you a general normal student what he does. A normal CA student, as time passes by, somewhere gets a feeling that okay, I can manage this on my own. I will not go for regular classes. Let the classes happen. Let the classes happen. I will go late for the classes. I will miss out on few classes. I will take up test only if I want to. The consistency which you were having as a school student somewhere gets missing. Somewhere gets missing moment you enter your CA journey. Many students, I only tell only one thing, that please be a school student for this classes. Just be a school student. A school student, whatever said and done, when you were in school, daily you used to go to school. You were with the subject for maybe at least 8 hours a day, 6 to 8 hours a day with the subject. After school also you were studying, some of you, 6 to 8 hours in the school, writing regular test, attending all the classes, doing your homework, everything we were doing. And naturally you will agree that school class, that the 12th is easier than your CA Inter. 12th is obviously easier than CA Inter. It was not easier. It was easier because you were regularly with the school. You were regularly attending classes. You were regularly going through the course curriculum. You were with the course for a very long period. And how many tests you would have written? When I was a school student, there used to be a midterm test, quarterly test, half yearly test, pre-annual test, and then finally we were writing the annual test. Then only final, after doing so many things, finally I will go to the exam and then write. In CA, because you are not in a regular school kind of a curriculum, what happens is students take it very relaxed. They take it very relaxed. Also, many students don't have a guidance. So, because of lack of guidance, lack of regular preparation, what unfortunately happens is you try to rush through in the last few months and somehow go and write the exam, which is why the CA inter pass percentages, the first class itself, I'll tell you, the CA inter pass percentages are the lowest of the last few attempts, even lower than CA final pass percentages. The latest one was around 10%. So the pass percentages, if I go by probability, 1 out of the 10 students who are sitting will only clear. That is what the probability says. 10% means only 1 out of 10 students who are sitting. So if 40 students are there in a class, only 4 will clear. The probability says. The probability says that. But what we need to do, we want all to clear. How all will clear? Only with consistent daily preparation. Only request from our side is you have to prepare on a daily basis. Today, if we didn't have a batch, if we didn't start the batch, what will you do at this time? Participate, be honest. What will you do at this time? Sleep. I will also sleep. I will also sleep. You will also be sleeping. One best thing which classes do is it gets you into one schedule. That is the most important thing. See, I may be giving you knowledge of costing. I will teach you. But the most important thing which you are getting here is we start our classes at 6:30. Initial days we start do till 9 o'clock. Then maybe we do it till 12 o'clock. You are with the subject till that time. If you miss out these classes, we also give you a backup recording. You have to watch the backup recording. Once you watch the backup recording, at least you get understanding of that. But if you miss out watching the classes, well, coming to the classes, watching the backup recording, for 5 days you miss, suddenly so many things will get accumulated, because 5 days is basically 30 hours of classes or 25 hours of classes, approximately 25 hours of classes. And if you miss out on 25 hours of classes, how will you play a catching up game? It becomes very difficult. Some of you, if you have already done your CA inter group 1 classes and you miss out something, catching up is very difficult in this course, because you'll always play a catching up game. There are students who do in recorded mode. Recorded mode is always good, always bad, all are there. Good, bad depends on the student, because if you are coming for a face-to-face class, you are with me, I see you, because I'm standing there, you are forced to come here. Student who take it in the live online mode, at least they are connected with me. Student who are seeing in the recorded mode also are okay, provided only one thing: discipline. The most important part is discipline. What is discipline? I will prepare from morning 6:30 a.m. till 12, whether there is a class or not. Whether there is a class or not. Can we get into that consistency is what this course is testing you. If you can get into that consistency, it could be 6:30 to 12 or whatever time works for you, because students have different schedule. Here for the face-to-face classes, we have given a schedule. Later, whenever you do your preparation, your classes get over. There'll be a gap of around 45 days or 60 days before the exam or 30 days before the exam. In that 30-day, what will be your schedule? What is going to be your schedule? Without a proper schedule, we have seen most of the students struggling. Struggle happens because of only one reason: you don't follow a proper schedule. You don't follow a proper schedule. Now, in the class, we cover something for you. At home, we would want you to spend around 1 hour a day, 2 hour a day, ideal 2 hours a day, at least minimum 1 hour a day. What will be your ideal time? Would you prepare by 5 p.m. to 7, 5 to 6, or evening 8 to 10? But there should be one specific time. Set that time. Once you have set that time, whatever happens, you are going to prepare that time. That is the most important part. Having a fixed schedule. Having a fixed schedule. Without a fixed schedule, most of us will struggle, because if I say I will come for the class whenever I want, I will take the batch, I'll send a message 10 minutes before. If I say come to the class, please come to the class, that is not possible. No, I have to give you a schedule. Without a schedule in place, how will we conduct classes? We have to give you a weekly schedule. saying that these are what we are going to take without giving the schedule. If I say I'm going to take class, I send a message the night before saying that tomorrow morning is costing, please come for costing class. Suddenly at 5 a.m. I send a message, today is FM, please attend FM classes. Suddenly we say today is SM, please attend SM classes. Suddenly we say this is what we are doing, please attend. Not possible. Everything needs a proper schedule, and if that schedule is prepared properly by you, CA inter what I say is 10 percentage passing would ideally become a 70-75% passing percentage if every student dedicatedly spend that time with the subject. We have around 8 months of preparation. Some of you could be writing September exam and writing only one group. Maybe you have around 5 months of preparation time. In the class we spend around 3.5 months. Balance time is there. But if you prepare consistently, again I repeat this because in the first class I want that mindset to be clear. Mindset is the most important part because many students don't have that mindset. What is the mindset? I will prepare on a consistent basis. Open your notebook. Open your notebook. Write your time. What time are you going to prepare on a daily basis? Write after class. When are you going to spend 1 hour, 2 hour in your page one? Write it, and at home see that on a daily basis and prepare consistently. It could be 1 hour daily outside the class. I'm talking about outside the class time, not the inside class. Inside class, I'll take care. Outside the class, when are you going to spend 2 hours, 1 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour, all up to you. Ideal 2, more than 2, great, less than 2, not great, but still okay. But write that time saying that every day, whatever happens, I am going to prepare. When I say every day, whatever happens, one of cases, some emergency comes, some work comes, you want to go for a movie, you want to go for a cricket match, anything is okay. This is majority. Majority means at least 6 out of 7 days a week, you should at least try to follow the schedule. Fix that time. Fix that time today itself. 2 hours a day minimum. Minimum 2 hours a day. Whatever I say, please follow that religiously. Minimum 2 hours a day you are going to prepare. When I say minimum 2 hours, today nothing much will be there, but our time passes by. Maybe in 2-3 days, we will get to know full of the subject. You will get used to the subject, because if with only classes, students can clear. See, what is most important is self preparation. With only classes, if students can clear, then all my students, because there are students who score 80s, there are students who score 70s, there are students who score 30s, 20s also. Is it because of me they are scoring 80? No. Is it because of me they are scoring 20? That is also no. Both, what I am playing a role is I am just giving you the knowledge. After the knowledge is given, you need to spend time at home. You need to do self study. Many people think classes done, which means everything is done. In classes, what am I doing? I explain certain things. I do that thing. You repeat along with me. But what is needed is you doing on your own. You doing on your own. That will happen only by doing self study. Only by doing self study. What we do in the class, maybe for 5 hours a day, if you spend 2 hours a day, the same thing you will repeat at home without me being there. When I am not there, and you do on your own, which is where the real learning will come. Real learning is going to come only by doing self preparation. Classes will 100% help you. There are no doubts in that. But classes alone can't take you towards that journey. It can only be a bridge. It can only be a bridge. It can help you. It can help you, but you need to do a lot of extra things. Those extra things is what we are asking you to do every day. 2 hours every day minimum, ideal 2 hours. But I don't know what is your schedule. Some of you could be doing college, some of you could be working also. Different people have different commitments. Some of you could be having personal commitments. All are okay. Somehow get that 2 hours of time. If you are a person who have already completed group 1 classes and you are going to write both the groups, then 2 will increase to 4 also. 2 will increase to 4, because in 2 hours you have to revise your group 1, because by the time you go towards your exam, you will forget your group 1. Otherwise, you will end up forgetting what you learnt in one of the group. So if you have already completed one group and trying for the second group, then you have to spend more time. Student who are doing group 2 first, then doing group 1. Either ways it can be done, both are okay. You do group 2 first and then do group 1. Group 2 completed, write exam, okay. You're writing exam later. Then when group 1 classes start, you have to spend again 4 hours minimum. 4 hours minimum, 2 hours to revise what you did in group 2, because else we will forget it. Else we will forget things. Today, if I ask you something very basic from 8th standard or a 7th standard, we may not know that. We may not know what you learnt in your 8th standard or 7th standard. Very basic thing related to maybe science related area or any subject, history, science, we may not remember. We may not remember, and there's nothing wrong with it, because you are not in touch with it. You are not in, I may also not remember what you did maybe in your 8th standard, 9th standard. The ninth kid will know it, but we don't know. We don't know. We have already gone towards that journey. We have moved forward, but still we don't know. Still we don't know, and this is very much possible. That is why continuous. And the best way, I keep saying this always, schools prepare you the best. Schools prepare you the best because they make you do the same thing, not 1 2 times. By the time you write your exam, how many exams you write? By the time you write your final exams in your 12th standard, how many exams you would have written? Participate, guys. At least 5, 6, 7, 8, same subject, same thing. Multiple times we keep doing. Multiple times we keep doing the same thing. Write it as quarterly, then he says half yearly, then they say pre-annual, then they say midterm, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know the number of times you write your exams, and then ultimately the school says, okay, now we feel you are ready for exam. Now only we feel you are ready for exam. At that time, when you write your exam, the passing percentages at school level are obviously above 80, 90, 90, 90 kind of passing percentages. Why are the passing percentages high? That was not an easy course. It is not that 12th was easy. You ask a 12th student who is learning it, they may find 12th also difficult. But the only thing is the journey, 1 year, good journey. If today also, if there is any school which conducts CA classes, let's assume it's like a school, you come at morning 9, you stay with them till 3:30, the teacher comes, teaches, there's a midterm test, there's a quarterly test, there's a half yearly test, there's a pre-annual test, everything is there and the student is not missing out. We also conduct test. Initial first test, we see full strength. Second test, the strength reduces. The third test, strength further reduces. This is naturally happens with every batch. I'm not saying this will happen or not happen in this batch, but this is how mindset of students have been. We have tried all possible ways to motivate people to write test, but in school maybe the choice was not there. You were somehow forced, or somehow the fear was there, or respect was there, or something was there which was forcing you to be there with the school regularly. 9 to 3, 9 to 3. A student who was with the subject for such a long period, once you come to CA saying that I will not be with the subject, is wrong. My initial point always I tell every batch is this only. We want you to come like a school student. If you are a school student, 100% you will clear your chartered accountancy. There are no doubts at all in that. 100% you are clearing your chartered accountancy in the first attempt. Only one thing is needed. I will be a school student. A school student will not miss out classes, or will not be allowed to miss out classes, whatever be the scenario. You miss out 3-4 classes, your parents will get a message saying that the person is not coming to the school. You will 100% get it. There are a lot of parent teacher meeting. That time they say a lot of things. In CA, so I want you like a school student, I also feel that you will have to be fairly independent. Independent means Dinesh Jain will not come and say, do this, then only doing it. That doesn't help. At some stage, self-motivation. You need to be motivated on your own. You need to know what needs to be done on your own. I cannot come always in front of you and say that, please do this, please do this, please do this, please do this. Then you're following me. That is great. But after some stage when I'm not there in front of you, not preparing also will not help. No, you need to Consistently prepare on your own. Self motivation is the most important part, and only one motivating factor. I will clear my CA inter in the first attempt. In the first attempt I have to clear. Today itself I tell you the passing percentages for CA inter has been among the lowest, even lower than CA final in some of the latest set of attempts, even lower than CA final, lower than CA final. It is around 10 percentage, which is almost what, 1/10 student clearing, 1 by 10 student clearing. So if that is the scenario, you want to be among that 10%, you need to do continuous preparation. I'm not here to create any fear among you, but I want to also show the mirror to you, saying that this course wants you to prepare on a regular, consistent basis. Any student who does regular, consistent preparation, consistent would mean daily preparation, with the class, without the classes, outside the class, inside the class, everything has to be done. Just because class is not there a day, assuming one day we don't have a class, what are you going to do? No sleep. That day it is not the time to sleep. Natural reaction, no class, what will you do? You will end up sleeping. That is not going to work. I can afford to do that. Whenever classes are not there, what I will do, I'll be sleeping. But that you can't do. At your end, what you need to do? You need to prepare on a consistent basis. Consistent means classes there, not there. You will do your preparation. Assuming next week we give you no class for one day, what are you going to do that day? You are going to revise everything which is done in the week, or you are going to prepare on your own. If you have already done some classes, revise those subjects. Whatever you have done, you need to keep revising multiple times. Without revision is where the students struggle with this paper. The struggle with the paper, with the course as such. The most difficult part is because when it's a school, there are around 20-30 people sitting along with you. They are there in your journey. In CA, what happens is different people suddenly start having different journey. When I say different journey, you start thinking I'll do both the group. Some of your friends feel I'll do only group 1. Some friends feel I'll do group 2. Some friends feel I'll do both the group. Some friends feel I'll write this attempt. Some friends start feeling I'll write the next attempt. So somewhere the journey keeps changing. In school, everyone had to do the same thing. You had to write your exam by the month of March. Whoever is sitting along with you, everyone would be writing their exams by the month of March. So everyone is somewhere knowing that what needs to be done. Here, because of options available, some feel I will write now, some feel I'll write later, some feel I'll write later. So you keep changing your journey. And this is what is creating the trouble. The trouble is because course is not very difficult. There are difficulty. I'm not going to say course is easy, extremely easy and all. Course has its own set of challenges. The most difficult part is your lack of preparation, or I'll say lack of consistency. The consistency is what is lacking with the student, and this lacking of consistency will continue to be there. The lacking of consistency is what is going to put many of us in trouble. Many of us are under trouble because of only one thing: lack of consistency. Clear? So in first page itself, write that what time you're going to do. Write this. You want to clear, manifest this. I will clear my CA inter in first attempt. I will clear my CA inter in first attempt. Write this. Write this in your page 1. I will clear it in my first attempt. If some of you have already written maybe CA inter, I'll clear it in the coming attempt. That's all. If you have now already written some attempts, I will clear it in the first attempt or the coming attempt. Write this in your notebook. Clear it in the first attempt or coming attempt, and you will have to keep seeing this every time you open your book. Every time you open your notebook, this is what you have to see. You have to see and prepare accordingly. Otherwise, what will happen? You don't clear it in one attempt. You have to prepare multiple times. Preparing multiple times is a big headache. One time, this journey you go through, that itself becomes very challenging. Some of you are going towards the journey. Some of you are starting the journey now. Some of you have already done one group. So when you have done your group 1 classes, you know how long this journey is, how time consuming the journey is, how difficult the journey is. We will make it enjoyable to the extent possible, but it is not a very easy journey. Repeating the journey again is very difficult, because already one time you have done preparation. Somebody says do second time, do third time, do fourth time, do fifth time. How will I do? Why will I do this journey again and again, again and again, again and again? Is it a very easy journey to do? No, it is an extremely difficult journey, extremely difficult journey. So please be consistent, be sincere, be regular, and we are done. We are 100% done. If you can travel with me properly for the next 3 months, maybe when you do your other group another 3-4 months, travel consistently with us, and we are 100% done. We are 100% exam ready. We are 100% exam ready. We'll be conducting test, we'll be having a lot of test, homework questions will be there. Consistency is the most important part, and at some stage I will leave you on your own. On your own means I will tell do homework. There are batches I don't check whether you have done the homework or not, because what is the point? I have given you, you need to do on your own. You need to do on your own. Just because Dinesh Jain is asking I will prepare, then doesn't, you clearing, only you are going to get the benefit of you clearing. I am happy, but who gets the benefit? You move towards your CA final. You don't clear, who will face the problem? Only you are going to face the problem. I may feel bad, good, all that is okay. I feel bad if you don't clear, I feel happy if you clear. We are there, but who is going to ultimately suffer or ultimately get the benefit? It is only the students. The students ultimately suffer or are ultimately get the benefit of this. So consistency, again and again I'm repeating, because first class I repeat this at least 10-20 times, because I want you to be extremely consistent with the classes, extremely consistent with the classes. Today I see so many students, the same number should continue till the last class, then only you will be fully exam ready. If you have missed out any class by chance, which can happen, I'm not saying classes can't be missed. If you missed, you have to watch the recording and be ready for the next class. Be ready for the next class. Suddenly you miss out few classes and then try to attend the next class, you will not understand anything. How will you understand? Because you have missed some classes without knowing what happened in the previous classes. How are you going to manage it? You are not going to manage that so easily. Clear? So few ground rules for my classes also. I want you to be on time. That is my first request. Please be on time. I want to have a perfect start at 6:30. You also are fresh. I am also fresh. My most difficult concept, most difficult areas, I start at 6:30. The most difficult area, when whatever class I do, if I want to explain some difficult concept, you are fresh, I am fresh, easy for you to register. As we go towards the end of the session, you become tired, I may also become tired, and the absorption power starts going down. We are natural, it's very natural, because we are humans. We are very fresh at the start of the session, and you miss the initial 10 minutes, you miss the crux of the session. The initial 10 minutes you miss, you start struggling with the balance session fully, because you have missed the session. You are now thinking, what did happen? Am I not understanding? Why is this happening? What has happened here? So let us not miss the initial 10-15 minutes, because many students, they feel some 2-3 minutes delay only. No, what will happen? Those 2-3 minutes, because I want to explain some extremely challenging concepts at the start, and you miss out that initial explanation, you find it very difficult to absorb later. This is the first problem you will face if you come late. Second, as I said, be regular in the sense, don't miss out any classes. Don't miss out any classes. If you by chance miss out, please cover by a recorded video. We will be giving you recorded video backup. So cover it through the recorded video if at all you have missed a session. Not missed a session, great. We happily go forward. Every chapter will have a lot of practice questions. Practice questions are those which you need to do at home. So you will have to do those practice questions as we move towards the chapter. I do the class question, you will do the practice question. So with the practice question, you become exam ready. If I also solve the practice question, I also solve everything. I am exam ready. You are not exam ready. You will have to be exam ready. For being exam ready, you will have to prepare that extra part on your own. So that 2-3 hours, whichever whatever time you have written, everyday basis, you will open the book, you will prepare, be ready. Today I did some concept. You did not get grip on the concept in the class. At home, you may go through the video again, get grip on the concept so that you are ready with everything. You are ready with everything. Clear? Any doubts? Any doubts? First class, let's make it very clear that we are going to, and in the class I want participation. You being silent will not help me. Then I'll have to only talk to the system. I want you to participate, say certain things, participate so that it's easier for us to move forward. Clear? Done. So be regular, be consistent, prepare on a daily basis, don't be late for the class, attend all classes, take up all tests, do all homework question. These are my expectation from you. You can have any type of expectation from me. Whatever expectation you have, I will try to fulfill. But at any stage, if you face any difficulty in the class, any stage you face any difficulty in the class, you will have to tell us. Without you telling us, we will not know what difficulties you guys are facing. These are initial start for you, so that you are mentally prepared that this course needs something outside the classes also. Because many students feel classes done, everything is done. If that is the scenario, all students should be clearing, because I do classes not only for you, do for so many students. Some are clearing, some are not clearing. Is there something wrong with the faculty? No. Is the faculty always the right? That also no. Faculty just plays a small role. The main role is played by the student themselves. We are there to guide you. We are there to explain concepts to you so that you understand everything. Concepts will be explained. We will tell you what happens normally, why some students miss out, why some students score exemptions, what are the problems, the pain points of the student. The major pain point in the CA journey is lack of guidance. That is the major pain point for most of the student. Most of the student suffer because they don't know what to do on a daily basis. They don't know. In a school, you are sitting in front of a teacher for 8 hours a day. In CA journey, you are not there in front of a teacher for a very long period, because classes there, after classes you are not there in front of us. So what are you doing during that period is very critical. What you are doing during that period is the most critical part, and that can make or break your journey. Clear? Okay, now I will get specific to my subject costing, so that you are getting some clarity on the subject. Today's session just broad introduction of the subject, and as we proceed forward, we will keep getting more and more clarity on the subject. Now getting to the material which I have given you, you would have found one question bank given to you. There is this material which is given. This question bank, I'll talk about the question bank little bit. Question bank is going to cover multiple things. It covers your ICI study material. Just give me a minute. It covers your ICI study material. We will cover all questions till RTP January 2026. RTP Jan 2026. You can take the book. RTP Jan 2026. Or you take the book later. Book is not needed. RTP Jan, book is not needed, guys. Don't open the book as of now. RTP Jan 2026 is covered. Suggested answers till September 2025 is covered, and something called as a mock test paper. CA Institute releases 3 papers for every attempt. Whenever you write your exam, they will be releasing one revision test paper, 2 mock test paper, and one obviously the exam paper. So totally 4 papers will come. One RTP is there, 2 mock test papers are there, and 1 exam paper will be there. So every attempt, if you are writing now, we are already covered till RTP till Jan 2026. If you're writing your May exam, you have to, sorry, not May exam, maybe the September exam. May exam, I have to cover the extra May RTP. September exam, I have to cover the extra September RTP. All depends on when are you writing your exam. Because by this time, IC has only released so much. They have released RTP till Jan 2026. We have tried covering important questions from there. Important questions from the RTP Jan 2026. After I released the book, IC has also come out with the suggested answers for January exam, which is yet to be covered in this book, because I had released the book after that IC has released. So every subject you need to take care of four things: two mock test papers, one RTP, one previous year paper. Ideal rule is at least 2-3 attempts you should see. The previous 2-3 attempts you should see whenever you are writing your exam. Whichever exam you write, previous 2-3 attempts, RTPs, MTPs, suggested answers, and ICI study material. This only is your source of preparation, nothing beyond this. You try to do anything beyond this, it will become difficult for you to prepare. 2-3 attempts RTP, 2-3 attempts mock test paper, and your previous year paper. What I have already done is till January attempt RTP, because the exams, your new syllabus started from May 24. There was a paper in May 24, then a September 24, Jan 25, May 25, September 25, Jan 26. Whatever RTPs came in this time, all are part of our book. All are part of our book. When I say part of our book, I have covered only the important parts. I have not tried covering. I have not tried covering areas which I felt are the questions which I felt not important, because certain questions, repetitive type of questions are there. We don't repeat those questions. Only the important type questions are the extremely good type of question we have covered in our material. So we have covered entire study mat. All questions of your study material is covered. You will see referencing being given in my book, which will say this is study material question number 1, question number 2, question number 3, question number 4. So entire study material is covered. Separately, you need not cover the study material. Almost RTP is covered. Almost suggested answers is covered. Almost mock test paper is covered. To put it very simple, one stop solution. One stop solution. You will not see anything beyond my book. Anything beyond my book is just waste of time. It is going to be purely waste of time. Some of your friends may say something has come up like this, let us prepare this. Nothing needed. Everything is covered here. Everything is covered here. Obviously, new RTPs, new MTPs, new RTP, new MTP, new previous year paper, all that you have to see. That I'm 100% telling you. But other than that, don't even waste time on doing anything else. No buying of any extra book, no buying of any compilers, no buying. If you have lot of money, give it to me. I'm ready to take the money. Many students, despite telling, waste their money on lot of other things not needed. Books cover almost everything. Don't try buying any reference book. Don't try buying any compilers. Don't try buying anything else. You're just wasting money. You're wasting your parents' hard earned money if you're trying to do anything outside this book as far as my subject is concerned, because I know what I have covered in the material. So don't try anything else. So one question bank is there where we will be solving practical questions. Different types of questions are there. So that is covered in the material. Apart from that, you would have got another material which is called concept book. Concept book along with the theory book. The concept book and theory book, it is together. So concept book will cover all concepts separately. All concepts only separately covered. What happens is, if I tell a student to revise, for example, my question bank is 440 pages. Revising 440 pages day before exam is very difficult. Revising the entire 440 pages, which I cover in around 150 hours, and you are trying to cover in 15 hours before exam. Before exam, you have to cover that in 15 hours. Very difficult. So which is where we have a concept book which covers everything in around 130 pages. All the core concepts, only concepts are covered. So in the concept book, you have concepts, and later on you have some theory notes. Theory notes, what is the utility of that and all, I'll explain as we proceed. But we have concepts, we have theory notes. Extremely critical is the concept area. Concept area, you will keep preparing that multiple times, so that you are exam ready. You can revise concepts multiple times. Question solving takes time, but concept revision, for example, I have gone through an accounting standard. I solve a problem on the accounting standard, it takes a lot of time. But if I just go through the concept of accounting standard, it takes very less time. Maybe some of you have done your CA in group 1. Consolidation, one sum takes around 1 hour. Concept of consolidation, if you want to revise, maybe in 15-20 minutes you can revise it. Concept revision is easy. Question revision is very difficult. Very difficult means time consuming. Concept revision a student can do 20 times before exam. Question revision he can do only 2 or 3 times max. So question revision is difficult. Concept revision is easy. We will keep revising concepts. Keep revising concepts multiple times. Without concept revision, you will find it difficult. You will find it difficult from your exam point of view. So what is very critical is multiple times we will refer what? Refer the concept book. Refer the concept book. I cover something. Concept revision can happen in 5 minutes. I will show it in the class also. What I cover in 2.5 hours, I will revise in 5 minutes. That is concepts. If I have to do question revision, not possible. Not possible for me to do in 5 minutes question revision. I can say this, but you will not get grip. Concepts easy to remember, easy to revise as you do multiple times. Application of concepts is your practice question at home. Application of the concept only is going to be the practice questions at home. There are questions in class, there are questions in home. Practice at home with answers. My material has question, answer, everything there. Then you may, because this is one problem also, because I give question and answer, some students feel lethargy and they don't solve with me in the class. That habit will not work. When we do question, I'll only show the question. I will not see the answer. You should also not see the answer because printed material has the answer. Because of suddenly your mind forces you to look at the answer, you end up looking at the answer and then solve. No answer looking. We'll only see the question. Then why did I give answer? Only one reason. My practice questions are there and certain questions I'll say, I'll quickly discuss it, the question itself. That time maybe I need the answer also to be shown to you. Else answers should not be looked at when we are solving question. In the classes, you are not going to look at the answer. The material which is given to you is an extremely comprehensive material. It has concepts, it has questions, it has theory, it almost has everything which a student need to score easily 60 plus, more effort 70, more effort 80, 90. There are people who have scored 93 also. So my students have scored 93, 94, 92, 87, 89. All this has happened only because of their effort. Again, I'm repeating, it's only because of their effort. My effort alone can't help. If my effort alone works, then everyone should have scored 90s. If my effort alone is going to help, then all should score 90 marks. We see students write test. Some score more, some score less. Who has scored more? If you speak to that person, you will understand that that person did some genuine preparation. Without preparation, nothing is going to work. It is not some magic saying that I will not prepare, but I'll still score marks in exam. It is not a magic thing. No, you need to do preparation. You need to be consistent. You need to be consistent, and that consistency will 100% come as you get towards the journey. One thing is, if you practice something continuously for 21 days, it becomes a habit. This habit is what we are trying to create. After it is created, you cannot lose it, because after the habit is created, I keep giving the same example. Classes completed. Some of you have completed your classes. After the classes, when there is a gap for your exam preparation, lethargy kicks in and you suddenly feel that I don't want to wake up at 6:30. I don't want to wake up at 6:30. This guy will keep saying that we have to wake up at 6:30. We have to wake up at 6:30. Suddenly, I'm saying 6:30 or whatever schedule. You decide your schedule, but follow, stick to the schedule. Stick to the schedule. Now we will go to the first chapter of cost accounting, which is broadly a theory chapter, just to get used to the paper, understand the paper, and then as we proceed forward, you will learn the other things. Any doubts till now? Anything you want from my side? My side, I have already told you my expectation. Material is going to be fully comprehensive. Just prepare with the material. Just prepare with the material. Now you can just take the material. Whoever has not taken the material, just take it from here. We will go to chapter 1. Just take the material. Two materials you'll have to take. Take a question bank and a concept book. Each one of you should have two materials. You can just check that. Two material you should have: concept book and a question bank. Concept book also includes theory material. Theory material, why we are learning theory and all, you'll understand as we proceed. Come to page 133. 133 of the concept book. Concept book, page 133. Concept book, page 133. Okay. We are starting with, now only we are starting with chapter 1. Initial guidance is over. I've already set the context for you, what you need to do. We are now going to start with the core subject. Okay. Let's start with an understanding of different chapters in the material. The first chapter is introduction to the subject itself. When you do accounting at CA Inter, you already have some knowledge because you learn accounting at what? You learn in CA Foundation. Do you learn accounting in 12th? Participate, guys. Very simple question. 12th, 11th, and then you also learn here in CA Foundation, and then you start with CA Inter. So some knowledge is there. Here, I want you to come with no knowledge because there's nothing there. You have never learned costing. So first we will learn what is cost and management accounting, some broad introduction, some concepts related to costing, initial theory part. Maybe I'll spend around 1.5 hours just to explain the subject. Once that journey is over, then we will go towards various parts of the costing, which include something called as a cost sheet. In cost sheet is like a profit and loss account. Cost sheet has various components, which is chapter 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you have certain methods and techniques of costing. This is a broad overview. You may not understand anything of the chapters as of now. So let us first go through what is cost and management accounting, get some understanding of this. And once this understanding is in place, you will go through various core concepts. So you will open page 134 and keep it with yourself. 134, page 134. Just give me a minute. Okay, I will not be explaining with page 134. I am going to page 202. You don't open 202. You don't open 202. 202 onwards, we have some summary. Summary to explain concept. For me, summary is sufficient. For you, you need detailed understanding. So I will be explaining with summary. Later, you will go through the detailed notes to understand the subject. I know what is there. So I am going to go through the summary notes and you are going to go through the detailed notes to understand the subject. Okay. Any idea, you'll have to participate. What is cost accounting? Why? What are we trying to do here? Determine. I'll keep writing. You tell me determining the cost. Then I want participation. Live online guys, you also participate. Tell me what is cost accounting? Determining the cost. What else? Reducing the cost. Okay. What else? Cost allocation. Accounting for whatever incurred. participating, right, wrong, and all. There's nothing there. Profits computation, maybe. Okay. What else? Budget allocation. Okay. What else? Budget allocation. Worker remuneration. Okay. What else comes to your mind if you hear the word costing? Like if I tell accounting, you will say journal entry, ledger, trial balance, maybe a balance sheet, an income statement is prepared. You do it for companies, you do it for partnership firm, you do it for, so a lot of things comes to your mind. If at all you hear the word costing, what else comes to your mind? You can keep telling me. Right, there's nothing right wrong here. Fixing the price, okay. Price of the product, technically inventory, okay. Participate, there's nothing right wrong. I just want you to keep telling me certain points. You have to tell 20 points about costing. There's a question which comes in exam. Tell 20 things about costing. So I've received some 8 things as of now. What else do you get to know when you hear the word costing? Okay, decision making. What else? You have to tell me some words, somehow related. Right, wrong doesn't matter. Till now I've got everything which is logical, everything related to costing. I've not got anything outside which I wanted to know. So tell me certain points. Participate. When you participate, your confidence improves. Again, I'm repeating, these are places where you participate, your confidence level improves to talk among a crowd of people. It is easy to talk to your friend, but among a 20 people or a 30 people or a 40 people, when you have to participate, it needs some confidence, and I want you to develop that also. Tell me. Inventory to be produced. Okay. Production planning. Okay. What else? You were saying some point. Yeah. Production planning. What else? Need participation. Right, wrong doesn't matter. Whoever has not said anything, you have to tell me something. Okay. Cost per unit. Cost per unit. What else? Okay. Break even point. What else? Overheads. Then, sorry. No, no, I didn't hear. You tell me. What did you say? Okay. Factor pricing. What else? Sorry. Maximum efficiency. Okay. Maximum efficiency. What else? What else? Keep telling. Keep telling.
Like
Sorry.
budget control.
Economies of scale. Okay. In live online, I got a point. Budget control. We wrote that earlier. Our allocation we wrote. Okay. Budget control. Okay. I've got a lot of points, and I'll tell you most of these things is what costing is all about. You have, though you don't know what is costing very clearly, but most of the points which you see here is what we are going to learn in costing. The basic thing cost accounting does is the first point, determining the cost. The basic thing which costing is going to do, determine the cost. In order to determine the cost, I may want to know what is overheads of the company, what are term you ignore, okay? You ignore what is the meaning of all that. You may want to know what is overheads, and I get some economies of scale. How can I operate at maximum efficiency? After knowing the cost, can I reduce the cost? How do I allocate the cost? Without even recording or accounting, how will I know the cost? So most of the points which you see here is what cost accounting is all about, determining the cost, reducing the cost, controlling the cost, from the cost getting to know the price, economies of scale, maximum efficiency, budget allocation, budgetary control, how much to produce, when to produce, where to produce, what cost to produce. All of this is cost accounting. All of this is cost accounting, and you will keep learning the initial areas in inter, advanced areas maybe at CA final. Let me now directly give the meaning. The logical meaning of cost accounting is cost ascertainment. This is the meaning: cost ascertainment, cost control, and cost reduction. This is what costing does. Ascertainment means finding out the cost of a product. Ascertainment basically means finding out the cost of a product. Why we find? There are multiple reasons. One of you had told me fixing the price. Fixing the price can only happen with knowing the cost. Without knowing the cost, how will I fix the price? So cost ascertainment. Once I find out the cost, I may want to reduce the cost or control the cost. Reduce the cost or control the cost. So cost ascertainment, cost control, and what? Cost reduction. These are the three most important points. Three most important points relating to cost accounting. Three most important points relating to cost accounting is what? Cost ascertainment, cost control, cost reduction. Cost ascertainment is chapter 1 to 7 for us. Chapter 1 to 7 will focus more on cost ascertainment in general. 8 to 11 will focus on 8 to 12 will focus on specific industry. 1 to 12 is only cost ascertainment. Chapter 1 till chapter 12. Chapter 1 till chapter 12, we are only going to understand how do I calculate cost of, for example, I want to know what is the cost for providing CA inter classes. We incur cost, no? We'll want to know what is the cost of providing CA inter classes. How do I calculate? What information do I take? From where do I take? How do I record? What is the format in which I maintain? What is the format in which I maintain? All of it you are going to understand through what? Cost ascertainment. Understand through cost ascertainment. Cost ascertainment means what? Participate. Cost ascertainment means finding out the cost of a product or a service. Finding out the cost of a product or a service. Everyone has to keep participating. As you keep saying, these are not very important, but as you keep participating, you will get that habit, and then you will keep participating as we move forward. Cost ascertainment means what? Finding out the cost of a product or a service. Why do I find out the cost? Why do I find out the cost? Cost is found out. Cost is found out with an objective to either control or reduce it. With an objective of control or reduce it. In all of this, lot of other things will help. What are the other things? Budgetary control is there, production planning is there, budget allocation is there, sales planning is there, workers planning is there, material purchase is there, overheads planning is there. Lot of other things will come, but broad thing costing does is cost ascertainment, cost control, cost reduction. Cost ascertainment, cost control, and cost reduction. Okay, I keep talking cost. Now tell me, what is the meaning of cost? What is meaning of cost then? Participate. What do you mean by cost? Expenses. Any other meaning you have? Money. Okay, money incurred. Anything else? Expenses, money incurred. A lot of us use the word cost. You also use, I also use. What is the meaning of the word cost? I've got 2 points. Both are right only. If at all anything else comes to your mind, what is the meaning of cost? Participate. There's nothing right wrong. Last time you participated, you gave me 18, 19 points. Almost all were right. So keep participating. What is the meaning of the word cost? Expenses, cost incurred. What else is there? Anything else comes to your mind? Expenses, cost incurred. Done? Okay, I think this is what it is. Cost is nothing but expense or money incurred by an organization. Expense or money incurred by an organization. For example, Bharadwaj Institute is incurring for providing CA inter classes, faculty cost, infrastructure cost,
rent is there, electricity cost is there, material cost, we provide you books, printing cost is there, our admin office is sitting, we incur some cost there, we incur some marketing related cost. All these costs are incurred by us to provide CA inter classes, to provide CA inter classes. So ultimately I would want to add up all these costs, add up all these costs and find out what cost of providing CA inter classes, cost of providing CA inter classes. At home, my mother is cooking something. Let's assume she's just cooking something. One is for personal purpose, other one is for a commercial purpose. Commercial is she is planning to sell that product. When she is planning to sell it, first thing she will try to do is calculate what is the cost of manufacturing that, cost of manufacturing that, whatever be. Let us take a very simple example. She is preparing meals, she is just going to deliver meals to a lot of people. That is my mother's business, let's assume. So she has to fix a price, 100 rupee for a meal, 150 rupee for a meal, 200 for a meal, or a 75 for a meal. Some amount has to be fixed. Before fixing, she doesn't know costing at all. She has no idea on costing. But if you ask her and tell, can you tell what is the cost of providing this meal? She will tell you a perfect number. She will tell you a perfect number. She would have done all the calculations. She will say electric gas so much, delivery cost so much, packaging so much, the rice cost so much, maybe wheat cost so much, vegetables cost so much. Everything she calculates, everything she calculates and comes out with a final number saying that cost of providing a meal, cost of providing a meal is 80 rupees, price is 120, price is 120. She fixes that price. She doesn't understand material cost, she doesn't understand labor cost, she doesn't understand overhead cost, she doesn't understand any of these terms. So to put it very simple, costing is used by a lot of people, but they don't know they are using costing. They don't know that they are using costing. If any of your parents are into business, sit with them, ask them what is the cost of buying this or manufacturing this and what is the cost of selling this. They will have the information on the cost, they'll also have the information on the sales price, and they also know what margin they are making. Everything is known to them, but they may not know the technical terms. You will then go and say that this is direct material, this is direct labor, this is direct expense, this is a overhead cost. We are introducing technical terms. So basically this is a subject which everyone knows. Everyone knows the subject, everyone knows the subject, but you don't know the technical names. That's all. Your parents, whoever is into business, if any of your parents are into even a small home business, they know all of these concepts. They know all these concepts. For example, I want to just open a small cafe. I'm just going to open one cafe. In the cafe, I'm going to provide certain maybe fruit drinks or fruit juices. I'm going to provide certain snacks. I'm going to provide. First thing I need to decide is what is the price. For deciding the price, you will also do the cost calculation. You will do the cost calculation. Without doing the cost calculation, I cannot. You are not even bothered about ledger posting. You are not bothered about journal entry. You are not bothered about any of that first. We are not bothered about accounting first. We are only bothered about costing first. Costing comes first. Costing comes first. Costing is something which happens before the event happens. That is, before I do CA inter classes, my costing is already done. Because I have to tell you the price, no. I cannot tell you that we will complete the batch, we will calculate the cost and then pay the fees to us. The fees can be as high as 1 lakh rupee, as low as 20,000 rupees, but I'll not tell you the fees. No student will join. No student will join if I tell you that fees will be anywhere between what? 20,000 to 1 lakh. Accounting, when will it happen? Batch completed, we collected the fees, then we will record it. Costing when happens? Before the event itself, before the event. Most of the time costing happens in advance. Costing happens in advance, and practically very logical, very logical concept is this. Extremely logical. All of our parents or whoever is into business knows costing in and out. Technical names they don't know. You don't then go and confuse them saying that this is overhead, this is direct material, because we understand and then we say them those terms. They don't understand all that, and they don't want to know those terms, but they know in and out of what happens in costing. Understood? Very, very practical paper. If somebody is doing a business, he should know costing. But the real fact is he knows costing. He should know is the point. He doesn't know these terms and all. You will go and then suddenly tell, mom, we should do EOQ, we should do this, we should do that. She says, I know all of this. You don't try to tell me technical terms. Technical terms you tell, I don't want to do. But whatever we are learning here is exactly followed. If at all any of your parents are into a business, then the easy for them to, you go and talk to them. Are you doing this? They'll say, yes, this is what we do. Are you doing this? This is what they do. But if you tell technical terms, they may not know the technical terms. They may not know those technical terms. Some may know it also. But the point is very clear. This is one subject which exactly replicates in the practical world. Exactly same thing will happen in the practical world. Another challenge with the subject is maybe when you do your articleship, you may not get exposed to the subject. It's a very price sensitive information. Costing data or cost accounting information is a very confidential data. For example, I want to know what is the profit of Pepsi. I can look at the balance sheet and find what is the cost to manufacture one bottle of Pepsi. Very, very, though I can make an estimation and all, but exact information you will not get. Financial statements anyone can get. Today also, if you want Bharadwaj Institute financial statement, if you go to MCA site, there are certain rules by which you can get private company some information. Listed company full information you can get. But I cannot know what is the cost. Costing data is an extremely confidential information. Openly you will not get the costing data. Financial data very easily available. Financial data is extremely easily available. So though it is a good subject, getting exposure practical world is very limited. People only will get. Even in your articleship you will not get it. Post articleship, if you are in any manufacturing company or in any service company into the cost part of, into the costing department, then you will get exposed to this. Otherwise very limited people get it. But again, whether you get exposure in this or not, this is very critical. This is extremely critical for you. For what purpose? To get a overall view of what is happening into the business. Anything happens in the business, if Bharadwaj Institute making profits or not making profits, I want to know Bharadwaj Institute is making profits or not making profits, financial statement will tell. But the hidden story is in the costing data. The hidden story is always in the costing data. So let's now maybe go through some technical term. Cost, amount of expenditure incurred on producing goods or rendering of services. As the name indicates, it's very clear. I'm going through summary data. You be in lesson mode. Don't see anything in the book. When I tell you, see in the book. Okay. Cost is amount of expenditure incurred on producing the goods or rendering services. Costing. What is costing is some technique. There should be some steps, some procedure, some process by which you can ultimately calculate the cost. For example, I want a balance sheet. To get a balance sheet, I have to do journal entry. Then I have to do what? After journal entry, what you do? Ledger posting. After that, you do a trial balance. After that, you maybe prepare a P&L and a balance sheet. There is a process by which you finally reach the balance sheet. You cannot say that suddenly give me the balance sheet. Balance sheet needs its own procedure. Similarly, to calculate the cost, there are certain rules, there are certain techniques, certain procedure which you need to follow. That's called costing. That is called cost accounting. That is called cost accountancy. So ICI uses different terms. All are almost same. Costing is the specific technique. Cost accounting by definition is the process of recording income and expenses and ultimately getting the a statement which will tell what? Cost per CA inter classes. Cost per student for CA inter classes in Bharadwaj Institute. In Bharadwaj Institute, what we are calculating? Cost per student. Cost per student. Let's also understand the term management accounting, because the subject name is called cost and what? Management accounting. So I've been talking about cost accounting, cost accounting, cost accounting. Something has to happen for management accounting also, no? What does management of a company do? Any idea? Don't look at what is there. What does a management do? There is a management for every company. You go to a college, there's a management. You go to a company, there is a management. You come to Bharadwaj Institute, there is a management. At my home, management lies with my mother. She takes care of everything. She is the manager or management, whatever you call. At my home, my mother takes care of most of the things. What does management do? Looks after day to day activity. Okay, what else? Most important thing is decision making. They are the people who take decision. They are the people who are going to take decision. So management accounting is related to only one area: decision making. Management accounting is related to decision making. So in the subject we will learn how costing data can be used for taking decision. How costing data can be used for taking decision, which is chapter 12 to 15. Chapter 12 to 15 or 13 to 15, sorry, 13 to 15 focuses on management accounting. How can I use costing information and undo what? Decision making. Take decision with the help of what? With the help of costing, with the help of costing data. This is what we are trying to do. Understood till this? How costing can be used for taking decision. How costing can be used for taking decision is technically called as management accounting. Is management accounting only in costing? No, go to financial accounting. I can say financial accounting and management accounting. With the financial accounting data, if you are taking some decision, that you learn there, that you learn in the subject financial accounting. With income tax, can I take some decision? Possible. With income tax, can I take some decision? Possible. A simple decision I want to take. People who have learned taxation may know this. Should I go for old tax regime, new tax regime? There are two tax regime. A simple decision I have to take. That decision is taken in maybe taxation. That can also be called as management accounting. That can also be called as in indirect taxation. We'll have something called as a composition scheme, non-composition scheme. What do I choose? Again, it's a decision you're taking. Should I register for GST, not register for GST? Wherever you take decision, that is called management accounting. That is technically called management accounting. So management accounting is providing the information to assist management in decision making and value creation. So cost, expenditure incurred, costing, cost accounting, cost accountancy, different ways of calling it. But simple meaning of cost accounting, cost accountancy, costing is very simple. Technique of ascertaining the cost, process of recording the cost. Ultimate objective is cost control and cost reduction. What is cost control, cost reduction? I'm yet to discuss. That I will discuss as we proceed forward. Understood? So broad thing we are learning here is how do I record for cost? How do I control the cost? How do I ascertain the cost? What type of decisions do I take? How do I move forward with decision making? Clear, able to understand this. This is the broad start for us. Management accounting is going to focus on decision making. Is going to focus on decision making. What is decision making? With my costing data, I have to take a small decision now. Should I reduce fees? Should I reduce fees by 10%? Should I reduce fees by 10% so that number of students go up by 20%? It's a small decision I have to take. If I reduce fees by 10%, maybe my students increase by 20%. This is my expectation. If I do this, will my profit go up or go down? Is a small decision I want to take. Should I reduce fees by 10% or should Pepsi reduce their prices by 5% so that volume of sales go up by some number? A small decision you want to take, that's called management accounting. That is simply called management accounting. You give me some information, and with that information I try to take a decision. Where will the information come? Some information will come from your costing records, and maybe some information come from your marketing team or something. But basic thing is, should I manufacture my product in Chennai or should I manufacture it in Bombay? I have two factory. Chennai also I can manufacture, Bombay also I can manufacture. Should I sell my products in North India from manufacturing in Chennai or by manufacturing in Bombay? Bombay to North India is better or Chennai to North India is better? Some analysis I want to do. In Chennai, cost is lower. Bombay cost is higher, Chennai cost is lower. But Bombay, the dispatch cost, the cost to deliver the product is lower. Chennai, from Chennai to North India, cost of delivery is higher. Which is better? I don't know. I have to do some analysis. Manufacturing cost, Chennai lower. Delivery cost, Chennai higher. Bombay, manufacturing higher, but delivery cost is lower. Ultimately, I'll have to decide, should I manufacture here or should I manufacture in Bombay? To sell in Chennai itself, sometimes I may decide to manufacture in Bombay. Selling in Chennai, but manufacturing from Bombay. Manufacturing from Bombay. We don't know. I'm just giving you imaginary questions. We are trying to find answers to all these questions through management accounting. Management accounting is going to help me in finding out an answer to all of these questions. Clear? Any doubts till this? This is broad start. We'll take a break of 10 minutes and then continue with the classes. 10 minutes break for you. Okay. Let's now go through something called as objectives of cost accounting as to why we are learning this subject. Most of the points you see here is what you have told me when I asked what is cost accounting. One of you told me price determination. Price determination means finding out the price of a product or a service. This is one major reason why costing is done. I find out the cost. With the help of the cost, I take certain decision with it. So costing is helping me in something called as price determination. What is price determination? Finding out the price of a product or a service. To find out the price, I have to first find out what? Cost. I have to find out the cost. Cost once found out, it will help us in finding out the price. And which is where the first objective. First objective is cost ascertainment. Second is price determination. Now let's focus on this term called as cost control and cost reduction. This is what we'll significantly spend time on now. Let's understand what is cost control, what is cost reduction. Cost control is very simple. Let's assume I am planning for a trip. I just want to go on a trip. Before you start a trip, would you estimate how much expenses will be incurred? Just participate. Would you estimate how much expenses? So you will say expenses will be 20,000. Will it be done before the trip or after the trip? Before the trip. 20,000 I planned for 5 days. First day I spent some money. Will I check whether I have spent as per the budget or did I spend more? Did I spend less? Will you mentally check it? Saying 20,000 you wanted to spend. First day you have already spent some money. Is it on track, off track, more, less? Would you check that or not? Most of the people will check whether I have spent on track, off track, more, less. Assuming I spent more on day 1, more than what I wanted, will you control your cost on day 2, day 3, day 4? Will you control it? You have spent more than what is needed. You have spent more than, you went to the trip, parents gave you exactly 20,000. You asked 20,000, they gave exactly 20,000, no extra safety and all. No extra safety, 20,000 is given to you. First day, you already spent money. You already spent money on day 1. Day 1, you have already spent money. You wanted to spend only 4,000. By mistake, you spent 8,000 on day 1 because of certain reason. Because of certain reason, we have spent more than what is needed, whatever be the reason. Day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, you are constantly checking. Day 2, you wanted to spend another 4,000, but you spent only 2,000. You spent only 2,000 so that I continue to stay in that budgeted amount. So that I continue to stay in the budgeted amount. This is called cost control. Very simple trip example. 20,000 you wanted to spend, already spent, unfortunately higher. I don't know why and all. We have spent more than what is needed. We have spent more than what is needed. Why we spent, we are not getting into that analysis. But by mistake, day one, participate, you spent how much? 8,000. You wanted to spend only 4,000. Your plan was 20 divided by 5. Every day 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. First day itself, 8,000 happened. You called your parents saying that I spent more. They said nothing doing, no extra money, no extra money. Somehow you manage it. You spent more. I cannot give you extra money now. I cannot give you extra money. Like that, when I'm in a company, if I spend more, MD will say, somehow manage the show. Don't try to spend more money now. CA inter batch, we wanted to spend 10 lakh rupees. Then only our fees is 12 lakh from all the student, expense 10 lakh, profit 2 lakh. This was the planning. First month classes itself, we spent around 8 lakh. Somehow manage the show. And try to keep it within 10 lakh. That is called cost control. I give you a budget. You stay within the budget. Most of your parents would do cost control. Maintain cost according to the standard. Work within the existing condition. Preventive means parents are saying no spending more than 20 lakh. I am 20,000. No spending more. I am telling my parents, no, give me some extra 5,000. I have to go for one place in this trip. They are saying nothing doing. 20,000 limit. You asked me 20,000. I gave you 20,000. Now you spent more on day one. I am not to be penalized for that. You somehow manage the show within what? 20,000. Within 20. Preventive means parents are not even allowing me to spend. More. They are not even allowing. I am asking them, can you give extra 2,000? They are saying no, nothing doing. You manage the show within 20,000. Yep. You manage the show within 20,000, and once the target is achieved, that is once the trip is over, cost control objective is over. But it's a continuous exercise. There will be a budget for most of the expenses. I can have an R&D budget. I can have a advertising expenses budget. I can have a selling expenses budget. I can have a production expenses budget. I can have a manpower expenses budget. I can have a purchase expenses. Most of the times I will try to prepare a budget and try to be there within the budgeted amount. This is called cost control. Cost control is staying within the budgeted amount. This also has implication on our CA interpretation. How does it have implication on CA interpretation? I start my class today. I have in my mind by March 31 how much I have to complete for you. By April 15 how much I have to complete for you. April 30 already there is a plan. I have prepared a plan at my end. Okay. April 30 how much I have to complete. May 15 how much I have to complete. May 31 how much I have to complete. I have to complete the batch. We have given our planning is to complete by July 15. Normally we complete 10-15 days earlier itself. Group 2 normally happens earlier. So I have a plan in place. First month went bad because we could not complete it what we wanted because of multiple reasons. Class cancellation or starting the batch. When we started, students take time to understand the subject. What I planned did not happen. What will I do? Next month I will take some corrective measure. What corrective measure I'll try to take? Maybe we extend the hours of classes, or we try to do something so that we get back on track. First day you spent more. Second day reduce the spending. So that you get back on track. Cost reduction is something else itself. What is cost reduction? You spent 8,000 on day one. I'm not going to question your 8,000. Second day, your planning was 4,444. 4,000 was for one expense. Let's assume the expenses. Traveling, you had estimated 4,000 rupees. Okay. This traveling was to be done buy a car. Let's just take an example, car. But now you find that there is a better way to go to that place. There is a better way. Maybe there is a good train that takes you to the same place and no difficulty for you. No difficulty. Car or train, almost no difficulty. But you are able to achieve the same thing in 2000 rupees. Achieve the same thing in 2000 rupees. It challenges and improves the standards. It challenges. You told 20,000. Parents are calling you, asking why this, why this, why this, why this, why this. You explain every expense. And then you find out there are better ways of achieving the same result. Better way of achieving the same result. I manufacture a bottle of Pepsi. Earlier, initial days when Pepsi came, it used to be mostly glass bottle. Now there has come a plastic bottle. Glass bottle is almost, I find, not much is there. Plastic bottle is there. Maybe there's another way of packing Pepsi. I don't know. I'm just trying to say there could be another way of packing Pepsi by which packaging cost reduced. Cost is reduced, but no impact on customer. No impact on customer. Customer feels whether it is a plastic bottle or an advanced, I don't know what is that method. I'm just telling you an advanced method. If that comes in, cost will reduce. Cost will reduce because I challenge. I'm asking, why are you doing plastic bottle? Why is the plastic bottle needed? Why can't it be something else? I'm not able to think of something else as of now. But my manufacturing team has to sit and decide, why should it be plastic bottle? You have to answer the question. Why? I'm challenging you. Why it is plastic bottle? Why can't it be something else? I don't know the answer to that. But I'm just trying to find out a newer answer that is called cost reduction. Challenges and improves the standard. No condition is permanent. If you ask somebody, no, plastic bottle only it has to be. It has to be plastic bottle. Why? Before COVID came in, most of our classes were face-to-face mode. Nobody was thinking that classes can be other than face-to-face mode. Your schools, your colleges, whatever you did before COVID came in, everyone was thinking classes can only be what? Face-to-face mode. You would have gone to your school. When COVID came in, people challenged their thought process and then maybe understood, okay, school education can also be in a live mode, or in a recorded mode. Those were existent earlier also. Maybe live, recorded, and there's now a fourth mode also. I don't know. I'm not able to think as of now. There could be a fourth mode of education which gives you the same comfort, gives you the same knowledge, gives you the same confidence. But there is a fourth way of taking classes and that reduces our cost. I'm not able to think as of now what is that fourth mode. But that thought process, I want to manufacture this. To manufacture this, maybe I need some steel, I need some batteries, I need something. Is there any other way of manufacturing this pen? This pen cost around 4,000 rupees for me. They sell it around, I think, 4,000 rupees. Their cost could be around 2,000, 3,000, whatever. Is there a way to manufacture this at 1,000 rupees? I don't know. I'm just telling you, visualizing. This laptop is there. This laptop cost around 80, 90,000. Is there a way to manufacture this at lower than 70,000, lower than 60,000, lower than 50,000, lower than 40,000, lower than 30,000? I am challenging everything. And finding out. Is there a better way? That will ultimately reduce the cost? What you were seeing maybe 15 years back in some of the products may not be existent now. One classic example of cost reduction, though it didn't become very successful, Tata Nano car, when they came with a vision saying that we will give car at 1 lakh rupee. This is a classic case study on cost reduction. You just read cost reduction in Nano car. They did lot of changes. They thought about some mirror changes, certain interior changes, exterior changes, some changes without compromising safety. Obviously, safety can't be compromised, but made lot of changes. After those changes were done, they were able to reduce the cost, give the car at around 1 lakh. It didn't become a successful project. That's a different story. But they had a vision. Of what? Reducing the cost. You cannot go through cost control there. Cost control will say don't spend more, don't spend more, don't spend more. What not to spend more? I have to manufacture the car. No, I have to now find out innovative ways to cut down the cost, innovative ways to cut down the cost. Anytime you want to understand this, you'll have to now try to do this. I'll just open something for you. Open chat GPT. Anytime you want to learn something, for example, let me write here. How did Tata Nano go with cost reduction? What initiatives? Don't do Google search now onwards. Now onwards with the AI coming in, you will understand. Can you explain and link this to basics of cost accounting? I have a question like this. Any doubt you have in practical world, even subject related doubt, I am there to clarify. You want immediate answer, night 2 a.m. You want immediate answer. AI will give you the answer. It will give you a good overview, exact clarity and all you need. Then you will have to ask me and all. So I just put a search here. Just give me a minute. The story of Tata Nano is one of the most practical real world example of aggressive cost reduction aligned with cost accounting principles. What Tata did and how it links to cost accounting basics. Frugal engineering. Instead of designing a car first and calculating, they fixed a price first. And did backward calculation. They fixed first price and did what? Backward calculation. Some of the example. Smaller engine. 2-cylinder instead of 4-cylinder. I don't understand technical terms. You also don't understand. But this they did. Does it compromise safety? Not compromise safety also, we don't know. But assuming it doesn't compromise safety. Reduced weights and fewer components. Simplified interior, single wiper, basic dashboard. They did all these changes and tried to cut down the cost. Value engineering. Can we deliver the same function at lower cost? Use of lightweight material, centralized instrument, no power steering, no radio in base variant. Certain points they are saying. All of this ultimately pull down the cost without compromise on customer satisfaction. Most important is customer is not bothered about it, but I kept on cutting down some of the expenses. Cost accounting link, value analysis, value engineering, supply chain innovation. You may not understand these terms, but supply chain, vendors located near my manufacturing plant where I manufacture, I told my supplier to stay there. Why? Reduce the shipping cost, reduce the shipping or transportation. Outsource large module. Instead of manufacturing seats in-house, I told someone else to do the manufacturing for me. Long-term supplier relationship. Modular manufacturing. Economies of scale. Distribution cost innovation. Minimalistic feature strategy. Linking cost control versus cost reduction. The first point itself only focuses on cost control versus cost reduction. Nano focused on cost reduction, permanent saving, not just control. Control means only some time period you can do. After that, cost will again start going up. Permanently, they tried doing this. Now, this why I'm showing you in the first classes. Anytime you want to understand little bit in depth, you go to chat GPT, ask your question. Let's assume some students are comfortable with their own language. Maybe a student is comfortable with Tamil, comfortable with Hindi. I class my deliveries in English. Doubts from your end can come in any language. I have no problem. You can ask me. I know 3 languages. So Hindi is also okay. English is also okay. Tamil is also okay. My explanation will only be in English because students from different places see my classes. So explanation fully in English. Doubts when you ask, you can ask me in any language. No problem. Like in chat GPT, if you are comfortable with Tamil, ask the question and respond in Tamil. They'll give an explanation in Tamil also. The big point is, one way of learning is English language. Other way of learning is your mother tongue. Mother tongue improves your retention capacity. Whenever you hear it in your own mother tongue, it improves your retention ability. But again, in class, I can't change the language for different people. So I keep one language, which is English, which is known to all of you. But in case you have any doubts, you want any clarification in your own language, in the class itself, you can ask me the doubt in whichever language. Three I know. Whichever language you ask, my answer will only be in English only. Answer will be in English, but you ask your doubts, you check with Chat GPT, understand from Chat GPT, use the AI. Like that, there are many AI tools available. In accounting, you have a doubt, put that question in Chat GPT. When it gives an answer, cross question it. Again, it gives an answer. Cross question it. Again, it gives an answer. Cross question it till you get clarity. Till you get clarity with something. In consolidation accounting, I do something like this. Why is it done? In a journal entry, we debit something, we credit something. I've not got clarity on that. I want to ask Chat GPT, why is this debited? You explain, 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 explain. These are tools which are available for you to enhance your learning. For enhancing the learning, I am there to clarify your doubts. So I respond very quickly to your doubts. Anytime you have doubt, you ask me, I'll clarify. But along with that, certain extra tools are available now. So we have learned cost control, cost reduction. Objective of cost control is maintain cost according to standard, all that. Reduction objective is what? Permanent savings. Now, what I explained with the summary material, whatever I explained with the summary material, you will find that as a detailed material. Define cost, cost accounting, cost accountancy, management accounting, cost management. So whenever you prepare theory later, I'll be telling about when to prepare theory, what to do. You will first read the full theory, but exam summary theory itself is sufficient. The summary theory itself will give you the crux, because revision is most important. Most important is revision. For example, what are the objectives? I explained those 5 objectives: cost ascertainment, determination, cost control, cost reduction, decision making. Cost control versus cost reduction we saw now. So you will see questions here, explanation detailed here, and there is a summary explanation. There is a summary explanation. What you should do is first read this fully, get full understanding. Then for revision summary, whenever you are doing revision, when I say read summary, with summary you should be able to write in detailed manner. With the summary you should be able to write what? In a detailed manner. Summary is just to give you key points. Once you read the key points, you know how to write the answer. You know what points to cover, what points not to cover. All of that you can try to cover. Understood? So every chapter we have a theory component, we have a summary theory, we have a summary theory as well as a detailed theory. Theory is not very important from an exam point of view. All that I'll discuss later. But still we will prepare theory to the extent possible. Chapter 1 is full theory. So anyway, chapter 1 today when I start, I'm not going to do the entire chapter. I just wanted to first focus on what is costing, get some grip on objectives of costing, understand cost control, understand cost reduction. Once you have clarity on all these points, maybe when I go to my practical chapters, because theory I'll be coming back later, because theory I prepare at one different stage, because today if I suddenly explain this, you'll not understand anything, because theory you will not get understanding unless I do the practical element of it. Practical is problem solving, understanding various concepts, getting clarity on various concepts. But before all of that, I want a student to know what is cost ascertainment, which we have understood. What is cost ascertainment? What is the meaning of cost ascertainment? Finding out the cost of a product or a service. Finding out the cost of a product or service. Then second we learnt is cost control, cost reduction. Cost control and cost reduction. Cost control means what? Ensuring cost does not exceed a set limit. Does not exceed a set limit. 20,000 decided. First day spent more. Second day reduced. Third day spent more by mistake. Fourth day reduced. Fifth day reduced. Stay within 20. Stay within 20. Preventive. Cost reduction says, no, you have some problems. $20,000 is not achievable, looks like. So let us do some course correction. Let us change the packaging. Let us change the Tata Nano example. Let us change the interiors. Let us change the exterior. Let us remove certain features. Many products give you a lot of features. You will not be using some of the features itself. They are given, but I don't even need those features. For example, in a mobile phone, there are now mobile phone which says triple camera, 4 camera, 2 camera, 3 camera, 5 camera, whatever, multiple things have come. If you don't feel any utility of that extra camera, then what is the point of giving that extra camera? I give you extra camera, but as a user, you feel no use at all. You feel no use at all. Let me remove that feature. Let me remove that feature. Customer, no problem. Feature removed. Cost reduced. Profit improved. Cost reduced and profit improved. Or cost reduced and price reduced. Price reduced. Some features are good to have, some features are not good to have. For example, we provide backup recording to student. If a student feels backup recording is useful, then there is any use of providing it. If some student feels this backup recording is of no use because we incur expenses for that, no use of providing backup classes, I will have to remove the backup recording. So I'm just giving you some example. If we feel there is a use, provide it. If you feel there is no use, we conduct test. If I feel there is a use of test, conduct it. If students are feeling no use of conducting test, then there's no point in conducting, because every feature I give, there is an expense incurred to it. I'm not saying I'm removing those features, but I'm just giving you an example. We are giving you backup recording because we have felt in the past student finding it useful. Student find useful, that is why we are giving. We conduct test. Why? Students find it useful. We have practice question. Why are we giving? Because we found students find it useful. Like this, there are multiple features. Maybe some features I'm providing something, and I ultimately decide that student doesn't want that feature. Student doesn't want that feature. I ask 20 people, 18 are saying this is not needed. Why are you doing it? I should remove it, reduce cost, and see if fees can be reduced. See if fees can be reduced. Features which are not needed should ideally be removed by an organization. Should ideally be removed by an organization. When you buy a car has lot of features. Car has lots and lots of features. Some are needed, some are not needed. Nano was trying to remove certain things which are not needed. Certain things which are not needed. Today, a mobile phone does calculator work. Calculations are done in the mobile phone. Alarm is there, time you see, camera, everything is there. If somebody feels that providing a calculator, so it doesn't cost them, providing a calculator feature costs 20 rupees for a mobile phone, and students don't, or the users don't want that feature, remove the feature. If students, or if the users don't want a feature, remove features which people are not even interested in having. Today your mobile phone could be doing lot of things which you don't even know. You don't even know some features, which means those features are not needed. Why are you keeping those features in the mobile phone? Increasing the cost and penalizing the user. Penalizing the user. If some features are not needed, first thing you should do is remove the feature. Remove the feature. That is called cost reduction. Cost reduction is bringing about a permanent reduction in cost. Permanent reduction in cost without any compromise on quality. Without any compromise on quality or features. In case of Tata Nano, I don't know what happened. Again, you can ask ChatGPT, why did Tata Nano fail? They'll give you certain points so that you're able to relate to the practical angle. After class, you have some doubts, ask me. You still want to know more and more, ask ChatGPT. It will help you. It's a very useful tool. Teachers use it. When teachers are using it, students should also use it, because you can cross question. You can ask in your own language. You can ask at 10 a.m. You can ask at night 2 a.m. You can ask at whatever time you want. Understand from it. Understand from it. Link it. You just take a screenshot of this, upload it in ChatGPT. Can you explain this in simple words? Can you help me in understanding this with some examples? It will do everything. It will do. You want you to explain this with example, take a photo of this, upload it there. I have done practically saying that how can this be explained to a 5-year student, to a 5-year kid? How will you explain what is cost control, what is cost reduction? It will give you an answer. Let us just see an example. This is the data. I just take a photo of this, upload it here, saying how can this be explained to a 5-year in simple words. In the first class, I'm just telling you what are the tools you should use so that your understanding improves, ultimately improving the understanding. Ultimately improving the understanding. Now it will try to analyze this and try to give. Imagine you have a chocolate box. Cost control. Your mom tells you can eat only 2 chocolates every day. This is what the meaning they are saying. I also didn't think of all these example. So what you do, you make sure you don't eat more than 2. Following the rule and not crossing the limit is cost control. Following the rule and not crossing the limit. 2 chocolates a day told to you, don't eat more than 2 chocolates is called cost control. I could not think of this example. I thought about a trip example, but this is a simple example. Cost reduction. Instead of eating 2 big chocolates, I can eat one small one and still be happy and save more for later. Finding a smarter way to use less, finding better ways to use less and save more is called as cost reduction. Now, there are like this, anything which you want to understand, there are AI tools which will help you. First help only from my side. You will have to ask me only. After me, or you are not able to reach out to me because you have lot of doubts at maybe a night or time you have a doubt. You want immediate clarity. Ask it, understand. Ask it, say that, can you explain in my own language? Can you explain this to me in Tamil? Can you explain this to me in Hindi? Can you explain this to me in Telugu? Whatever language you are comfortable, understand. Because what students do is they don't even understand things and then try to learn. You cannot learn without understanding things. First thing is understand everything. You would have learned so many things in accounting, so many, maybe in partnership firm at your foundation you do some adjustment. Why is it done? Why should it be this way? Why not some other way? First get clarity on everything. Which is where this tool is going to help you. This tool, unlimited usage, anytime clarity, will help you. Do I use this? Yes. Whatever summary note you see in the end, that is created by AI. I did not create it. The summary notes are created by AI. I created detailed notes and I wanted quick summary notes. Uploaded this. It gave me summary notes and I explained with the summary notes. I explained with the summary. As a teacher, when I'm using it, you should also use these tools to make things easier for you, to make life easier for you. Clear? So we have learned what is cost ascertainment. We have learned what is cost control. We have learned what is cost reduction, and costing is all about this. I'll spend some time on management accounting and maybe end the session. Next class onwards, we will get to practical examples, problem solving, all that. First chapter, we are not doing it fully. I'm just first trying to set a context for the subject. Without knowing what is costing, I say directly I'll do this, then you are gone. You will not understand anything. So first thing I wanted to do is, what is costing? What is cost ascertainment? What is cost control? What is cost reduction? What is management accounting? Why are we doing this? Why are we learning the subject? Get some points. Once this base is set, we will then keep going towards various concepts which are related to it. So why I'm showing this page to you is, you need not see anything as of now. First class, I don't even want the books. So why I'm showing this now to you is just to tell you that what is covered in the summary is almost there here. Almost what you see here is there in the summary. Summary, who will understand? Who knows the concept? I know the concept, I understand summary. You don't know the concept as of now. So what you should do? Read the detailed one, then read the summary. Student, what they do? They try directly summary, will not help. Just read this, then read the summary. Read a question, read a summary. Read a question, read a summary, so that you are able to revise. End objective remains only one thing. Can I revise everything in 15 hours before my exam? Because only 15 hours are there. 1.5 days is effectively 15 hours before your exam. Also keep that in mind. 15 hours, how will I revise? How will I revise what? In 15 hours, how am I going to revise everything? How am I going to revise everything in how many hours? 15 hours. Is it possible? Not possible. I don't know. That is what is the biggest challenge. Many students find it difficult to revise. Unfortunately, in your 12th exams, of late they give a very long gap, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days. When we were student and all, this much gap was not there. Because of such longer gap, you are able to revise your entire subject 2-3 times before exam. But in your CA, when we were student, there was not even a day gap. They never had a day gap also. Now at least 1 day gap is there. In 1 day, what I cover in 3.5 months, you have to revise. You have to revise in a single day. What we cover in how many days? 3.5 months we learn. And suddenly they are saying in 15 hours, revise everything and go to the exam. If you go without revision, what I explained today, you will 100% forget by 2-3 months. What I do it in the first class, if you see after 2 months, classic example, you go back to your CA foundation, any subject you take, and if I ask you what happened in contract act, what happens here, maybe you would have forgotten. I thought at least have forgotten. Whatever you learned in CA foundation, whatever you learned in CA foundation, certain things you register, you remember, but lot of things we end up forgetting unless we read it again. Moment you read it again, everything will be clear. But day before exam, I have to read everything. No, I have to read so many things. How will I read is the most difficult part. So we have learnt this. I will just now spend some time on management accounting. Give me a minute. So next, utility of cost accounting. Utility means what is the usage of cost accounting. There are multiple things. Again, there's only one thing I know. Costing is going to help in cost ascertainment, cost control, cost reduction. Along with that, you can then say you want to do some comparison, you want to do some pricing reduction, you want to compare the cost from this year to the next year to this year, my company cost with another company cost, lot of things. Costing utility. First is what is costing? Determining product or service. Cost accounting, recording the expenses, preparing report. Cost analysis. What is cost analysis? I went to my home. I asked my parent for a trip. They gave me 20,000. After the spending is done, or before the spending is done, she is cross questioning me on every expense. Every expense, she is saying why, make me understand. Why is this incurred? Is there a better way of incurring this? Can we do something else? Analyzing the cost, either before or after. After means you told you will spend 20,000. My mother gave me 30,000 for the trip. I said 20,000. I spent 25,000. Now she is cross questioning me. Why that extra 5,000 happened? Why the extra? Identify the reason behind the variances. Cost comparison. Alternative technologies are time period. Budgets are not exceeded. Performance appraisal. Meeting legal requirements. All of this is the utility of cost accounting. And now just maybe some 10 minutes of time on management accounting. Management accounting, as I said, what does management do? Participate. What does management do? Decision making. So I have to take decision. For taking decision, I need some information. That information, if it comes from cost accounting, that is called cost and management accounting. That information comes from direct tax, then direct tax and management accounting. That information comes from indirect tax and management accounting. That information comes from financial accounting, financial and management accounting. Management accounting can be clubbed with anything, A small decision I have to take. I want to go from place A to place B. Should I go in this route or should I go in this route? This is a small decision. To reach the same place, there are two routes available. Morning, I will use the other route. Evening, because morning traffic is not there, maybe this route is better. Evening traffic is there, this route is better. So either routes can be better. Morning can be better, evening can be better, this side route can be better, other side route can be better. We don't know. It's a very small decision you have to take. To come to the classes, you can come in bus, you can come in auto, you can come in train, you can come in two-wheeler, you can come in cycle, you can come by walk. A decision has to be taken. You may not be thinking that is it a decision I am taking? Yes, you are taking a decision to reach this place. What is the mode you are going to use? So management accounting focuses on qualitative as well as quantitative information. What is qualitative? Some things which cannot be recorded in books of accounts. For example, I want to close a factory. During COVID, many companies were thinking of closing the factory. If you shut down your factory, shut down the factory, cost reduced, revenue anyway was not there, profit improves for me, or I cut down the losses. This is one simple decision. If you cut down the factory, if you shut down the factory, you will, that is quantitative. What is qualitative? If I shut down, my employees are affected. My employees are affected. What will these employees do? When I shut it down, will my employees find it difficult? Will they find it difficult without salary? What will my customers do? Some customers were still wanting my product, and that time also, if I manufacture, I can sell the product. If I shut it down, will my customer be affected? Will my supplier be affected? Will my employees be affected? And you shut it down and you resume again. Will employees come back? Will customer come back? Will supplier come back? That extra analysis is called qualitative analysis. You just not focus on numbers, just not on numbers. Along with numbers, I focus on something extra. I focus on something extra. Cost focuses on ascertainment and control. Management focuses on planning, coordination, and ultimately taking decision. Planning, coordination. To start this batch, there was some planning which has gone at the behind. Some coordination I had to do with my admin team, with my support team, to ensure the material which you see with your hand, this came to you with lot of coordination. It can't come suddenly that you sit in the first day of the class and the material comes immediately to you. I had to do certain planning, certain coordination, and ensure that my batch starts on today. To start the batch today, we had to do certain things. Cost is a narrow, management is wider. Wider means tax can also be included, financial accounting can be included, anything can be included in management accounting. Anything can be included in management accounting. Management focuses on future, mostly future. Costing has a focus of past as well as future. The future also is there, past, present, some amount of future. Whatever that future analysis you do, that is technically called management accounting. That is technically called management. Financial accounting, again past focus. Costing, mostly future focus is there, past, present, and some future focus. What is future focus? Before the batches started, I did all my calculation and said cost will be 20,000, fees will be 25,000. Cost is 20,000, fees is 25,000. This analysis I have done before the batch starts. That future analysis is called management accounting or decision making. This is the broad understanding today. We need not go through the chapter now. As of now, we'll be going through the chapter again at some point of time, but basic start I wanted to have. What is cost accounting? What does the cost accounting do? Cost as participate, cost ascertainment, cost control, cost reduction. What is cost ascertainment? Finding out the cost of a product or a service. Finding out the cost of a product or a service. What does cost control do? Ensure that we do not cross a limit. We do not cross a limit. If we are likely to cross, cut down the expenses. Cut down the expenses. Don't eat more than 2 chocolates a day. There's a control already given to me. I will not eat more than 2. If I eat third chocolate on day 1, day 2 I have to reduce it by 1. I have to reduce it by 1. Not more than 60 chocolates given to me. 30 days I have to survive. If I eat more than 2, next day reduce. Next day reduce this. Then cost reduction is bringing about what? Permanent reduction in cost. Bringing about permanent reduction in cost. What does management accounting do? Decision making. Having the information ready. Having the information ready for decision making. This is as far as the subject is concerned. For your CA inter preparation, I told you certain things. What are the things you have to ensure? First thing I told you what? Attend classes regularly. Attend the classes regularly and on time. On time means if the class starts by 6:30, you'll be there in the class by 6:30. Attend your classes regularly. If you don't attend classes regularly, lag will get created, will become difficult. Along with that, I told you certain other expectation. What are the other expectation from the student? What else you will do? Take up test, do homework. Take up test, do homework every day. Every day you have written the time. By that time, please prepare. Today I don't expect anything to be done because I've not even started the subject. I just told you what is costing, what is cost accounting, what is management accounting. I will be starting with the subject only from a chapter called cost sheet. That chapter I don't want to do it now itself, because first class I had to tell you what is. If it was a financial accounting paper, no, I would have directly started with the subject, because you have learned financial accounting earlier. Cost accounting, you're just learning it now. Because you don't know what is cost accounting, I cannot go and say that, well, let us start with cost sheet. This is what happens in the cost sheet. So we understood first what is costing, what is cost accounting, what is cost accountancy, what is costing, what is management accounting. After this base is ready, after the base is ready, we will go through this. Today I don't want you to do anything at home. Nothing needs to be done. You're interested, maybe you open your ICA study material, read the initial first few pages of introduction to cost and management accounting. More or less what we have covered will be there. Once this plan is in place, we will be starting from tomorrow's session with the pure subject delivery, which is, this is also today also subject delivery, but today I've set the context to you, and ensure you follow all the rules which I said. Consistently prepare, consistently prepare. Most important thing, like you expect us to give a schedule, faculties have to give you a schedule. Can I come tomorrow and say tomorrow is or I can change the subject of the classes exactly 2 minutes before the class? Is it possible? Can I send a message to you at 6:15 saying that today we have class, then I say 6:20 today we don't have class? If I do that, not possible, because you have to start from your home, come to our classes. You need a schedule from us. Everybody needs a schedule. It's like a cricket match. In a cricket match, when you play first, you don't know what to score. You will try to play, but you don't know how much to score, whether to score more, whether to score less. When you play second, you have a target in mind. With the target, you try to move ahead. When you are doing your CA preparation, let us assume you have a target in mind. Target is your exam. Exam, you know, keep reverse working and prepare based on that. Without the target in mind, it is very difficult for you to travel the journey, because if you don't know when you are writing exam, can ICA tell that exams can be conducted at any point of time? Can they say that we will conduct exams in May, we'll do June, July, August, September, October? Suddenly we will announce and you have to come for the exam. No student will enter into this course itself. People will say, what, suddenly they are keeping exam, how will I prepare? You already know now when are you writing your exam. You already know now itself when are you going to write your exam. It could be September 26 or a Jan 27 or maybe a May 27, but there is already something in mind. There is already something in mind when you have to write. So when you know that, reverse work, plan accordingly, and then go. It's like the Tata Nano example. Tata Nano told 1 lakh cost. 1 lakh is the selling price. Reverse work the cost and did. What we normally do is we say we will prepare and then decide when to write exam. That will never come. Never it will come saying that I will prepare and then decide when to write exam, because preparation will never get over unless there is a plan in place. Unless they say you are writing in September, reverse work and then do your preparation. We have in our mind that we want to complete this group 2 classes by July month. July 15 is the time I have. If I don't have this plan, then I cannot conduct my classes. I have a plan saying that I'll complete it by July 15. I keep reverse working. I keep reverse working and doing the batch. Able to understand? Clear? So first class, very basic set context. You have collected your material, and in the next class onwards, that is tomorrow onwards, we will go through the various chapters, understand them in depth. Clear? Thank you, friends.
Good morning, friends. Okay, now we are going to start with the real cost accounting. In the previous session, we learned little bit about costing. We learned that what is cost accounting, what is management accounting, what does cost accounting do? What are the three things we learned? Cost ascertainment, cost control, and cost reduction. What does management accounting deal with? Decision making. This is what we broadly understood about the subject. There's a cost ascertainment, there's a cost control, and there's a cost reduction. Today onwards, we will learn about more on cost ascertainment, and as we progress, maybe in few chapters you learn about decision making and other things. Okay, coming back to cost ascertainment. In your financial accounting, how do I get to know what is the profit or loss of a company? What do we prepare for that? Trading, P&L. Trading account gives you gross profit. P&L account gives you net profit. Is there any specific format there? More or less there is a specific format. Are there any rules saying that some amount should go to trading account, some amounts should go to P&L account? We had some classification called direct expenses, indirect expenses, direct income, indirect income. Some items were going to trading account, some items were going to your P&L account, and certain items like asset and liability were going to our balance sheet. And ultimately we used to prepare a trading P&L which gives your income, and a balance sheet which reflects the financial position of the company. This is what we were doing in our financial accounting. Same thing, very similar, we are going to do in cost accounting, but our focus here is only calculating the cost. We are not bothered about knowing how many assets we have, what liabilities we have, balance sheet. All that is not our focus area. The focus area of cost accounting is very simple: to compute what is the cost of a company, to compute what is the cost of a company, specifically cost of a product or a cost of a service. We are trying to calculate what has been the expenses of a company, what has been the income. Also we don't focus much. Main focus in cost accounting is to analyze various expenses and ultimately tell what is the cost of a product or what is the cost of a service. This is broad thing we learned. Now, like we have a trading P&L account, we also have something around here in cost accounting, which is going to ultimately help me in finding out the cost with certain rules. Like we have a rule called direct expense, indirect expense, direct income, indirect income. We do have certain rules in our this accounting also. In the cost accounting, we do have certain rules called as maybe something called as a direct cost, indirect cost. In direct cost we have multiple category, in indirect cost we have multiple category. We will understand all of that. So what we do in cost accounting is, my starting point is a trial balance. If you give me a trial balance, maybe a properly tallied trial balance or not even a tallied trial balance. Not tallied means I don't have the assets, I don't have the liability, only the income and expenses are there. I'm not really bothered about whether it is a tallied balance sheet, tallied trial balance or not a tallied one. We do financial accounting. Financial accounting gives us a lot of information. In the financial accounting, I'll know, for example, if I open a Bharadwaj Institute trial balance, I will know what is the rent expense. I'll know what is the salary expense, what is the electricity expense, what is my admin team expense, what is my marketing expense, what is the faculty expense, what are the other expenses. We may know what are the assets. With the assets, we may calculate depreciation. So various information. The start is either a financial record. As we progress, we also separately can maintain costing record, but using this information, using the start information, the start information is either the financial data or the costing data. I have a trial balance. From a trial balance, I have to do certain classification, analysis, and ultimately calculate what is cost per unit of a product, or in case of Bharadwaj Institute, what is the likely cost per student for CA inter classes. We are just trying to find out what is the cost per student of CA inter classes. After finding out the cost per student, obviously what will happen is, with the cost calculation, with the calculation of the cost, we can go ahead and maybe fix price or other decision making can be done. So let's now understand how are costs classified here. Like you have a direct expense and an indirect expense. Maybe purchases will go to which account? Trading account or P&L account? Participate. Trading account or P&L? Trading. Rent will go to P&L. Commission will go to P&L. So we had certain rules by which you are used to those rules. Some item will go to trading account. Some item will go to P&L account. More or less those rules are there, but here little different. Now write first one, right here, write in your notebook. Classification 1. Classification 1. Classification 1. in relation to end product. Classification 1, in relation to end product. In relation to end product. It's covered in the theory material, but a first chapter I want you to write something. Thereafter I'll keep telling you that it is there in this place, you cover with that. In relation to end product. Center of the page, right? In relation to end product. In relation to end product, and we'll split into two. In relation to end product, split into two. Direct cost, indirect cost. Direct cost and indirect cost. In relation to the end product, direct cost and indirect cost. Direct cost, write a meaning below that. Directly, directly and economically. Directly and economically. Directly and economically identifiable. Identifiable with end product. Directly and economically identifiable with end product. What is this? I'll explain. Directly and economically identifiable with end product. Indirect cost, cost which is not a direct cost, which is not a direct cost. Now let's try to understand what is this directly and economically identifiable. Very simple. For example, I am manufacturing this shirt. This is my business. My business is to manufacture shirts, and I want to know what are the direct cost in a shirt manufacturing, what are the indirect cost in a shirt manufacturing. When you look at this shirt, if you can identify some cost would have been 100% incurred, those are called direct cost. Looking at the end product, if you find good relationship, for example, some cotton is used, cotton would have been used to manufacture the shirt, so cotton is a direct cost. Cotton is basic raw material, cotton would have been used, some tailor would have worked on this, so that stitching charges is again a direct cost. Looking at the end product, if you can tell with confidence that these are the type of cost we would have incurred, all those are direct cost. All those are direct cost, directly identifiable, directly identifiable with the end product. What is the meaning of economically identifiable? We'll understand, but directly and economically identifiable with the end product. Directly and economically identifiable with the end product. Directly means looking at the end product. Looking at the end product, if you can say these are the cost incurred, these are the cost incurred, they are called as direct cost. They are called as direct cost. Some buttons have been used in this, could be a direct cost. Some buttons are used, direct cost. A tailor has worked, direct cost. The shirt would have been packed in some box, that box cost could be a direct cost. Somebody would have done maybe ironing of it, those charges are also direct cost. Anything which you can look at the end product and identify, they are mostly the direct cost. In this laptop, maybe some components have gone, they are direct cost. Some machine work has been done, with the machine some manufacturing has been done. Whatever you can identify by looking at the end product, by looking at the end product, most of it are direct cost. Directly identifiable means you can have a direct relationship with those cost. This shirt could be manufactured in a factory, rent would be paid there, rent would be paid there, but for one shirt how much rent I can't identify. For a single shirt, how much is the rent I cannot say. So factory rent may become an indirect cost. Factory rent may become a indirect cost, whereas the cost which I was saying earlier, like your cotton cost or the buttons cost, all these will be called as direct cost. Direct cost means looking at the end product. Looking at the end product, if you can identify certain cost
and it can be calculated at a per unit level. All those will come under the category of direct cost. All those will come under the category of direct cost. I am doing a shoes manufacturing. In the shoe manufacturing, some leather would have been used, some chemicals would have been used. All those are direct cost. This is one rule. Rule is directly identifiable. That is, looking at the end product, if you can identify some cost, all those are called as direct cost. In the shirt manufacturing, does thread go? In the shirt, participate, does thread go? Would a tailor, if you are a tailor, let's assume somebody has a tailoring business, would he be interested in knowing how much cotton is used? How much cotton is used for manufacturing? Yes. Would you be interested in knowing how much thread exactly goes? Would you be really interested? Most of the people may not be really interested in knowing how much thread is going into the manufacturing of a shirt. So there is a concept called directly identifiable, another concept called economically identifiable. What is economically identifiable? Is any information I want in a practical world, any information, there is a cost to acquire that information, and there's a benefit by getting that information. Always with information I can do better decision. I can always take better decision. For example, one shirt needs 1 meter of cotton, 1.5 meters of cotton, 2 meters of cotton, makes a big difference, makes a difference on the cost, makes a difference on the price. Whether it is 1 meter of thread or 1.5 meter of thread or a 2 meter of thread or even 10 meters of thread, the tailor will say approximately 10 meters. Exact I don't want to know. Exact I don't want to know. I cannot appoint one person and tell him please measure how much thread is going, how much thread is going, how much thread is going. I don't want to appoint a person just for that work. I may appoint a person tracking how much cotton is going, how much cotton is going. I'm into a manufacturing company. We manufacture a lot of shirts. In a day, we manufacture maybe 500 or 1000 shirts. Maybe how much cotton is going, one dedicated person is there to track that information. And with that information, I do better pricing, or I'm able to get some benefit out of that information. For example, today, most of you as well as me, we don't maintain records as to how much we spend on a daily basis. If I ask you last 1 week, where did you spend money, how much did you spend, most of us may not have exact information. Companies maintain that information. One is statutory requirement. Second, maybe I get some benefit out of it. What is the benefit? If today I tell you last 1 month, analyze your expenses. Where did you waste money? Where did you spend money in a useful manner? If you can get that information, with that, maybe next month you do better expenses. Next month, you avoid certain expenses. But still, you feel maybe that is not a big benefit, so that is why you are not maintaining records. You are not maintaining records because you don't feel the benefit of having that information. If you feel there is a benefit of having some information, you will suddenly start maintaining that information. So if an organization wants to track, they may track how much cotton is going. They may not track how much thread is going. Thread is directly identifiable. Looking at the shirt, I know thread is used, but I am still least bothered to get this information because it is not economically identifiable. What is economically identifiable is, looking at the shirt, I am not very interested in knowing how much thread is exactly going there. Let it be 10 meters or 5 meters or 15 meters or 1 meter, whatever be the number, whatever be the number. Historically, some number I take and then I keep proceeding with my calculation. Cotton exact I want to know. Tailor, how much are he spending, I want to know, because if he spends more time, less time, the charges for me as an employee goes up, goes down. But thread as an information, somewhere I feel it is better to ignore it. It is better to ignore which information? How much thread is going into the making of a shirt. Right below this example,
cotton, cotton in the making of, cotton in the making of shirt, cotton in the making of shirt. If I'm making a shirt, I really want to know how much cotton is going into it, and also looking at the end product, we know cotton is used. Looking at the end product, we know cotton is used. So this is a direct cost. Leather in the making of shoe, leather in the making of shoe, again a direct cost. Leather cost, when I make a shoe, I obviously want to know what is the leather cost. What is the leather cost? I really want to know this information. I feel again it is a direct cost. Leather is also a direct cost. Cotton is also a direct cost in the making of shirt. To put it very simple, direct cost are normally the material. Material means the high value cost. Indirect cost are normally the low value cost. Normally, there can be exception, but in the practical world, when I'm trying to analyze a cost structure, direct could be 80-90% of the cost. Indirect could be around 10-15% of the cost. Exceptions can be there, but mostly the direct cost are the highest proportion of the overall cost. Indirect cost, indirect cost, as this cannot be economically identified. This cannot be economically economically identified. What is economically identified? Maybe another arrow, another hyphen. No benefit of getting this information. If I do not have a benefit of getting this information, I may not try to exactly track and get it that number. If unless I know it exactly how much is the cost, it can't become a direct cost. It can't become a direct cost unless you can exactly get the number. And I'm not putting any effort. I'm not putting any efforts to get this information. We are not putting any efforts to get this information. Clear? Any doubts on this? These is the first classification. Like you have direct expenses, indirect expenses. Here it's called direct cost and indirect cost. What is direct cost? Participate. What is direct cost? Directly and economically identifiable with the end product. Directly and economically identifiable with the end product. Directly and economically identifiable. Other one is a residuary category. Next, classification 2. Classification 2. Nature of cost. Like we have first classification, we have totally 3 classification, and this will give us the cost sheet information. Nature of cost. Again, center of the page, nature of cost. Nature of cost. Split into 3. Split into 3. Material cost, labor cost, expenses. Material, labor, expenses. Material cost, labor cost, and expenses. Material arrow mark down. Physical item, physical item, physical item which goes into making of product. Physical item which goes into making of product. Physical item which goes into making of product. Labor, put a arrow mark down. Reward, reward. reward paid to workers, reward paid to workers, paid to workers, expenses put arrow mark down, residuary, residuary category, residuary category, residuary category. Let's understand what is this. Like we do a direct and an indirect, same expense, whatever I said earlier, can be classified into three categories. First is direct versus indirect. The same expense. For example, cotton. Can you touch the cotton? Can you touch that product? So cotton is a material cost. Cotton is a material cost. Can you touch thread? Participate. Thread is also a material cost. Thread is also a material cost. What is material? Something which can be touched. Something which can be touched. Whatever you are manufacturing, raw material and allied items are basically called as material cost. Material cost does not mean the term material, which is important, not that. Material cost basically means something which you can touch and feel it, something which you can touch and feel it. Labor cost is reward to your employee. Tailoring charges, whatever I pay to my own employees, whatever I pay to my own employees is called as labor cost. Expenses residuary. Residuary means something which is not material, not labor will become expenses. Something which is not material, not labor. Example, factory rent. Example, factory rent. I cannot touch rent. I cannot touch rent. It is not a reward for my employees. This will go under the category of expenses. This will go under the category of expenses. Any doubts on this? Sales commission. Where should I put it? If it's my own employee, I feel maybe it can come as salaries. Commission normally is not for own employee. If it's for others, it will go under the category of expenses. It will go under the category of expenses. Clear? Any doubts on this? Anything which you can touch is a material cost. Anything which is a reward to your own employee, is a labor cost. And then the third category is called expenses. The same item can also be classified like this: direct and indirect. Cotton, direct cost. Cotton, is it material, labor or expenses? Cotton cost. Participate. Material, labor, expenses. Material. Leather, material. Thread, material. So something which was classified as direct versus indirect can also be classified as what? Material, labor, expenses. Same expense. So whatever in trial balance you have, first you will decide direct, indirect. Then you will also decide whether it is a material cost or a labor cost or an expenses. Is it a material cost or a labor cost or an expenses? Same expense you have to do two times. You have to do two times. Any doubts on this? Third category. Third category. Classification 3. Once these three categories are done, automatically we'll be able to come to the cost sheet format. Classification 3. Classification by department or function. By department or function. Department or function. Department or function. Classification 3. Now tell me, what are the main departments in a company? If at all you know, what are the main departments in a company? Purchase department. What else? Sales department, production department, marketing department. What else is there? HR department. What else? Research department. What else comes to your mind? So many departments are there in a company. There could be a purchase, there could be a sales, there could be costing. Says three category: one who produce goods, one who sell goods, and all other people are helping them. All other people are helping them. There is a production department, there is a sales department, and everyone else is playing a helping role somewhere. Is playing a helping role. Purchase
is helping the production team to manufacture by giving them raw material. HR is helping both the department by giving employees. Finance and accounts department may be providing some information to both of them and helping them or does their statutory complaints. So costing says there are only three departments: one who manufacture, one who sell, and there's a third category who plays a helping role. For example, for Bharadwaj Institute, I'm indirectly part of the production department. I come and deliver the classes, I come and deliver. So that is what my role is. I'm part of like a production department. We don't have production in a service company, but one who manufacture the goods, one who help in selling the goods, one who manufacture, one who sell the goods, one who manufacture, and the other guy is what, who are selling. Manufacturing guy and the selling guy, and there is a third set of people who are helping. They are called as administration. They are technically called as administration may include HR, administration may include your purchase, administration may include your finance and accounts, administration may include everything other than production and sales. So have three category. First one is production. Second one is selling and distribution. And third one is administration. Production, arrow mark down. Engaged in manufacturing of goods. Engaged in manufacturing of goods. Engaged in manufacturing of goods. Selling and distribution, engaged in sale of the product. Sale of the product. Administration, helping role, are other than production and sales. Other than production and sales. Other than production and sales. Okay, what does this mean? Let's understand. Any expense which I have, now I'll classify them into either a production related expense or a marketing related expense or an administration related expense. For example, factory rent, production expense. Factory rent is a production expense. Showroom rent, showroom is where I sell the product, selling and distribution expense. Corporate office rent, administration expense. Same rent, one is called production, one is called selling and distribution, and one is called administration. Same thing, factory rent can be classified as an expense. Same factory rent or the showroom rent or the corporate office rent can be classified as what category? As the expenses. Same thing can also be classified as direct versus indirect. Direct versus indirect. One expense you have to do direct versus indirect. Same expense you have to do material, labor, expenses. Same thing you have to do production, selling and distribution, and administration. Clear? Any doubts on this? Now, final cost classification. Final cost classification. For cost sheet, we have a final categorization. Final cost classification. Final cost classification. Okay. We started with what was the first categorization? Participate. What was the first categorization? Direct and indirect. So if you have identified it as a direct cost, then we go to classification 2 and call it as either direct material. Club it together. Direct cost and a material cost is called direct material. Direct cost and a labor cost is called direct labor. Direct cost and an expense is called direct expense. First classify direct versus indirect. You have decided direct. You have decided direct. Then say direct material, direct labor, direct expense. If you have decided indirect, then it will become indirect production, indirect selling and distribution, indirect administration. We club them together. First direct versus indirect. If you have decided it is direct, then you have to say direct material or direct labor or direct expense. If you have decided it is indirect, no problem. Indirect can also happen. Then is it indirect production, indirect selling and distribution, indirect administration? This is the 6th category we have. Like in your trading account, you just have 2 category: direct expense, indirect expense. Here we have 6 category of expense. Direct with the material cost is called direct material. Direct with the labor cost is called direct labor. Direct with the expense is called direct expense. Indirect with the production is called indirect production. There's a technical name I'll explain in some time. Indirect with the selling and administration is called. If it's indirect, I don't want to know material labor expense. With indirect, I don't want to know the second classification. Direct, tell me the second classification. Indirect, tell me the third classification. Direct, second classification. Indirect, third classification. Direct, second classification. Indirect, third classification. Now write direct material, direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. Material, labor, expenses. Direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. How will we know this amount? Very simple. First, let's classify direct, indirect. Once direct is decided, once the direct is decided, club it with what? Direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. Direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. Club it with direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. Then indirect. The indirect technical name is called overhead cost. Any indirect cost has another name called overhead cost. So I club it together and call production overhead, selling and distribution overhead, administration overhead. Can I use the word indirect? Yes, you can use it, but the technical name is called overhead cost. So indirect production is called production overhead. Indirect selling and distribution is called selling and distribution overhead. Indirect administration is called administration overhead. Now right, production. There are a lot of other names for this: manufacturing, factory, works. Question may use any of the name: production overhead, manufacturing overhead, factory overhead, works overhead. Works overhead. Overhead means indirect cost. Overhead basically means it is an indirect cost. So what are we doing? We are going to identify a cost as direct or indirect. Direct or indirect. You have identified direct. Look at that and tell me the nature of the cost. Is it a physical item? Is it a reward to the worker? Or is it a residuary category? You have identified indirect. Tell me, is it related to factory? Is it related to showroom? Is it related to others? Is it related to others? Second one, selling. Fifth one, selling and distribution. Selling and distribution overheads. Administration overheads. There will obviously be a lot of changes in this. A lot of other things are there, but broadly this is the category: direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, production, other name manufacturing, other name factory, other name works overhead, selling and distribution overhead, administration overhead. Administration overheads. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand this? Next, right.
இங்க கொடுத்துருக்கேன். Cost sheet format, right? Cost sheet format, cost sheet format, format of cost sheet, particulars and two amount columns, particulars and two amount columns, one inner column and an outer column, particulars and two amount columns, format of cost sheet, particulars and two amount columns, right? First is called direct material, direct material, the first category, underline that, direct material. The first category is direct material. So any question, I'll start with the direct material cost. In direct material, we don't prepare a debit, credit and all. It's just a vertical format. It will add certain numbers, deduct certain numbers. How do I know what is raw material consumed? What is the formula for raw material consumed? Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. So point number one, opening stock of raw material. Opening stock of raw material, inner column, XXX. Opening stock of raw material. Add purchases of raw material, purchases of raw material, another add will come, add incidental, I'll explain this, incidental expenses of purchase, incidental expenses of purchase, incidental expenses of purchase. Whenever we are buying, whenever we are buying, all cost incurred, all cost incurred to bring the material till the factory, bring the material till the factory is part of purchase cost only according to costing. Till it reaches the factory, what can you incur? Transport cost, maybe some insurance cost for in between, some loading charges, certain other packaging charges, whatever cost or freight inwards, whatever I incur till it reaches my factory is like purchase cost, is like purchase cost according to costing. Maybe in your financial accounting you will have freight inwards, freight outwards. Freight inwards used to go to trading account, outwards used to go to P&L account. Here they are very clear, whatever expenses you incur till when material reaches the factory, till the material reaches the factory is part of direct expenses, is part of direct, is part of direct material, is part of direct material, less closing stock of raw material. Listen, whatever you subtract, ideally you will have to write it in brackets or put a minus sign. I prefer writing in brackets, but I leave it to you. You'll have to write, because when you put a total, automatically in bracket means you'll have to subtract it. One outer column triple X, one outer column XXX. So in a question, I will try to find this information: opening stock, purchases, incidental expense, deduct the closing stock, direct material over. The direct material part is over. In the direct material, you can have one opening stock, maybe one purchase could be there, maybe purchase returns can also be there. I'll net off that, and lot of incidental expenses can be there: freight inwards, carriage inwards, insurance in transit, whatever expenses we are incurring to bring what material to the factory, to bring the material to the factory would form part of the direct material. Then direct labor, second category, direct labor. Listen, when I do a question, we will have certain information. If direct labor, they give more than one item. For example, they may say labor cost of department 1 manufacturing, labor cost of department 2 manufacturing, department 3 if they give more than one,
Direct labor underline, you will write 1, 2, 3 in the inner column, one amount in the outer column. Assuming only one item is there, directly outer column. When we do the problem, we may break it if needed. Else, as of now, I'm writing in the outer column. Direct labor triplex. So we started with direct material, direct labor. What is the third category? Direct expenses. Again, outer column. Direct expenses. Total of this is called prime cost. That's a technical name here. Prime cost. Prime cost means all direct costs together. Prime cost is a technical name. Prime cost basically means all direct costs are considered in the calculation. Prime cost is all direct costs are considered in the calculation. We are done with three categories of cost. Direct material done, direct labor done, direct expenses done. Total is called prime cost or total direct cost, whatever name you want to call. We normally call it as prime cost. Fourth category, factory overheads. Factory overheads. Factory overheads. Now this factory overheads which you write can again have a lot of sub breakup. Item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, item 5, item 6. Inner column, one amount in the outer column. Any idea where will you incur the cotton cost? For example, cotton is a cost I incur. Most of it, will it be incurred in the factory or will it be in the sales showroom or administration? If at all I'm incurring a cotton cost, where do I incur that cotton cost? Factory. Where do I incur the tailoring charges? Factory. So ideally, most of the direct expenses will be incurred in the factory only. Most of the direct expenses will be incurred in the factory only. So what concept says is prime cost, everything mostly at factory. Mostly at factory. Factory overheads is indirect cost of the factory. Indirect cost of the factory. Prime cost is the direct cost of the factory. Direct cost of the factory. Mostly it at the factory. So this total is called gross work slash factory. Gross work slash factory cost. This much cost I am incurring at the factory. Gross works are factory cost. Works are factory cost. Works are factory cost. Now, like we have a opening raw material and a closing raw material at the factory. At the factory, there can be something called as opening work in progress and a closing work in progress. Raw material means we have purchased it yet to use it. Finished product means raw material used and converted into a final product. Converted into a final product. Sometime in between one item is there. That is called what? Work in progress. Work in progress. On March 31 or whenever I want to prepare a cost sheet can be prepared monthly, quarterly, half yearly or weekly. Whenever I prepare a cost sheet, maybe some material is still in progress, not at raw material stage, not also at the finished product stage. It is neither raw material nor what? Finished product, lying in between. It is lying in between. That is called work in progress. Add opening work in progress. Opening work in progress. Opening work in progress. Less closing work in progress. Opening I add to the cost. Closing I remove from the cost. Closing I remove from the cost. Opening added. Closing removed. Closing is removed from the cost. This is called net works or factory cost. Net works. Works means factory. The place where work is happening. Net works slash factory cost. Any doubts till this? Okay, we are direct material, we are direct labor, we are direct expense. All the three together. All the three together is called what? Prime cost added what? Factory overheads. We call it as gross factory cost. From there, we adjusted the opening work in progress and the closing work in progress and called it as what? Net factory cost. Net factory cost. Any doubts till this? Net works are factory cost. Okay, I did all this calculation. Earlier, when I was a student, this was called as also cost of production. This was called as cost of production. In the latest, in the last 7-8 years, ICI has altered this format a little bit because of some standards change which have happened. Cost accounting standards which say this, which is released by the ICMAI Institute. They made some changes in the format and they introduced something in between. Whatever 6 classification I said, that is okay, but some expenses they want to separately track. So they brought in some 5 cost here after the factory cost. After the factory cost, earlier whatever I'm going to say now, earlier they were part of either direct material, direct labor, direct expense, or production overhead, administration overhead, or selling and distribution overhead. Below this, right, quality control cost. Quality control cost. Quality control cost. Let's understand what is quality control cost. This is to ensure the products which I manufacture are of the right quality, Many a times in a practical world, I manufacture, I'll do testing of the product and then give it to the customer. This testing will also involve some cost for me. Earlier, this testing cost was part of factory overheads, When I was a student, quality control is called factory overhead. ICI introduced a new approach, they introduced a new format and they brought in quality control separately, right? Don't try to club it with the factory overhead, write it what? Separately. Most of the items I'm going to write now were earlier part of factory overheads, but ICI says no, right? Separately quality control cost. Second item, research and development cost. Research and development cost. Again, this was earlier part of factory overheads, but now we want to track this separately. Maybe it's a very important information. So they want to have a separate item called quality control, separate item called research and development. Quality control, research and development. Next, primary packing cost. Primary packing cost. Primary packing cost. Let's understand what is this primary packing. When I buy a bottle of Pepsi, the bottle of Pepsi, when I'm buying, it comes in a plastic bottle. On top of the plastic bottle, do you see a label? Would you be okay to buy the bottle of Pepsi without the label? Assuming price, all mandatory information is there, one with label, one without label, price, MRP, everything is there. Are you okay to buy without label? Would you still prefer with label? Why? What is that label going to do? Brand Pepsi, everything is written. A small word is written, Pepsi, everything is written. That label which you see mostly is done to attract the customer. That plastic bottle which you see is to preserve the quality. Without the plastic bottle, I cannot sell the Pepsi. Without the label, I can still sell. It by just writing the mandatory information. But still as a customer, if you give me 2 bottles, 99% will pick the one with the label and maybe 5-7% may pick it without the label. That plastic bottle is called primary packing. Objective is to preserve the quality. That label is called secondary packing. Secondary packing is to attract the customer. Secondary packing is a selling and distribution over it. Secondary packing is a selling and distribution over it. My objective is to attract you. My objective is to attract you. How am I attracting? Maybe some cricketer photo could be there, or someone could be there, and suddenly a person gets attracted to the label. So I incur two types of packing cost. One is to preserve what? Quality. One is to preserve quality. Without primary packing, I can't sell any product. Secondary packing, not mandatory, but still many of us may do it. Still many of us may do it only with one objective, what? To attract the customer. I want to attract the customer, I'll do secondary packing. I just want to preserve the quality, I'll do primary packing. For example, I'm just buying some chips. There is a branded chips available. Unbranded just comes in a normal plastic cover. Maybe it is stapled. Both taste more or less similar, let's assume. But still people prefer the one with the brand being there, or one with some fancy labels being there. Those fancy labels and other things which you add on to a product are called as secondary packing. And the pure plastic cost, the pure plastic cover cost, will come under the category of the primary packing, will come under the category of primary packing. Without primary packing, I cannot sell a product. Without secondary packing, possible, but I may still try to do some fancy things on the product, because in the current scenario I need to make it attractive. I need to make it attractive, otherwise very difficult for me to sell. Very difficult for me to sell. So to attract customer, I may do some fancy things. Clear? Understood? Any doubts on this? So primary packing, all this is covered in concept book. Wherever I want to give some notes, I'll give in the initial part. Later I'll tell you where it is covered at different places. So primary packing is what purpose? To preserve the quality. And secondary packing is what purpose? Attract the customer. So if you look at our concept book, we would have covered this here. Primary packing, secondary packing. Primary packing does what? Preserves quality. Preserves quality. This is a separate item in my cost sheet. There is a separate line item in the cost sheet. This is for attracting or redistribution, selling and distribution over it. Selling and distribution over it. Any doubts on this? Fourth item. Three items we have written. Earlier, primary packing was part of direct material. Earlier, primary packing cost was part of the direct material. Now ICI says, no, separate line item I want. I want a separate line item. Admin overheads relating to production. Admin overheads relating to production. Admin overheads relating to production. What is admin overheads relating to production is? Administration team plays a helping role. They help manufacturing team, they help the marketing team, or they may be doing something which is not even helping them, but some general work also, like finance and accounts. Exactly, they may not be helping. If you can find the cost exactly in helping the production, team, write it separately. If you cannot find, then just admin overheads. Where will it come? I'll explain in some time. If you can exactly find how much is for manufacturing, write separately. If somebody says, no, I cannot exactly find, then leave it. You cannot exactly find, ignore it, and it will come as a separate item later. If you can exactly find how much is for manufacturing, it goes separately. How much is for manufacturing? Because they play a helping role. What is a helping role? They have to help the production team as well as the sales team, or may perform a general role. What is general role? Finance and accounts. You need a finance and accounts team. There may be not exactly helping manufacturing, exactly helping sales, but they do perform a role. Next, less. One expense alone, less. Credit for recoveries or scrap. Credit for recoveries or scrap. Credit for recoveries or scrap. When I do manufacturing, manufacturing, sometimes some product will have some scrap in the process. Example, I'm manufacturing shirt. I cut cotton. Some cotton will get wasted. Cotton cuttings will be there. Small pieces will be there. You club all of those small pieces together, and if you can sell those pieces and get some money out of it, get some money out of it. Those cotton cuttings, small pieces, may be useful in something else. Maybe somebody is doing bed manufacturing, and if he can use those cotton small pieces, maybe I will sell it to him and get very small amount, very meager amount I may get by selling what? Scrap. By selling the scrap in my manufacturing process, or recoveries out of the manufacturing process. Small pieces will be there. If at all I can sell and get something out of it, it is called what? Credit for recoveries or scrap. Credit for recoveries or scrap. If at all small pieces are there, if at all small pieces are there, please go ahead and sell it. Go ahead and sell it. Clear? Any doubts on this? Able to understand this? This total is called cost of production. Cost of production means all cost incurred to manufacture the product. More or less very similar to factory cost. When I was a student, factory cost was called cost of production. When I was a student, that time this 5 in between categories were not there. All these 5 were there, but they were coming above factory cost itself. Above factory cost itself at different places. Quality control was called as factory overhead. Research and development was also called factory overhead. Primary packing was called as direct material. Admin overhead relating to production may go under the production cost, and credit for recoveries or scrap may be reduced somewhere. But now they say, no, you have to separately write this. You have to separately write these 5 items. If you find any of these 5 items in the question, no classifying them into those 6 category. Everything else will be classified either under one of those 6. What are the 6? Direct material, direct labor, direct expense, factory overhead, selling and distribution overhead, administration overhead. Till now we have done 4 of that. Direct material return, direct labor return, direct expense return, and then what? Factory overheads return. Any doubts on this? After cost of production, add opening stock of FG, opening stock of FG, opening stock of FG, opening stock of FG. What is opening stock of FG? FG means units completed. Units completed. Raw material means units yet to even start. Work in progress in between. Work in progress we adjusted. Raw material we adjusted at the top. Now comes the opening stock of FG less closing stock of G. Opening stock of FG, closing stock of FG. From the production, if you adjust the stock, production, adjust the stock, any idea what will come? Production plus the stock minus the stock will be what? Any idea? Goods sold. It is basically the goods sold. I produced 10,000, add some opening stock, have some closing stock, balance is the goods sold. Balance is the goods sold. So this is called cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold. Add opening FG, less closing FG. We get what? Cost of goods sold. After the goods sold is calculated, we have this another 2 category which is still pending. One is your administration overhead and selling and distribution overhead. Below this, right, general administration overhead, general admin overhead. If it's specifically related to manufacturing, take it to the top. All other admin overhead are no clarity, take it here. You have no clarity on whether it is related to manufacturing, not related to manufacturing, no problem. You know, you don't have clarity, write it as general admin overhead. Write it as general admin overhead. You have no clarity, write it as what? General admin overhead. You have clarity, take it to the top if possible. Else write it as what? General admin overhead. Last category, selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. This will give us cost of sales. Cost of sales. Selling and distribution overhead, cost of sales. Clear? Profit, finally profit and sales. Profit is a balancing figure. Profit is a balancing figure. Cost of sales. Cost of sales means everything included. Cost of sales is everything included in the company, and profit is obviously the balancing figure, and we get the sales. We get the sales. Any doubts on this? Clear? Any doubts till this? Understood this? Okay, I wait for a minute. You go through the format. We go through the format again. Then maybe we get into question solving and other things. You go through the format. I'll wait for a minute. Go through the format. Okay, let's understand the format again. No need to see the format. We started with what? Direct material. Participate. We started with direct material. What's the first thing we wrote? Opening stock of raw material, add purchases of raw material, add incidental expenses of purchase, less closing stock of raw material. This gave me an outer column figure, which is technically called raw material consumed, which is technically called raw material consumed. After that, what did we write? Direct labor. After that, direct expenses. Direct labor, direct expenses. Total of this was called prime cost. Total of this was called prime cost. After prime cost, we had factory overheads. Factory overheads, called it as gross factory cost or works cost. Gross factory cost or works cost. We adjusted an item called add opening work in progress, less closing work in progress. We got what? Net works cost or factory cost. Net works cost or factory cost. Then came some 5 line items which were not earlier there but has come now. What are the 5 line items? Quality control cost, research and development cost, primary packing cost, admin overhead relating to production, less credit for recoveries or scrap. Credit for recoveries or scrap. And we got an item called as cost of production. Cost of production. After that, add opening FG, less closing FG. Add opening FG, less closing FG. We got cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold. Then we adjusted an item called selling and distribution overhead, general admin overhead, cost of sales, profit or loss, whatever it is, and then comes the sales. Any doubts till this? Clear? Understood rules till now? Can we proceed? Any doubts on the classification? Done? Okay. Now onwards, whatever I say, you need not keep writing it unless you want to make some running notes, you can make it. Okay. Otherwise, most of it will be covered in my concept book. Whatever I gave now is also covered in the book, but that got covered in the theory segment. Whatever I gave till now is covered in our material. Ideally, I don't know, the first chapter alone I missed by adding here. Ideally, whatever we wrote should have been part of the concept book, but by mistake, it's there in the book, but it got added in this segment. I'll show you now. Classification A, direct cost, indirect cost. Cost is directly and economically identified with the unit of production. Cost which is not a direct cost. Directly means instantly or spontaneously. Economically means cost of identifying something should be what? Cost effective. Cost effective means benefit of that information should be more than the cost of acquiring the information. I cannot say I want this, I want this, I want this. If I keep asking too much information, I need 1 employee, 2 employee, 3 employee, 4 employee, 5 employee. I cannot track so many things. Cloth, direct cost. Leather, direct cost. Thread, indirect. Thread is a indirect cost. Then second classification, material cost, labor cost, expenses. What is material cost? Physical thing. What is labor cost? Reward to your workers. What is expenses? Residuary category. Residuary means something which is not a material cost, something which is not a labor cost. Then we saw classification C, related to manufacturing factory, related to marketing and administration, which is a residuary. Residuary means something which is not a factory cost, something which is not a marketing cost, which is not a factory cost, which is not a marketing cost, will go under the category of your administration, or technically a residuary category. Direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, factory overheads, selling and distribution overheads, administration overhead. Some examples for us. Direct material example, cost of material, freight inwards. What is freight inwards? Cost incurred to bring the material to the factory, because freight is incurred for bringing the material. Insurance and other expenditure directly attributed to procurement. To procure the material, you pay some insurance charges and all. If at all any discounts are there, maybe I can subtract them also. Some discounts they give. Duties and taxes. Duties and taxes is you sometimes will pay GST, sometimes you'll pay some other indirect tax. In indirect tax, you will learn this, that there's something called as input tax credit and not an input tax credit. If you have input tax credit, you learn this later at some point of time, but the concept is very simple. You paid fees to Bharadwaj Institute. Whatever fees you paid also had a GST component. You cannot get any credit on the GST which you paid. You cannot go to the government and tell them to refund the GST paid. So for you, GST is an expense. If I pay to Bharadwaj Institute, I have a GST registration personally. If I pay some amount and there is a GST component, I can take credit for that GST component, then it is not an expense. Then it is not a expense. The GST which we pay, sometimes you can claim credit, sometimes you cannot claim credit. For example, Bharadwaj Institute pays me with the GST because I'm not an employee there. I am a consultant kind of a role I have been taken. So they pay me with GST. Whatever GST they pay me, they take credit for that from the government. They take credit for that from the government. So for them, GST is not an expense, but for you, GST is an expense. So if you have paid any expense and you cannot take credit, then it becomes part of what? Expenses. These are direct labor example. Wages and salaries of my employee, allowances and incentive which I give to my employee, payment for overtime if I do them, any bonus I pay them, any ex gratia I pay them, employer contribution to various scheme like provident fund, similar fund, other benefits, medical, leave with pay, subsidized food, leave travel concession, anything which I do for my employees, who are into manufacturing, not for other employees. If you are part of finance and accounts team, you can't come here. These are set of employees who are doing what? Manufacturing of the product. Example, tailor tailor can come in my example. You are part of some office in, you are a chartered accountant and you are working in the corporate office. Your salary can't come under direct employee. Your salary can't come under direct employee. Direct employee are those people who have a role in manufacturing of the shirt. You don't have any role in manufacturing of the shirt, you will not be part of the direct employee. Whatever I pay them, wages, allowances, overtime, bonus, provident fund, other contribution, everything I give them will form part of this. This is your chapter 2 of the material. Direct material is a separate chapter. Material is a separate chapter, chapter 2. This is chapter 3. Direct labor is a separate chapter, later discussion. Initially we are just learning a broad idea. Material is a separate chapter, labor is a separate chapter, which is chapter 3 of our material. This is also part of chapter 3, very small discussion. Chapter 3 is called employee cost and direct expense. Employee cost and direct expense. What are the example? Power and fuel, royalty, hire charges, technical assistance. Lot of items are there. Anything which you can directly identify. For example, I'll give a classic example. Maruti car is manufactured. Every Maruti car they manufacture, they have to pay some royalty to the partner called Suzuki, which is a Japanese company. You have to pay some royalty to them for every car which is manufactured. That royalty is part of a direct expense because every car has that, but it's not physical item. It is not reward to my employee. It is not a reward to my employee. Anything which can be directly identified. If you can directly identify power and fuel cost, directly identify royalty cost, directly identify hire charges, directly identify technical assistance charges, directly identify molds, patterns, patent, multiple items are there which you can identify with the end product, will form part of the direct cost. Come to page 172, 172 of the concept book. This is in the theory section. Mostly we'll only focus on the initial concepts. This chapter I need some part of the theory section also to be seen. Page 172. Page 172. I give you around 2 minutes. You read all of these items. Any item you need extra explanation, let me know. Why not this category? Why something else? If you have doubt, then let me know. Multiple categories are there. Read every item. You will find some 40-50 expenses there. you will see a lot of categories of cost. Maybe you could have seen this as part of your trial balance, but this is how costing does the classification of the same items. Multiple categories are there. Some of it, as we do questions, you'll understand. But if at all any specific item you have a doubt or you want to understand, let me know. I explain that specific item. Else, as we do questions, you'll understand it. Any specific item you need any explanation in this, just go through everything, just read it once, just to get a feeler of how costs are classified. Go through all the categories. Clear? Any doubts on the categories? Done? Okay, let's take a break of 10 minutes. Let's continue with this. So we have learned the format of cost sheet. We have learned different categories, looked at certain expenses, and we just need to know some rules of this cost sheet. And once that is in place, maybe we can start practicing some problems around it. Now I go back to the area where concepts are there. Let's understand certain rules. First is, what is gross profit and what is net profit? Like you do in a trading account, this is page 53. Now onwards, we'll only focus on the concept related area. Page 53. Let's understand what is gross profit, what is net profit. In our financial accounting, trading account gives us gross profit, P&L account gives us net profit. Here, sales minus the COGS. We calculate one COGS in between. If you calculate COGS, that subtraction is called gross profit. Maybe even in your financial accounting, COGS was called as opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock, some other expenses, all that. So COGS, if we are calculating, sales minus COGS is called gross profit, and sales minus the cost of sales. Sales minus the cost of sales is called net profit. Gross profit sales minus COGS, net profit sales minus cost of sales. This is first point which you need to know. Second point, what is cost of goods available for sale? Now what is available for sale is whatever I produce plus the opening stock. Whatever I produce plus the opening stock is technically available for selling. Production plus the opening stock. I am ready to sell all these products. Production as well as the opening stock is available for sale. In this, we can also say available for sale is can be broken down as what is sold and what is unsold. What is sold and opening stock plus the production is available for sale. What is sold is called COGS. What is unsold is called closing stock. What is unsold is called closing stock. So production plus what? Opening FG. Production plus opening FG. Production plus opening FG is available for sale. Available for sale means I can sell it. Production plus what? Opening FG. Opening FG is what? Available for sale. In this available for sale, some is sold, some is unsold. Some part is sold, some part is unsold. Some part is sold and some part is unsold. Sold part is called cost of goods sold. Unsold part is called closing stock. So theoretically, this plus this For example, this is 1 lakh, second number is 10,000, third number is minus 20,000, fourth number is 90,000. Okay, 1 lakh plus 10 or 20 plus 90 will match. 1 lakh plus 10,000 or 20,000 plus 90,000, theoretically both are same. Goods available for sale means production plus the opening stock. Production plus the opening stock, or what is sold plus what is unsold. What is sold plus what is unsold. They may use a term called goods available for sale. Third concept, sometimes they may give you this units, opening stock units, or the production units, or the unit sold units, or the closing stock. Out of the four, three will be there. Fourth one could be missing figure and I need units. I need units. So theoretically, debit side equal to credit side. What is debit side? Opening stock and production are purchases. We don't use the word purchases, we use the word production. Opening stock plus production units is equal to sales plus closing stock units. Sales plus closing stock. Debit side equal to credit side. Debit side equal to credit side. Why do I need this? Question may have opening stock units, production units, closing stock units. I want sales units for some purpose. You want units? Please calculate it. Question has units sold. Question has closing stock units. Question has opening stock units. I need production units for some purpose. Use the formula. Or you need closing stock units. Use the formula. Or you need opening stock units. Use the formula. Opening stock plus production is equal to what? Units sold plus closing stock. Units sold plus closing stock. Opening stock plus production is equal to what? Units sold plus closing stock. These concept will be using at different places. So I'm trying to first give a broad overview of the concept. Next one, labor can be broken down as productive labor, non-productive labor. Non-productive means doesn't mean he's not working. Productive means he is involved in manufacturing. Non-productive means he is involved in other than manufacturing. Is involved in other than manufacturing. For example, in a factory, there will be a person called storekeeper. What does a storekeeper do? He keeps track of the raw material. He is not into manufacturing. He is at the factory, but his job is to collect raw material from the supplier, issue raw material for manufacturing. Collect and issue. He is just performing a role of collecting the raw material and what? Issuing the raw material. Collecting the raw material and issuing the raw material. He is not involved. He is not involved into manufacturing of the product. So if you pay anything to the storekeeper, it will be called as non-productive cost. Non-productive means indirect. Non-productive is indirect. So this will become direct labor. This will become factory overhead. This will become factory overhead. If you are not involved in manufacturing, but at the factory, not involved in manufacturing, but still you are there at the factory. Because I cannot say for a shirt there will be storekeeper salary. I can say for a shirt there will be tailor salary. Tailor salary understood, but storekeeper salary I cannot understand for a shirt manufacturing. So, but I may incur a storekeeper salary also. His job is to collect raw material, issue raw material, collect the raw material and issue the raw material. So, whatever you are paying to the storekeeper, it is called non-productive labor. Whatever you are paying to the person who is involved in manufacturing, it's called productive labor. Productive is called direct, non-productive is called indirect. Indirect means overhead. Indirect will become overhead. Where is this guy sitting? Mostly at the factory. Mostly at the factory. So it become what? Factory overhead. Also, one rule is the word labor is related to factory. The word salary is normally related to non-workers. Normally, salary, the word salary has a different meaning. The word labor has a different meaning, or wages has a different meaning. Salaries has a different meaning. As such, both are same only. Maybe in your trading P&L, if they use the word wages and salaries, you put one place. Salaries and wages you put at some other place. Something like that also comes in costing. So we have learned productive labor, non-productive labor. Productive labor goes under direct labor. Non-productive labor goes under indirect labor or factory overhead. Okay. Reward to providers of capital. What is reward to providers of capital is to do manufacturing, I need some money. Money can come from multiple people. Equity shareholder can give you money, preference shareholder can give you money, or interest can also be taken in the form of a long-term loan. I can take long-term loan, I can take preference shareholder money, I can take equity shareholder money. Is it mandatory for us to pay equity dividend? Is it mandatory? Participate, is it mandatory? No. Preference dividend mandatory? Depends on whatever the terms say, but mostly mandatory. Interest mandatory? Yes. Now what happened is there are two companies doing same work. First company same work, second company same work. First company cost is higher because it pays interest. Second company cost is lower because it doesn't pay equity dividend. First company has borrowing, second company has equity. Second company has equity, first company has borrowing, second company has equity. Equity dividend not mandatory to pay, interest is mandatory to pay. Interest is mandatory to pay. Costing says just because of this reason, you cannot say first company has a higher cost and bad, second company has lower cost and good. If cost is lower, it means second company is better. Cost is higher, first company is bad. But costing is now saying the only reason is because one company could bring own money, another company could not bring own money. Because of this reason, I cannot say the first company is good in manufacturing, because ultimately I want to know whether they are good in manufacturing or not. Cost I calculate. Ultimately, end objective is to compare the cost if at all possible. In this comparison, one company doesn't have dividend cost, another company has interest cost. Costing says any reward you pay to the providers of capital, whoever provides capital, equity guy provides capital, ignore in the cost sheet. What will you ignore? Equity dividend. Preference guys, preference dividend ignore. Interest again ignore. Interest again ignore. You have to ignore the reward paid to the providers of capital. Reward paid to the providers of capital. If you consider, then we may penalize one company and we may reward one company just because it is debt funded. Debt means borrowing taken or equity taken. Only one exception is there. This interest which you pay, question will say it is related to equity fund or long term fund. Equity fund or long term funds, ignore it. It is equity or long term funds, ignore it. If it is other fund means some short term purpose, you take some money. In that case, whatever interest you pay will form part of the cost sheet. Why does it form also? I'll explain. First concept is ignore the money paid to providers of capital. Money paid to providers of capital. Who provides capital? Equity guys provide capital, preference guys provide capital, and even debenture holders provide capital. The term capital means long term money. This is the meaning in financial management. You will learn there. The term capital means what? Long term money. Long term means this is for a very longer period, more than a year. Any reward you pay to these people, ignore in cost accounting. Ignore in cost accounting. Any reward paid to whom? Providers of capital. Who are providers of capital? Equity shareholder, preference shareholder, debenture holder. Equity shareholder, preference shareholder, debenture holder, ignore it. But some sudden urgent requirement comes, or from short term purpose you borrow money. If at all you borrow any money for a short term purpose, that could be an efficiency or inefficiency of that company. See, long term purpose, proper planning done, I have taken money. Long term money, costing says ignore it, because that will be incurred by everyone. Could be in the form of equity dividend, could be in the form of preference dividend, could be in the form of debenture interest. If at all you need something in between urgently, it means there is some problem with your company. If you need something urgent in between, which is not a long term money, some issue with your company, if there is some problem with your company, let it get reflected in higher cost per unit. Let it get reflected in higher cost per unit. If I have higher cost as compared to my competitor, it means there is some problem with my company. There is some problem with my company. If I have lower cost, then there is something good about my company. But that lower cost should not be because I paid equity dividend, he paid interest. That reason can't be there. But the reason can be that he by mistake has paid lot of interest on short term borrowing. Sudden requirements he is having, and he keeps borrowing it. That is his problem. That is his problem. That will be reflected where? In the cost per unit. That will be reflected in the cost per unit. So other funds, if you borrow, not related to what? Equity or long term, not related to equity or long term, this will be considered in the cost sheet as a separate line item below what? Selling overhead, you complete everything. Then write one special item called interest and finance charges. Interest and finance charges in bracket, not related to equity funds. Not related to equity funds, are not related to long term funds. Not related to equity funds, are not related to long term funds. That will form part of the cost sheet. That will form part of the cost sheet. Able to understand this? Any doubts in this? Clear? If it's related to long term funds, what is related to long term funds? Equity guys, preference guys, long term loans, all these are ignored. All these are ignored where? In the cost sheet. All these are ignored in the cost sheet. Any doubts in this? Next point we have already discussed, packing. Primary packing, secondary packing. Primary packing preserves quality, which is separate item in the cost sheet. Secondary packing is used for distribution or attracting the customer, selling and distribution over it. Then comes freight. Freight, we have two types. Freight inwards can be there, freight outwards can be there. Carriage inwards can be there, carriage outwards can be there. Inwards is related to raw material, outwards is normally related to what? Finished product. Inwards is related to raw material and outward is related to finished product. Inward part of direct material cost, outward part is part of selling and distribution over it. In your financial accounting, inwards goes to trading account, outwards goes to P&L account. Inwards goes to trading account, outwards goes to P&L account. Here inwards form part of direct material cost and outwards form part of selling and distribution over it. Selling and distribution over it. And last part, income tax. Costing focuses to calculate the cost of a product or a service. After calculating the cost, if I compare with the sales, I may generate some profit. Focus of costing is just to calculate cost. We are not bothered whether profit is there or not there. So costing says income tax which you pay is not part of the cost. Income tax which we pay is not part of the cost. Income tax may come if you make a profit. If you make a profit, pay tax, all that financial accounting. I am not bothered about that in cost accounting. I am not really bothered about that item in the cost accounting. In cost accounting, my focus is only on calculating, the cost. Profit is just a balancing figure for me. Profit is just a balancing figure. I am not really interested in calculating what? In calculating the profit of a product or a service. And in fact, cost sheet which we prepare is not at a company level. One Pepsi company can prepare a cost sheet for Pepsi. They may prepare a cost sheet for Lays. They may prepare a cost sheet for another product. They may prepare a cost sheet for another product. Cost sheet is not for company. Cost sheet is for a specific product or a service. Bharadwaj Institute can prepare a cost sheet for CA inter classes, a cost sheet for CA final classes, a cost sheet for CA foundation classes, a cost sheet for CMA inter classes. I can prepare different cost sheet. Clear? Any doubts till this? Understood? So we learnt certain rules here. What is the formula for gross profit? Participate, don't look at that. Gross profit, what is the formula? Sales minus cost of goods sold. Net profit formula. Sales minus cost of sales. Cost of goods available for sale formula. Opening stock plus cost of production, or cost of goods sold plus closing stock. Units reconciliation, we had a formula. What is in the left hand side? Opening stock plus what? Production plus production is equal to what? Sales plus closing stock. Labor is of two types. What are the two types? Productive labor, non-productive labor. Where does productive labor go? Direct labor. Non-productive labor, indirect labor, called as factory overhead. Then we saw reward to providers of capital. Capital can come from whom? Equity, guys. What do you pay equity, guys? Equity dividend, ignore. Money can come from preference. What do you pay preference, guys? Preference dividend, ignore. Money can come from debt, guys. What do you pay? Interest. This debt, is it long term funds, are technically called as equity funds. They may use the term equity fund also. Long term fund are equity fund, and non long term. Long term or equity funds, what should I do? Ignore. Non equity funds, separate line item after what? Selling and distribution overhead. After selling and distribution overhead. Freight inwards, what should we do? Direct material. Freight outwards, selling and distribution overhead. Primary packing, separate line item. Secondary packing, selling and distribution overhead. Income tax, ignored in our analysis. Any doubts on this? Okay, what is gross profit? Again, what is gross profit? Participate, everyone has to participate. What is gross profit? Sales minus cost of goods sold. What is gross profit? Sales minus cost of goods sold. Sales minus cost of goods sold. What is net profit? Sales minus cost of sales. 3 times participate. Sales minus cost of sales. Sales minus cost of sales. What is the formula for cost of goods available for sale? Opening stock plus cost of production. Opening stock plus cost of production. Opening stock plus cost of production. RR. What is the other formula? Closing stock plus cost of goods sold. Closing stock plus cost of goods sold. Closing stock plus cost of goods sold. How do you calculate the units? Opening stock plus production. Opening stock plus production equal to what? Sales plus closing stock. Opening stock plus production equal to sales plus closing stock. Participate. Opening stock plus production equal to sales plus closing stock. What are the two types of labor? Productive labor, non-productive labor. Productive labor, non-productive labor. Productive labor is classified as what? Direct labor. Productive labor is classified as direct labor. Non-productive labor, indirect labor, factory overheads. Indirect labor, factory overheads. Providers of capital. Money can come from whom? Equity, guys. What do you pay equity, guys? Equity dividend. What should I do with equity dividend? Ignore in cost sheet. What do I pay? Next to money can come from preference. What do I pay preference, guys? Preference dividend. What do we do in cost sheet? Ignore. Money can come from the third category. What is it? Debt. Debt, guys, can give money. What do you pay to the debt, guys? Interest. What do we pay to the debt, guys? Interest. What do we pay to the debt, guys? Interest. Interest is of two category. What are the two category? Interest related to long term funds or equity funds. Interest related to others. Long term funds are equity funds. Others. Long term funds are equity funds. What should I do with long term funds or equity funds? Ignore. Others, separate line item. Separate line item after what? After the cost of sale. That is after the selling and distribution overhead, as part of what? Cost of sales. As part of cost of sales. What are the two types of packing? Primary packing and secondary packing. What is the purpose of primary packing? Preserve the quality. Preserve the quality. What is the purpose of secondary packing? Attract or for distribution. Attract or distribution. What is distribution? The bottle of Pepsi. I want to sell one Pepsi bottle. I will put it and sell it to you. I want to transfer from Chennai to Bombay some 10,000 bottles. I will pack maybe 20 bottles or 30 bottles in one box. 20 or 30 bottles together would be packed in a box. That extra box is called secondary packing. That extra box is also called secondary packing. I may pack it in an extra box or extra plastic cover on top of it and then transfer That extra cost is also called as what? Secondary packing. Where will primary packing go? Separate line item. Separate line item. Where will secondary packing go? Selling and distribution overhead. Freight is related to two things. What are the two things? Freight inwards, freight outwards. Freight inwards, freight outwards. Inwards is related to what? Raw material. Where do you classify? Direct material. Outwards is related to finished product. Where will it go? Selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. On the profit we pay what? Income tax. On the profit we pay income tax. Costing says we ignore profit. We also ignore the income tax on profit. We also ignore the income tax on profit. Any doubts till this? Clear? Understood certain rules? Any doubts on this? Let's revise the format of the cost sheet. What is the format of cost sheet started with? Participate. Everyone has to say direct material. Direct material. In the direct material, what were we writing first? Opening stock of raw material. Opening stock of raw material. After that, add purchases. Purchases of raw material. What is the next thing? Add incidental expenses of purchase. Incidental expenses of purchase. What is the next thing? Less closing stock of raw material. Closing stock of raw material. This amount will go to the outer column. What is the next thing we write? Direct labor. Direct labor. What is the next thing? Direct expenses. Total of all of this is called prime cost. What is the next thing? Add factory overheads. What are the other name for factory overheads? Works overhead, manufacturing overhead, production overhead. Many names can be used. Total of factory overheads is called what? Gross factory cost or gross works cost or gross manufacturing cost, gross production cost. Different names can be used. After that, what do we have? Add opening work in progress less closing work in progress. Add opening work in progress less closing work in progress. We get what? Net works cost or net factory cost or production cost. Different name. After that, 5 line items were there. What were those? Quality control cost, research and development cost, primary packing cost, admin overhead relating to production. Admin overhead relating to production. And then what? Credit for recoveries or scrap. Credit for recoveries or scrap. What do we get out of this? Cost of production. Add what? Opening FG less closing FG. We get what? Cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold. After getting the cost of goods sold, we had two more items. What are they? General and administrative overhead. Then we had what? Selling and distribution overhead. We got what? Cost of sales, profit and sales. Profit and sales. Any doubts till this? Clear? This is the format and these were certain rules. Now, in our concept book, below the concept, you will find lot of MCQ examples. This is not to write exam MCQ answers. This is just to test the clarity of concept. You have understood something or not, you will get clarity by solving the MCQ question. What will we do with MCQ question as we proceed? I'll tell you. As of now, I'm not looking at the MCQ below this. So we are done with first concept of this chapter, which is a format of cost sheet. Before I do question, I need to still discuss one more concept, and maybe in the next session we start problem solving. Method of valuation of closing stock. That is, some question may want me to value the closing stock. So how do I value the closing stock? We are going to understand it now. In your financial accounting, you could have learned there are two methods. One is your FIFO method. Second is your weighted average cost method. Third one could be LIFO method, which we are not bothered. Mostly we don't follow a LIFO method. Accounting standard has restriction. We don't follow LIFO method. We only focus on FIFO method and which method? Weighted average cost method. FIFO method has an implied assumption. It has an implied assumption that whatever closing stock is there, it only comes from the current year manufacturing. It only comes from the current year manufacturing. Why this assumption? FIFO says you had opening stock. Whenever sales happened, first you sold entire opening stock, then only you sold the current year manufacturing. First you sold the entire opening stock, then you sold the current year manufacturing. First you sold the entire opening stock, then you sold the current year manufacturing. First you sold the opening stock, then you sold the current year manufacturing. Current year manufacturing. So FIFO method has an assumption that opening stock is sold first, then we sold what? Current year manufacturing. So if something is there as closing stock, it would have come only from the production. It would have come only from the production. Weighted average cost assumes that maybe something comes from opening stock, something comes from current year manufacturing. We don't know. It can come from opening stock. It can also come from current year manufacturing. It can come from opening stock. It can also come from current year manufacturing, because under weighted average assumption is not that opening stock is sold first. That assumption is not there. FIFO method has this assumption that opening stock is sold first. Opening stock is sold first. Weighted average doesn't have that assumption. Weighted average doesn't have that assumption that what? Opening stock has to be sold first. So let us see how do we value. Now write in your notebook example 12. This example we will do to understand this. Example 12. Write in your notebook example 12. There's a formula. Let's not worry about the formula. Example 12. Example 12. Now let's see. Cost of production is 40 lakh. How will cost of production come in the question is, you will have to do all the calculation, direct material, direct labor, direct expense, prime cost, factory overhead. After all of that, cost of production is how much? 40 lakh. We have produced how many units? 10,000 units. Value of opening stock is 5 lakh. Number of units of opening stock is 1000, and I have a closing stock of 5000 units. I have a closing stock of 5000 units. I have to value this closing stock under FIFO method, under weighted average cost method. Question did not give the value of the stock. It wants you to find out the value of the stock. This is one usual adjustment in cost sheet. The value is not given. You have to calculate. You have to calculate the value of the closing stock. Value of the closing stock. How do we calculate? Let us understand this now. Right. Right again. Cost of production. Example 12. Example 12. Example 12. Cost of production. Repeated. Cost of production. Cost of production. How much is the cost of production? 40 lakh for 10,000 units. 40 lakh for 10,000 units. For 10,000 units. 40 lakh for 10,000 units. Then opening stock. Opening stock. 5 lakh for 1,000 units. 5 lakh for 1,000 units. Closing stock, question mark, want to know the value, question mark for 5,000 units. I know the units, but I don't know the value. If you don't know the units also, then you'll use that formula. Opening stock plus production is equal to what? Sales plus closing stock, and you will get the units balancing figure. You'll get the units balancing figure. Units also you don't know, get balancing figure. Units you know, then I have to do valuation now. I have to do the valuation. FIFO method has its own rule. Weighted average cost method has its own rule. First, value under FIFO method. Value under FIFO method. Under FIFO method. Under FIFO method. Listen, under FIFO method, my assumption is this is fully sold. This is fully sold. Opening stock is always fully sold. The closing stock comes from where? Comes from the current year production. So rule is very simple. So I'll do the calculation. 40 lakh is for 10,000 units. What is for 5,000 units? 40 lakh is for 10,000 units. What is for 5,000 units? This is what we are trying to do. 40 lakh is for 10,000 units. How much should be there for 5,000 units? I'll give a formula and all, but logic is this. That this 5,000 is a sub part, is a sub part of which number? Of the 10,000, is a sub part of the 10,000 number. Now write a formula under FIFO method. Cost of production, cost of production divided by units produced into closing stock units, into closing stock units. Cost of production divided by units produced into closing stock units. The cost of production is 40 lakh for 10,000. 40 lakh for 10,000 into 5,000. 40 lakh for 10,000 into 5,000. 40 lakh is divided by 10,000 to get cost per unit. And now we multiply with how many units? 5,000 units. Listen, when we do a comprehensive problem, you may not know this 40 lakh directly. You will calculate in the cost sheet. You will calculate in the cost sheet. They may not give the units also. If they don't give units of production, again same formula. Closing stock plus sales is equal to opening stock plus production. One of them can become balancing. 3 out of 4 they will give. Now write 40 lakh divided by 40 lakh divided by what is the units produced? 10,000. What is the closing stock units? 5,000. Divided by 10,000 into 5,000. Divided by 10 into 5. Divided by 10 into 5. What is the value? As such, I don't need a formula also. Logic is 40 lakh equal to 10,000. How much is 5,000? 40 lakh equal to 10,000. How much is 5,000? But if you want to write a formula, I have given a formula also. This is under FIFO method. Next, value under weighted average cost method. Value under weighted average cost method. Value under weighted average cost method. Under weighted average cost method. Under the weighted average cost method, this closing stock may be from the production, may also be from the opening stock, may also be from the opening stock. I don't know. It could be from opening stock. It could be from current year manufacturing. So what they say is, in this 40 lakh, add the opening stock value. In the 10,000 units, add the opening stock units and then calculate the value. In the cost, add opening stock. In the units, add opening stock and then again multiply with the closing stock units to get the value under which method? Weighted average cost method. Under weighted average cost method. Reason why is this added? Because this closing could be from opening, could be from current year manufacturing. Listen, if I know exactly what is exactly of the 5,000, 1,000 comes from opening, 4,000 comes from current year, then opening will be valued at opening cost per unit and 4,000 will be valued at the current cost per unit. Weighted average says you don't know where it is coming from, where it is, because both got mixed together. Both got mixed together. From where is this unit coming? I have no idea. Could be from opening stock, could be from current year production. So the formula says, in the same formula, give me a minute, don't write it. Same formula, we will have to change a little bit. In the formula, we will add value of opening stock, value of opening stock. In the denominator, we will add units of opening stock, units of opening stock, units in the denominator, value in the numerator, production value in the numerator, units in the denominator. Both have to be added together. Once you add them together, you get the weighted cost per unit. You get the weighted cost per unit. Write the formula. Value under WAC method. Value under WAC method. Cost of production plus value of opening stock. Cost of production plus value of opening stock. Value of opening stock divided by units produced plus units of opening stock, multiplication same, closing stock units, multiplication same, closing stock units, closing stock units, closing stock units. What is the cost of production? 3 lakh. Value of opening stock, units produced, sorry, 10,000 units of opening stock. Once you divide this, we get a per unit number. Per unit number is called weighted average cost. Weighted average cost per unit multiplied with how many units? 10,000. This obviously will give a different answer than 20 lakh. The answer will be different than the 20 lakh number. What's the number you get? 20 lakh, 50, 20, 45, 450, 455. You'll have to round off properly. 450. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? Calculator is mandatory for the class. You haven't brought calculator. Next class onwards, mandatory calculator because it will involve lots and lots of computation. 20, 45, 455. 20, 45, 455. If I follow FIFO method, I may get a different profit. Weighted average cost method, again I may get a different profit because closing stock is different. If closing stock is different, our values are going to be different. Clear? Any doubts on this? Closing stock is different, values are going to be different. The COGS number will change, cost per unit number will change, everything can undergo a change. Any doubts on this here? Understood this? Understood the example? Clear? One more example. Let's see this example. Opening stock 4,000 units at rupees 20 per unit. Opening stock is 4,000 at 20 per unit. Current year is 16,000 at 22 per unit. Instead of giving the overall value, they have given per unit value at 22 per unit. Closing stock is 2,000 unit. What is the value of closing stock under which method? FIFO method and weighted average cost method. FIFO method and weighted average cost method. Let's write example 13. Example 13. Example 13. Value under FIFO method. Cost of production divided by units produced into closing stock units. Under FIFO method, cost of production units produced into closing stock units. Units produced into closing stock units. Cost of production is not directly given but almost there. Current year production, what they mentioned, 16,000 units at 22 per unit. When you multiply the two, you'll get the cost of production. 16,000 units at 22 per unit. So numerator cost of production 16,000 into 22 into 22. Denominator units produced. How many units are produced? Same 16,000. Basically 22 per unit is the value. 22 per unit is the closing stock value. 16,000 into 22 divided by same 16,000. Divided by same 16,000 into 22 divided by same 16,000. How many closing stock units are there? That's all. Multiply. 2000 into 22 divided by 16,000 into 2000 into 2000. What's the value? 44,000. FIFO method into 22 divided by 16,000 into 2000 into 22 divided by 16,000 into 2000. Any doubts in this? First was your FIFO method calculation. Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? Next, weighted average cost method. Let's write the formula first. Cost of production plus value of opening stock divided by units produced plus units of opening stock divided by units produced plus units of opening stock. Cost of production plus value of opening stock divided by units produced plus units of opening stock. Units produced plus units of opening stock into the closing stock units. Into the closing stock units. Into the closing stock units. Cost of production is how many units? 16,000 into 22. 16,000 into 20. Cost of production is 16,000 into 22. Opening stock something is given. What they mentioned? 4,000 units at 20 per unit. 4,000 units at 20 per unit. 20 per unit. Denominator, what should I do? Participate. Denominator 16,000 plus 4,000 multiplied with how many closing stock units? 2,000. This will obviously give a different answer. Into 2,000. This will obviously give a different answer. 16,000 into 22 plus 4,000 into 20 whole divided by 16 plus 4 whole divided by 16 plus 4 multiplied with 2,000 units. Multiplied with 2,000 units. What's the number you get? 43,100. Any doubts on this? 3,100. Another example which we have done. Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Okay. We have kind of understood how valuation is done. Lack of time because I cannot start a problem now. We are almost done with today's session. I'll quickly revise what we did. And next class onwards, we will start solving proper question. Format understood. Certain concepts we have understood. I wanted to start a problem, but time is not sufficient for us to start, and then because in 15 minutes, I'll not be able to do a question. First question will take us around 40-45 minutes. And as we proceed, we will keep reducing the amount of time. We learnt the format of the cost sheet. Tell me the format. It starts with what? Participate again. Direct. Okay, before this, we did a classification. Classification one was what? Relation to the end product. Relation to the end product. What is the classification? Direct cost, indirect cost. What is direct cost? Directly and economically identifiable with the end product. What is indirect cost? One which is not a direct cost. Second classification we did with what? Nature of cost. What were the three categories? Physical item material cost, reward to the workers labor cost, and expenses, which is a residuary category. Third was function or department. What were the three departments we decided? Manufacturing, selling and distribution, and administration. Manufacturing, selling and distribution, and administration. Three categories of cost we saw: manufacturing, selling and distribution, and administration cost. All these three categories. Then we clubbed the categories. Direct cost we clubbed with what? Material, labor, expenses. Called it as what? Direct material, direct labor, direct expense. Indirect we clubbed with again manufacturing. We called as manufacturing overhead, selling and distribution overhead, and the administration overhead. Then in the format we started with what? Direct material. We started with direct material. What is the starting point? Opening stock, add purchases, add incidental expenses, less closing stock, goes to the outer column. Then direct labor, then direct expenses. Then we got prime cost. After that, add factory overheads, gross works cost, add opening WIP, less closing WIP, net works cost or net factory cost. Net works cost or net factory cost. Then we had 5 line items: quality control, research and development, primary packing, admin overhead relating to production, credit for recoveries or scrap. Credit for recoveries or scrap. And this gave us something called as cost of production. After that, add opening FG, less closing FG. We got cost of goods sold. Then general and administrative overhead, selling and distribution overhead. We got what? Cost of sales, profit, sales. What is the formula for gross profit? Sales minus COGS. Net profit, sales minus cost of sales. What is cost of goods available for sale? Opening stock plus the cost of production, or closing stock plus the COGS. Closing stock plus the COGS. What is the units equation we saw? Opening stock plus production equal to sales plus closing stock unit. Opening stock plus production equal to sales plus closing stock. What are the two types of labor we have? Productive, non-productive. Productive is direct labor, non-productive is a indirect factory overhead. Indirect factory overhead. Who provides money to a business? Three people. Who are there? Equity guys, equity dividend ignored. Preference guys, preference dividend ignored. Debentures, interest normally ignored. Normally means related to long term or equity funds. Related to other funds means considered in the calculation. Considered in the calculation. Clear? Any doubts till that? Then we saw packing. There were two types of packing: primary packing, secondary packing. Primary packing, separate line item. Secondary packing, selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. Then we saw the next classification, where we saw one on income tax. What we learned in income taxes, basically this is a part of the profits. Profit calculation is not my focus in this costing. So any profit you earn and any tax you pay on that does not form part of the cost. Freight was classified into two categories. What are those? Freight inwards, freight outwards. Inwards is related to raw material. Inwards is related to raw material. Outwards is related to finished goods. Inwards will go under where? Direct material. Outwards will go to selling and distribution. Then we learnt about inventory valuation. What are the two methods we follow? FIFO method, weighted average cost method. Value of closing stock under FIFO method. Under FIFO method is what? Cost of production divided by units produced. Cost of production divided by units produced into what? Opening stock units. Into opening stock, sorry, close into closing stock units. Into closing stock units. Weighted average cost method, what we did? Cost of production plus the opening stock value divided by units produced plus the opening stock units multiplied with the closing stock units. Multiplied with the closing stock units. Any doubts on this? Every class, before we start the next day class, I will revise. But you also need to do one thing. Either before the class. Before the class means you have to be in by at least 6:20, 6:25. If you can do before the class, you have to do this before the class, or the day before, whenever time is available. Whichever concept we cover, you have to revise that and come. So today we have covered concept 1 from the concept book. From the concept book only concept book, no theory book, nothing you have to see. Concept 1 you have to read once fully, and concept 2 you have to read once fully. As I keep explaining more, then I'll tell you when MCQ is to be solved and all. Concept 1, concept 2, you will do this once before the next session. Tomorrow we don't have a class. So concept 1 and concept 2 before my Thursday morning session, you either see at 6:20, 6:25, I leave it to you, or you see day before the class, but you have to spend 5 minutes. Only 5 to 10 minutes I want before the class for you to spend. Any doubts? Clear? Done. We'll end with this. Thank you, friends.
Good morning, friends. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. We were doing an area called cost sheet. Let's quickly revise what we did there. We learned that cost sheet is basically a statement which is going to calculate the cost of a product or a service And in this, we learned that there are three-way classification of cost. What is the classification one? Classification in relation to the end product. What were the two classification? Direct cost and indirect cost. The second classification was by nature of cost, where we had what? Material cost, labor cost, expenses. The third category we looked at was by function, where we had production function, sales function, and support function, which is called administration. We clubbed the direct cost with the second classification and made what? Direct material, direct labor, direct expense. Indirect was clubbed with various function, and we called it as what? Indirect manufacturing, which is called manufacturing overheads, selling and distribution overheads, and administration overhead. This was the broad classification of the cost. After this classification was done, we started with the format of a cost sheet. In the format, we started with what? Direct material. In direct material, we have what? Opening stock, add purchases, less closing stock, add incidental expenses in between. You get material consumed, which goes to the outer column. Then what? Direct labor, direct expenses. We get prime cost, add factory overheads, gross works cost, add opening WIP, less closing WIP, we get net works cost. After this, we had 5 line items: primary packing, research and development, quality control, admin overhead relating to production, credit for recoveries or scrap, we get cost of production, add then what? Opening FG, less closing FG, cost of goods sold. After that, we had general and administrative overhead, selling and distribution overhead, cost of sales, profit, sales. Then we learned there are certain items related to the cost sheet. We learned about one, what is gross profit? What is the meaning of gross profit? Sales minus cost of goods sold. Net profit, sales minus cost of sales. We also learned cost of goods available for sale, which is either the debit side part, which is opening stock plus cost of production, or the credit side part, which is sold plus unsold, COGS plus the closing stock. Units reconciliation can also be done in the same way, which is opening stock plus production is equal to closing stock plus sales. Then we learned labor can be classified into two category: productive labor, non-productive labor. Productive labor is part of direct labor. Non-productive labor is basically classified as factory overheads. Then we also saw something called as reward for providers of capital. Capital can come from whom? Equity, debt, and preference. Equity, guys, we pay equity dividend, ignored. Preference, guys, we pay preference dividend, ignored. Debt, guys, we pay interest. If the debt is related to long-term capital, consider it, ignore it. And if it's related to non-long-term capital, in the cost sheet as a separate line item after what? Selling and distribution overhead. Packing, we learned there are two categories. What are the two categories? Primary packing, secondary packing. Primary packing is a separate line item. Secondary packing will be part of selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. Then we saw another element, which is your I'll just see what are the other elements. Okay, we saw freight we classified as freight inwards, freight outwards. Freight inwards is related to raw material, freight outward is related to the finished product. Raw material and finished product. Raw material related item, what we do is we are going to club it under the direct material expense. Outward will be a selling and distribution overhead. And distribution of profit in the form of income tax. We pay income tax, which is also ignored in our analysis. Then we learned there are two methods of inventory valuation. What are the two methods? FIFO method and weighted average cost method. FIFO method gave a formula as what? Cost of production divided by units produced into opening stock units, into closing stock units. And then we do the other method, which is your weighted average cost method, where cost of production plus the value of opening stock divided by units produced plus the opening stock units multiplied with the closing stock units. Now it took us around 5 minutes to revise this. Always before the class, I will try to revise
but you need to keep reading this multiple time. As you read these concepts multiple time, you will get grip on the concepts. Focus should be on understanding concepts, as well we'll do problem solving. Now I'm coming to the problem solving part, where you come to page 137. Page 137. Okay. Before I start question, I'll also tell you what we have done in the question bank, so that when you do your revision or other things, how you're going to use it. Certain questions like basic cost sheet, I've given a reference of the study material question. So at home, you can open the study material and put a tick on that illustration number 1, which means that question got completed. Many students have a habit of separately doing the study material. That's a habit with many students. So what happens is, I have given the reference number, you put a tick. Once you put a tick, you will get a satisfaction that okay, that question is covered from study material. Like this, when you start putting tick, everything will get ticked. All questions of your study material is almost covered, unless it's a very very basic type of a question. So at home, you can open ICI study material, put a tick. This is point number 1. Second, some question will have a word called practice question. There will be few question will say practice question. These are the set of question you should do at home, and you should send me a message in case you have any doubts or clarifications on those question. But otherwise, they are purely practice question, means some concepts we have learnt in the class, you have to apply those concepts at home, so that you are able to assess whether you can handle those concepts on your own or not. Answer is obviously available, but you need to only practice it, so that you get a grip. Okay, I'm understanding the concept, I'm not understanding the concept. It can be either ways. You may understand the concept, you may not understand the concept. So to get a grip on that, you will have to do those set of practice question. Third thing will be, some questions will have, just give me, will have a word called LDR. LDR are basically those set of question which you should prioritize during your revision phase. As you do your revision phase, it will not be all questions will be LDR. Some questions I would have marked LDR in every chapter. So LDR is last day revision, or basically revision type of question. So 3 classification will be there. One, nothing will be mentioned. Nothing is mentioned means we will do it in the class, but they could be very basic type of question. No major new learning will be there. So during your revision phase, you may do those question again if you wish to, or you may ignore those question also. But that is whenever you are doing your revision. Second, practice set of question which you need to keep doing along with the classes. As we do the question in the class, at home you need to complete those practice set of question, because unless you do on your own, because what is most critical in a subject like mine is you practicing on your own. In class we will do something, at home you will do the balance part. Once you do practice at home, things will become easier for you. Unless you practice on your own, you will not get grip, because grip will come only when you practice on your own. So there will be 2-3 things we do in our classes. One, I do certain questions along with you. Second, there are set of questions you do at home, and those LDR questions which are also done in the class. LDR questions are also done in the class, but LDR are those questions because, for example, some of you have done your group 1 classes. Now if you take any subject of your group 1, and if I tell you have to revise, for example, accounting subject, you have done 40-50 questions. You have to revise 40-50 questions again. Now it can become very challenging for students, which is where those LDR questions are marked. Those will assist you in understanding which are the important questions we have to do. So this is what our markings will be. There will be an LDR marking, there will be a practice question marking, and there may be no marking also. No marking are those set of question which I still want to do, but may not be that critical. They may not be that critical, but still we are going to do it in the classes. Practice question may have a new concept, may not also have a new concept. That is, you may learn something new there, you may not learn new also. But those set of question, as we do it in the class, if I've done question 1, question 2 is practice. Your work after the class, as I've said, you have to spend 2 hours after the class. In that 2 hours, maybe 30 minutes my subject may take, or 1 hour my subject may take. Anyway, group 2 means primarily you'll only see me at the initial phase. So whatever time you're spending, you will spend that time in doing the homework along with the classes. Along with the classes, you will do the homework. One good or bad thing about my material is solutions are available. Bad, because whenever I give homework, student directly see the home solution. That will not help, because if you keep directly seeing the solution, you'll only be wasting your time, because solutions are available only after you are done to check it. Even during class, when we do question, solutions are available. You'll have to hide the solution only when you are seeing the question, because if you go to the solution immediately, then there are some tricky points which I want to explain. You will not understand those points because you've already seen the solution. So many students have a habit of directly seeing the answer. If directly you see the answer, then you are just going to miss out on that learning process. Few question I'll purposefully make you do mistakes in the class. I'll make you do mistakes in the class. Then I'll say, this is the mistake we have done, we are correcting the mistake. All these learning you will get only if you make the mistake and correct it. Without making the mistake, you only see the answer, then nothing will help. So this one part you will have to take care, that whenever we are doing question, this is the question. I also will not show beyond this. In the screen only this I'll show. If I want, I can also show the answer and then say, this is the answer we are typing or we are doing it. No, we will not see the answers during the class. We will do it. After doing, we will check the answer. In case any errors are done, we will correct. Maybe sometimes I may also do an error, but if at all done, very rare, but if I do an error, we will correct those errors. Or some assumptions can change, answers can change. So answers are given, but answers you should use only for verification purpose, not for first time itself. Directly looking at the answer will not help. Also, in your notebook, don't think that you need only a perfect notebook. Many students think that I want a perfect note. When I give a question, I'll sometimes say, please try this solution. What students think is, no, I don't want to make any mistake, I will not try the solution. No, try it, make mistakes, correct it. Anyway, printed answers are available, because many students during the revision phase will only look at the printed answer. They may not even see their notebook during the revision phase. So in the class, we are doing that writing practice. Bad notes, good notes doesn't matter, because many students have that mindset. My note should be very perfect kind of a note. Doesn't help. Make mistakes, correct, make mistakes, correct, make mistakes, correct. That is the most important part of the class. You keep making mistake, you keep correcting mistakes. That is what is needed. Anytime we make a mistake and then correct it, learning is always better. Making a mistake and then correcting it, you will have a better learning. Without making a mistake, if you keep learning, the learning will only be bad that time. So make mistakes, make correction, make mistakes, make correction. Now let's come to question 1. Following data relates to the manufacture of a standard product during the month of April. So the data is given for, as I read, I'll keep explaining. The data is given for only 1 month. You can do cost sheet for a month, for a week, for a quarter, for a half year. So they have given for the month of April. Various expenses have been given in the question. Raw material is there, wages is there, machine hours is there, admin overhead general is there, selling overhead is there, units produced, units sold, units produced and units sold. Production and sales data given means some opening or closing stock could be there. You are required to prepare a cost sheet which will show what? Cost per unit and profit for the month. I have to calculate cost per unit. Per unit I have to calculate, and profit for the month we have to calculate. Working note 1, cost sheet of cost sheet cost sheet for the month of April. We don't know the name of the company, else we'll write the name of the company also. Cost sheet for the month of April. For the month of April. If we know the name of the company, we will add that as well. We don't know the name of the company, so we have just said cost sheet for the month of April. Practical world, it will be cost sheet of ABC Limited hyphen product name, because it's every product we prepare, and then we say which time period. Particulars and 2 amount columns.
particulars and two amount columns, amount, particulars and two amount columns. One amount column is for any in between calculation. Second amount column is for putting the totals. I think the first amount column may not be needed in this question. You will understand as we proceed. We start with direct material. Direct material. Direct material. Does the question give you any opening stock of raw material, purchase, closing stock, anything there? What is the number given there? Raw material 1 lakh 80. They have not mentioned anything else. Directly outer column 1 lakh 80. Directly outer column 1 lakh 80. Don't have any breakup here. This is a very basic set of question to start with. That's why it is not part of LDR or anything. Direct material 1 lakh 80. Then we have direct wages. Direct wages we call it as direct labor. You can even use the word direct wages also. Direct labor. Direct labor. What's the amount for direct labor? Right? 90,000. Direct labor 90,000. Material 180. Labor 90,000. Direct expenses. Direct expenses. Any amount given as direct expense, any specific word or any other item, like for we saw some of the example of direct expense like royalty or power and fuel, anything there in the question? Zero. What is that machine hours? I'll explain in some time. Direct labor expenses zero. Prime cost. Put a total and call it as prime cost. Prime cost. Prime cost. How much is the prime cost? 2 lakh 70,000. Prime cost is 2 lakh 70. Prime cost 2 lakh 70. Any doubts on this? Factory overheads. Factory overheads. Now, for factory overheads, they've given little differently. As we proceed, you'll understand all of this. Said machine hours worked is 10,000 and machine hour rate 8 rupees. Machine hours worked is 10,000 and machine hour rate is 8. What is the meaning of this? Is every hour I have used machine in the factory. Every hour I have used machine in the factory. In the factory, we use machine for doing manufacturing. Every hour we have used machine in the factory. The overhead cost is 8 rupee per hour. The overhead cost is 8 rupee per hour. Why is it called overhead cost? We will learn when we go to overheads chapter. But if they give machine hours worked and machine hour rate, what is machine hour rate? Is hourly rate of overhead. Hourly rate of overhead. Bharadwaj Institute may say our overhead recovery rate is 800 rupees per hour. If I take 1 hour of classes in Bharadwaj, our overheads cost, what is overhead cost? All indirect cost like maybe rent, electricity, everything is 800 rupees per hour. 800 rupees per hour. So 1 hour of classes taken, 800 rupees is the expense. Because overheads, you cannot exactly determine how much per unit. Overheads means all support cost. So machine hour rate basically mean if you use the machine for 1 hour, you are going to incur some support cost. What are those support costs? Could be factory rent, could be some other item. All that put together how much? 8 rupees per hour. 8 rupees per hour. So overheads in bracket 10,000 into 8. 10,000 into 8. 10,000 into 8. Factory overheads is basically the overhead cost which we incur. The overhead cost which we incur. Why are we incurring these overhead cost? We are incurring these overhead cost because the factory when it operates, there are lot of extra costs you have to incur. A storekeeper can be there, an inspection can be done. Whatever support cost is called overhead cost or indirect cost. How much is this? 80,000. Gross work cost 350.
gross works cost 350. As a format, I'll write every item in the first question whether there or not there. For example, opening work in progress, I don't see. But as a format, first question we will write it. Next question onwards, if an item is not there, let's ignore and proceed ahead. Do you see opening work in progress in this question? Any opening work in progress, closing work in progress, quality control, research and development, primary packing, anything there? No. Still as a format, let's write it. Add opening WIP 0. Opening WIP 0. The works cost can be called as factory cost. Okay. Opening WIP 0 less closing WIP 0. Opening and closing. Opening and closing. What do we call this? Net works cost. Same 350. Net works cost 350. After net works cost, we used to have 5 line items. None of them are there, but still as a format, let's keep writing. What are the 5 line items we had? Quality control cost 0. Research, and what? Development cost 0. We don't have any of these item in an exam question. If it comes, no need to write. If an item is not there, no need to write. Class first problem, let's write it. What was the next item? Admin overhead relating to production. Admin overhead relating to production. And in the class, you are allowed to only solve along with me. No way you are going to look at the printed answer later. Solve along, because many students think answers are available. Why should I solve? No, you have to solve along with me. Admin overhead relating to production. What's the next item? Sorry, primary packing less credit for recoveries or scrap. Credit for recoveries or scrap. Credit for recoveries or scrap. This will give us cost of production. This will give us cost of production. Cost of production 350. Cost of production 350,000. Do we know the number of units produced? Is there any data on units here? How many units are there? 4,000 in bracket. 4,000 units if we know the data. Cost of production 4,000 units. 4,000 units. If you know the information, write it. We don't have information in some question, we will not write the number of units. Add. What should I add? Opening stock of FG less opening stock of FG less closing stock of FG. Opening stock, closing stock, cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold. Do we know the number of units sold? Sorry, in bracket 3,600 units. In bracket 3,600 units. If we know the data, write it. If we don't know the data, let's ignore it. We'll somehow get it. Okay. What is the production information? How many units produced? Fourth, participate. How many units produced? 4,000. Closing stock. Sorry, sales 3,600. Production 4,000. Sales is 3,600. Which may mean there is some opening, closing, something can be there. Because if both are same, maybe stock is not there. Production we have done 4,000. Sales we have done only 3,600. Leave some 7-8 lines, come down. Note 1. Valuation of closing stock. Valuation of closing stock. Leave some 7-8 lines and come down. Valuation of closing stock. Has the question given you the units of closing stock directly? How many units? Have they mentioned units? Participate. Have they mentioned units? No, units not mentioned. If not mentioned, what will be done? We'll understand. Units is not mentioned in the question. So what will happen? Let us understand that. Now, right. Opening stock plus production. Opening stock plus production equal to sales plus closing stock. This is the units part. Opening stock plus production, sales plus closing stock, sales plus closing stock. Can you tell me what is the opening stock unit? Anything given in the question? Participate. Anything given in the question? 0 plus 0 plus how many production units? 4,000 units. Sales have they told the units? This is a very basic calculation, but first problem, I'm just going little slow and little in detail. Get the closing stock units. Get the closing stock units. Closing stock units. How many units of closing stock is there? 400 units. 400 units of closing stock is available. Any doubts on this? 400 units of closing stock is available. Any doubts in this? Clear? Understood. Next, will value the closing stock. Have they told any method FIFO weighted average? No. What is the difference between FIFO and weighted average in the formula? Where is the difference? Opening stock. Is there any opening stock in this question? Participate. You'll have to, everyone have to say, is there any opening stock in the question? No. So whether you write FIFO formula or you write weighted average cost formula, both are same only because there is no opening stock. Whether you write the formula of FIFO method or you write the formula of what? Weighted average cost method, how will my answer undergo a change? Because I don't see any opening stock in the question. So though I'll write the weighted average cost formula just to show you a lengthy formula, but nothing is going to change. Whether you call FIFO method or you call what? Weighted average cost method, both answer will remain same in this question. Both answer will remain same in this question. Able to understand this? Whether the name is FIFO or the name is weighted average. Now write value of closing stock. Value of closing stock equal to give me a minute, some net issue. Okay, we were doing value of closing stock, right? Value of closing stock is equal to value of closing stock is equal to we'll write the formula, the usual set of formula to value the closing stock. What's the formula? Cost of production plus value of opening stock, which is anyway not there. So anyway, I'm writing the lengthier formula. Value of opening stock divided by units produced plus opening stock units into closing stock units into closing stock units into closing stock units. Let's apply the formula. What is the cost of production we calculated? lakh 50,000. Any opening stock? 0. Units produced? 4,000. Opening stock units? 0. Closing stock units? 400. Multiply this. Sorry, 35,000. If we do FIFO method, that plus 0 will not come in the formula. As such, when opening stock is not there, whether you call it as FIFO method or you call it as weighted average cost method, there is no difference at all. Any doubts on this? We go back here. Closing stock of FG in bracket 400 units. 400 units. 400 units. 25,000 negative. 3,15,000. COGS 3,15,000. COGS 3,15,000. 3,15,000. COGS is 3,15,000. Next, what's the next item given in the question? After COGS, what are the items we normally have? General and admin overheads. General and admin overheads. They have given something in the question. What is the general admin overhead? 35,000. General and admin overhead 35,000. What's the next item? Selling overheads. How much they mentioned? Now listen. Above COP, if any item comes above COP, if any item come and they say 5 per unit or 4 per unit, you have to multiply with 4,000 units. Above COP, multiply with 4,000 units. Below COGS, whatever items come, you have to multiply with 3,600 because selling overhead will only be incurred on units sold. Production overhead will be incurred on units produced. Material cost will be incurred on units produced. So above COP, any item 4,000 multiplier. Below COGS, any item they give per unit. They give per unit. Multiply that with 3,600 units. Multiply that with 3,600 units. Above 4,000, below 3,600. Above 4,000, below what? 3,600. Selling overheads, what did the question mention? I into 3,600 units. I into 3,600. 18,000. 18,000. Cost of sales. Cost of sales. 368. Profit sales. Profit and then sales. Sales, they have given some selling price. What's the selling price? 3,600 units into 125. Into 125. 4 lakh. Profit is balancing figure. Profit is balancing figure. In this question, that inner column was just of no use at all. We just added an amount column, two amount column, but that in between was of no use. Profit balancing figure was the amount you get. 82,000. Clear? Any doubts on the cost sheet? Basic set of question. 100% such questions won't come in exam. Just to get started with, to understand the subject, we have done this question. Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay. Requirements of the question is to calculate cost per unit, profit for the month. Profit for the month is already there. Cost per unit also. Let us calculate and write it. Any doubts on this? Come down below the table if you have space or below note 1. Cost per unit produced. Cost per unit produced is equal to COP, cost of production, divided by number of units. Cost of production divided by number of units. Cost of production divided by number of units. Number of units. What's the cost of production? 3 lakh. Number of units, 4,000 produced. What's the per unit cost? 87.5. Clear? Any doubts on this? 87 point. What is the use of this 87.5? With the production cost, other costs we don't consider, mostly till production. With 87.5, I will go ahead and fix a selling price. I'll go ahead and fix a selling price which will give me profit as well help me in recovering my general admin overhead, selling and distribution overhead. I want overall cost, then cost of sales per unit also we can calculate. But if you calculate cost of sales per unit, you will divide by 3,600. You will divide by 3,600. Cost of production, we divide by units produced. Any doubts on this? This is the ICI answer. Only this will be needed, but for our understanding. Next, cost cost of sales per unit. Cost of sales per unit. Cost of sales per unit. Cost of sales divided by units sold. Cost of sales divided by units sold. 3,68,000. How many units are sold? This is not needed, but just for our calculation purpose, I'm writing 3,600, a two decimal answer. Give me a two decimal answer. 368 by 3,600. 102.2. My overall cost is 102.22. I sell it for 125. Make a profit around 23, 24 rupees. 23 rupees per unit. Make a profit of 23 rupees per unit. Objective was to calculate the cost, maybe fix the price, or the price is determined by the market itself. Many a times market forces determine the price. Profit I can calculate. Any doubts on this? Next, profit for the month, which is already done. We just write it again. Profit for the month. Question wanted profit for the month. Profit for the month. Profit for the month. How much is profit? 82,000. Profit for the month, 82,000. Clear? Any doubts on this? This is a very basic type of question just to get started with the subject and understand the area. Any doubts in this? Any doubts on this part? Clear? Can we proceed? Now, after every question is done, come to question 1. In the side, here, write easy, moderate, difficult, whichever word you want to write, up to you. For me, it is easy. For you, whatever you feel. Whatever you feel, don't make everything difficult. Don't make everything easy also. You make your own justification. You have seen the problem. You found difficulty when solving. Maybe write it as difficult. You thought it was a very, very simple kind of a question. Easy. You found not very, very difficult. Not very, very easy. Moderate. Whatever you want to mark. Why is this marking needed? If at all you mark something easy, and even if the word LDR is there, no need to see those questions again. Easy question, no need to see those questions again. Why we are keeping them? Just to build on the concept. As we keep proceeding forward, you have to build the concept. Also, every question, somewhere some space will be there. It's not that everywhere space will be there. Some space will be there in every question. And at the end of the session, every day, at the end of the session, come here, wherever you find some space, write something about the question. What is something? If at all you learnt anything new here. For example, I can write a line saying that if an item like selling overhead is given per unit, it has to be multiplied with units sold. If an item above COP is given per unit, it has to be multiplied with units produced. If at all you find any learning, if you find any learning, write it here. You are not finding a learning, no need to write it here. Why this is needed is when you get into revision phase or when you do your second preparation, when you see this question, you should recollect only those special points which are there in the problem. Trying to do the full question again and then identifying that point is just pure waste of time, because I took around almost 30 minutes to solve this question. Start in the revision phase, you may spend only 2 minutes on this question, if at all you are spending time. If at all we are spending time, only 2 to 5 minutes I'll spend on this question. If you are not spending time, then that's okay. So every question after we are done, one you have to do easy, moderate, difficult marking. Every question you should do. Along with that, if at all you want to write any special adjustment or somewhere you want to highlight anything you want to do it. You don't want to do, don't do it. Clear? Understood? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? So every problem we solve, we will have to do this easy, moderate, difficult. That is mandatory. In the class itself, write easy, moderate, difficult. Post the class, time available, do extra things. That is, post the class, make those special markings on every question. Once you make those markings, entire cost sheet chapter, when you want to revise concepts, concept book will help you in revising in maybe 30 to 40 minutes. When you want to revise questions, your markings will help you in revising the entire chapter again in 30 minutes. Question revision will also happen in 30 minutes. Concept revision will also happen in 30 minutes. But question revision will happen only when you write those points. Else what will happen? You have to solve the full question. Solving will obviously take a lot of time. So every question, as we see, the end objective is how do I cut down my time for preparing it second time, third time, fourth time. One time preparation doesn't help. In school, you would have done the same thing first time, second time, third time, fourth time, and then you write your exam. Same way, CA also wants that. You have to do multiple times. You have to do multiple time. First time in class together, we will take 150 hours or 160 hours or 170 hours. Same time you cannot spend again. That much time is not available for us to keep preparing again and again. How will I spend 150 hours again? So how will you cut down that time? By making these notes, so that these notes become very, very handy during. Ideally, people make notes for a theory paper. You should make notes even for a practical paper. Most important is practical paper. Why practical paper notes is needed? Because theory, at least if you see this one page, you see, you'll quickly be able to do it in 2 minutes. Practical paper, one page coverage will not happen in 2 minutes, because if you have to solve the question, it will become 20 minutes. Without solving, you want to go through this page, then only those notes will help you. Then only the notes will help you. The same one page theory subject, you can read even 400 pages in a day. Practical subject, you can't do 400 questions in a day unless you have made those special notes for you. You have made, and that is your notes, not my notes. My notes I can give. My notes I'll keep saying, but you have to make your own notes. Either mark it in the question or in your notebook, leave some 2-3 lines after the question to write some special points. So those special points will become handy during the revision phase. Clear? Done. This is a practice which you need to do. I will remind you about this practice for initial few classes, but after that we should get into an habit and make notes. Even any other practical subject which you have prepared, go ahead and make those notes, because notes will become very, very handy for you to revise. Without those notes, you will struggle completing the chapter again. Just imagine any paper, any chapter in your accounting subject or maybe a direct tax subject, and you have to do those question again. One question in accounting normally takes 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 30 minutes. If those special points are there, only special points I will focus and then go to the next question. Again, next question. For practice purpose, I can solve 2-3 questions. Whenever you do revision, you can solve maybe in the cost sheet chapter day before exam. 2 question I can solve, 3 question I can solve. How will I solve so many questions? Because I have only very limited time. So we are not only preparing for, I am not just trying to deliver class and close it. I also have the end effect. End effect is how will I cover costing in 1.5 days. 1.5 days only is available before exam. How will we cover that? For that, we are preparing from today itself. That is where those notes will come in handy. Clear? Can we proceed? Done. Question 2 is a practice question. You will do this at home. In the next class, I will discuss it. As such, whatever practice question I give just a brief overview. So in the question, nothing for you to think much. They have given some stock data, raw material is there, work in progress is there, finished goods is there, purchases there, wages there, factory overhead, admin overhead is related to production. Related to production will come where? It is part of those 5 line item. Selling and distribution overhead, sales is there. You'll put it in the normal cost sheet format. No inventory valuation, nothing is needed. They want in the cost sheet raw material consumed. Raw material consumed is the outer column figure. Prime cost again comes in our cost sheet. Factory cost is called net works cost. Gross works cost, net works cost. COGS is asked, net profit is asked. Very basic type of a question. We are not doing the question, but I've given a broad overview. At home today, you will have to practice this question. No major learning will be there. Most of the practice question, major learning may not come. Some question learning may also come. So that will 100% come in some question. Clear? Let us now proceed to question 3. This is a very good comprehensive question. Let's read the question first. Given below are some of the details of trial balance of GK and Co as on March 31, 2013. Inventory is given. What will this inventory in trial balance mean? Opening or closing? Participate. Opening or closing? Everyone has to participate, guys, not 1 or 2 students. This is a trial balance you have seen earlier. What will this mean? Is it opening stock or closing stock? Opening stock. Trial balance only has the opening stock. Closing stock doesn't come in the trial balance. That's a final account adjustment. Office appliances. Is it an expense? Is office appliances an expenditure? Participate. No, it is an asset. Why is it given? You will understand as we proceed. Plant and machinery. Is it an expense? That is also an asset. Building. Is it an expense? That is also an asset. Where will it come? How will it come? We'll see. Sales, we have a separate line item in the cost sheet. Sales return, what should I do with sales return? Adjust with the sales figure. As I read, let's explain, understand this, and then we start solving. Material purchase, where will it come? Part of direct material. Part of direct material. Freight incurred on material.
Sir,
Yeah.
your voice is breaking and screen is also blue.
Others confirm screen is blurred. Because screen should not be
Yes,
blurred.
sir.
Screen is blurred. Okay. We were going by item. Freight incurred on material, where will it come? We decided. Part of direct material. Purchase return, adjust with the purchases. Adjust with the purchases. Productive labor. Productive labor is direct labor. Indirect labor. Indirect labor is a factory overhead. Factory supervision. Factory overhead. Repairs and upkeep factory. Factory overheads. Heat, light and power can be anywhere, because see, heat, light and power means lighting expenses can be at the factory, can be at the administration office, can also be for the selling and function. Something is given in the question in the end. I will come to that. But heat, light and power can be anywhere. If nothing is given, you are right. It will be a factory expense. It will be a factory expense. There will be something given in this question. Taxes. Income tax is ignored. What is this tax? I don't know. I will see. There are a lot of taxes in the practical world. One example, property tax. There is an expense like property tax also. There's an income tax also. There's a GST also. I don't know what is this. Let us see if any extra information is there. If not, if you assume income tax, you are right. It is ignored. Income tax will be ignored in our analysis. Then we have miscellaneous factory expenses. What should I do with this factory overhead? Sales commission, selling and distribution overhead, sales traveling, sales promotion, distribution department, office salary, general and administrative overhead. Interest on borrowed fund depends on extra information. If not, we take long term and then leave it. Closing inventory is given, finished goods, raw material and work in progress. Accrued expense. Accrued means outstanding expense. What do you do with outstanding expense in normal final accounts? We add it to the current year expense. Same thing I will do. Add to the current year direct labor, current year indirect labor, current year interest on borrowed fund. Interest on borrowed fund may not matter if it's related to long term funds. Depreciation is given for what? Office appliances, plant and machinery and building. Office appliances, plant and machinery and building. Office appliances depreciation will come as a general and administrative overhead. General and administration. Office appliances will not come, but depreciation on that will come. Plant and machinery. Where is the plant normally there? So this will be a factory overhead. Building can be anything. There is some information below. Building can be a factory building. Building can be a office building. Building can be a your sales building. Heat, light and power. Heat, light and power is distributed to what? Factory, office, selling in the ratio of 8 is to 1 is to 1. They are saying we'll have to split this in the ratio of what? 8 is to 1 is to 1. Nothing given, take it fully to the factory. Take it fully to the factory, but here very clear what? I should distribute in what ratio? 8 is to taxes. 2/3 will go to factory, 1/3 will go to office. They have given extra information. If nothing was given, maybe I'll take income tax, ignore it. What could be this taxes? An example, property tax. It could be property tax. 2/3 of the property taxes for the factory building, 1/3 of the property taxes for office building. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just giving an imaginary number. It could be property tax. It could be water tax. It could be professional tax. There are multiple taxes in the practical world. Income tax, ignore. Very clear. There are no doubts on that. Indirect tax. What is indirect tax? Is GST. Input tax credit available, not available, we will check and then decide. What is this input tax credit? As we proceed, anyway, we'll learn it in indirect tax. Here, nothing is given. The only thing they have mentioned is what? 2/3 will go to factory, 1/3 will go to office. 2/3 will go to factory, 1/3 will go to office. Then depreciation on building distributed to what? Factory, office and selling. Factory, office and selling in the ratio of what? 8 is to 1 is to 1. Question is asking, you are required to prepare a condensed profit and loss statement. Profit and loss statement costing doesn't do, but they have asked for a profit and loss statement. What is the difference between cost sheet and P&L? P&L may include item like interest expense. P&L may include items like interest expense. Costing doesn't include that. Costing doesn't include item like what? Interest expense. In case we decide it is irrelevant. We decide it is irrelevant, we will ignore an item like interest. So they have asked for a P&L statement and along with some supporting schedule. The supporting schedule will come from costing. They want cost of sales to be calculated. How will we calculate cost of sales? Prepare a cost sheet, get cost of sales. In the cost of sales also specific, they want a separate schedule for what? Selling and distribution expense and what? Administration expense. So we will prepare a cost sheet to calculate cost of sales. In that, selling and distribution will prepare another working note. Another working note, not in the cost sheet. Because what we normally do in the cost sheet itself, underline and write various items. But they want a separate schedule for what? Cost of sales, which my cost sheet will give. Selling and distribution expense a separate schedule and administration expense a separate schedule. This is a specific requirement of the question. Clear? Understood the problem? They have asked us to calculate prepare a condensed P&L. Condensed P&L is your normal P&L, but our normal cost sheet profit will not include items like what? interest expense and all. Those are not included in our cost accounting. Financial accounting may include it. Costing may show different profit. Financial may show different profit. You will learn this in a chapter called reconciliation. There is a chapter separately for reconciling the costing profit and the financial profit. In costing, we have certain rules. Like I said, we ignore equity dividend, we ignore preference dividend. Financial accounting may consider those also. It may consider those also. Your financial accounting also includes item like income tax. You would have written income tax as an expense. Cost accounting is saying no, no, I don't consider income tax in my expense calculation. Clear? Working note 1, cost sheet of, yeah,
If taxes are just given in the and they haven't given in additional information, then should we ignore?
okay, there's a doubt by a student. If they just mention taxes and no extra information is given below, assumption, and my assumption would be ignore only. My assumption will be ignore. Reason, I don't know where to take. Taxes you have told, where should I take? Should I take to factory? Should I take it to office? Should I take it to selling? I have no clarity. Without clarity, I can't do anything. So if nothing was given in the question extra, we would have ignored it and written it is assumed that it is income tax.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. A sheet of GK and Co. GK and Co. for the year ended March 31, 2013. Year ended March 31, 2013. Just give me a minute. I'll change the net again. For the year ended March 31, 2013, particulars amount. Particulars into amount columns. Amount. Particulars into amount columns. Direct material. Underline that. Direct material. Previous question, that inner column was of no use. This question it will be of use. We'll be writing various items there. Direct material. What's the first item I should write in direct material? Opening stock of raw material. Opening stock of raw material. Look at the trial balance and tell me what is the opening stock of raw material. 1 lakh. After writing, you can put a tick on that item. 1,40,000, which means we have done. Or okay, you don't put it, I'll keep putting a tick. I don't want you to do anything in your book, because whenever you prepare, let it be in the book, don't write much. I'll keep putting a tick. 1,40,000. In an exam situation, you may put a tick of the items done. 1,40,000. What's the next item? Purchases net of returns. Purchases net of returns. Net of returns. What's the purchase value given in the question? 3,20,000. Any returns given? I put a tick on both. Okay, 320 and 4,800. 320 minus what? 4,800. You get what? 3 lakh 315,200. 315,200. Purchases net of returns. Net of returns. 315,200. What's the next item which will come? Incidental expense. We have one expense here. What is that? Freight incurred on material. Material means on raw material. Freight incurred on material. This will also come. Freight incurred on material. On material. Freight incurred on material. How much is the freight incurred on material? 16,000. Any doubts on this? Any other item which will come? Keep participating. Everyone has to say something. Less what? Closing stock. In the class, keep participating. Your learning will improve. Less closing stock. What's the closing stock? 1,80,000. Give me an amount for outer column. 1,91,000. 291, 200. 291, 200. Can you proceed? Any doubts on 291, 200? Any doubts on this? Done. Can we proceed? Next is what? Direct labor. Direct labor. Underline that. Direct labor. Tell me what is the item for direct labor given in the question? Productive labor. Productive labor. Productive labor is part of direct labor. Productive labor is part of direct labor. Listen, there is a productive labor here, which is how much? 1,60,000. 1,60,000. Apart from that, you also have accrued expense on direct labor. Accrued expense on direct labor. Accrued has to be added to the current year expense. It has to be added to the current year expense. There is a productive labor given in the trial balance and there's a accrued expense. Right? Productive labor, inner column. What is the amount? Whatever is given in the question. What is given? 1,60,000. Add accrued expense. Accrued expense. Or you can directly write one line item and outer column also. I have written inner column one extra calculation. Somebody says, no, I will not write two line item. Accrued direct labor, not even nothing underline. Directly outer column 168. Only one item is there. Directly also we can do. Or you can present it like this. How much is the accrued expense? 8,000. Outer column 168. Outer column 168. What's the next item after this? Direct expenses. Direct expenses. Anything there in the problem about direct expense? Any item specifically given? Any item given for direct expenses? Given for direct expenses? No. Sorry. Which one? Heat, light, and power could have become direct expense. Could have become also, but they are very clear here. Heat, light, and power is distributed to which function? Factory, office, and selling. Factory, office, and selling in the ratio of what? 8 is to 1 is to 1. So it can't go under direct expense. I don't see any direct expense in this question. So we are not getting into the direct expense part of it. Direct expense 0. Direct expenses 0. Right? Direct expenses 0. Prime cost. Prime cost. Prime cost. Put a total and let me know the prime cost figure. 459, 200. 459, 200. Clear? Any doubts on the prime cost figure? 459, 200. What does come after prime cost? Factory overheads. Factory overheads. We may have multiple items in factory overheads. Let us see it from the beginning. Which one is the first one? Before that, one item is there. Depreciation on plant and machinery. One by one. You keep seeing one by one. Depreciation on which one? Plant and machinery. Then depreciation on building. Some portion will come here. Some portion will go to other places as per the question. One by one, let's keep seeing and then right. So first item is depreciation. The water leakage problem. Oh. Depreciation on plant and machinery. Depreciation on plant and machinery. on plant and machinery. What's the value of plant and machinery? Depreciation rate is given as additional information. How much? 10% into 10%. 460, 500 into 10%. How much? 6,050. Then in the trial balance, I have building next. I have building next. Depreciation on building also will come here. What they mentioned is depreciation on building is distributed in what ratio? Participate 8 is to 1 is to 1. So I'll calculate the value 8 by 10. 8 by 10 will come here. 1 by 10 will go to admin expense. 1 by 10 will go to selling expense. Whatever amount we calculate, 8 is to 1 is to 1. 8 by 10 in the factory, 1 by 10 in the office, 1 by 10 in the selling. 8 by 10, 1 by 10, 1 by 10. 8 is to 1 is to 1. 8 by 10, 1 by 10, 1 by 10. Clear? Any doubts on this? Now write depreciation on building, on building 2 lakh into what is the percentage? Into 8 by 10. We will write this again later sometime. 1 by 10, 1 by 10. 1 by 10 will go to admin expense. 1 by 10 will go to selling expense. Into 4% into 8 by 10. How much? 6,400. Depreciation on building 6,400. Any doubts on this? In the cost sheet, sales will not come here, sales return will not come, material purchase will not come, material purchase already take, freight already take, purchase return already take, productive labor, indirect labor, yet to take the indirect labor will come where? Participate guys, everyone has to say, I want everyone to keep saying, indirect labor will come where? Factory overhead, indirect labor. What is the amount of indirect labor? 18,000 plus something. See the below data. Accrued is how much? 1,200. Indirect labor in bracket 18,000. Extra how much? This we could have done like this even in direct labor also. Instead of writing 2 line items, I could have done plus and written outer column. Here multiple items are there, so we are writing inner column. Indirect labor how much? 19,200. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? So we are done with indirect labor. What's the next item? Factory supervision will come here. Repairs and upkeep factory will come here. Heat, light and power will come here. Taxes will come here. Miscellaneous factory expenses. So many items are there. All of that are going to come here. Next item what? Right? Factory supervision. Factory supervision. Factory supervision. Tell me the amount of factory supervision. 10,000. Next item is what? Repairs and upkeep. Repairs and upkeep factory. Repairs and upkeep factory. How much is repairs and upkeep factory? 14,000. Next one, heat, light and power. Heat, light and power. Heat, light and power. How much is the heat, light and power given? But they have given some breakup. What is the breakup? 8 is to 1 is to 1. 8 is to 1 is to 1. So 65,000 into 8 by 10. 8 is to 1 is to 1. How much? 52,000. 8 is to 1 is to 1. 52,000. What's the next item? Taxes ideally ignored. Ideally ignored, assuming income tax, but something is given in the question. What is the ratio? 2 is to 1. 2 is to 1. 2/3 will go to factory. 1/3 will go to office. Office means admin. 1/3 will go to admin. 2/3 will go to where? Factory. 2/3 will go to factory. So access in bracket what? 6,300 into by 3, 4,200 by 3, 4,200. Any doubts on this? So we are done till supervision done, repairs and upkeep done, heat, light and power, miscellaneous. Okay, next miscellaneous factory expenses. Miscellaneous factory expenses. Miscellaneous factory expenses. What is a miscellaneous factory expense? 18,700. 18,700. 18,700. Anything else on the factory over it? Anything else on the factory over it? The unticked one almost ticked everything. Anything else do you see as factory over it? Sales commission, no. Sales traveling, no. Sales promotion, no. Distribution, no. Office salary, no. Interest on borrowed funds, no. And all the extra information is also considered. Put a total of all of this and tell me one amount for outer column. 1 lakh 50, 70,000, 170 550, 170 550. Any doubts on this number? 170 550. 170 550. Clear? Can I proceed? Total of all of this is called what? Gross works cost. Gross works cost. Give me the gross works cost figure. 6 lakh 29,000 750. Okay, 750. 629 750. 629 750. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? After this, what should I do? Add opening WIP. It's there in the trial balance. What's the opening WIP? Opening WIP is 2 lakh. Less what? Less closing WIP. Closing WIP, which is there below. What's the closing WIP? Negative 1 lakh 92. We call this as what? Net works cost. Or the name is ICI uses a simple name, factory cost. Net works cost is factory cost. Factory cost. How much is this? Any doubts on this? Before we proceed ahead, do we have any of those 5 line item? Do you see primary packing? Participate. Do you see primary packing? Quality control, research and development, admin overhead relating to production. No, not general. Admin overhead relating to production. Any specific relating to production word is there? For example, like this, in that question I was discussing, no, admin overhead related to production. This question which you are going to do at home. Anything like that given in the question? No, none of those 5 line items are there. I'm not writing those 5 line item in this question. This is other name for this is cost of production. Their name is cost of production. We don't have any of the 5 line items. We don't have quality control. We don't have research and development. We don't have primary packing. Last question, the first question also I didn't have, but I said first question, let's write the full format. Let's write the full format. This question not there. Let's not keep writing it again and again. So we are not writing any of those 5 line items. What are the 5 line items we have? Quality control, primary packing, research and development, admin overhead related to production, credit for recoveries are scrap. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Done? Clear? Done with this? Next, general and admin overhead. General and admin overhead. Schedule. They want a separate schedule for this. Let's call it a schedule 2 or schedule 1, whatever. We'll do it separately. Sorry. My mistake. Sorry. Sorry. Add opening FG. Add opening FG. Sorry. Add opening FG. Add opening FG. Look at the balance sheet and tell me the opening FG value. Do we know the number of units in this question? Anywhere number of units given, production, sales, any units. So I'm not writing in bracket the number of units. If number of units is given, mostly they'll ask you to value the closing stock. They'll not give the value directly. You will have to value the closing stock separately. Like the first question which we did. Add opening FG 80,000 less closing FG. Less closing FG. Less closing FG. Add opening FG less closing FG. What's the closing FG value? Negative 1,15,000. Negative 1,15,000. Negative you put minus R in bracket. One of the two you have to do. We get what? Cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold. COGS. Cost of goods sold. What's the number we get? 602750. 602750. 602750. Any doubts in this? Clear? Able to understand this? What's the next item after this? General and admin overhead schedule 1. We'll do a separate schedule for this. I can do it here also. Question specifically wanted a schedule for administration expense. Question wanted a schedule for selling overhead. Some specific requirement. In that, give a supporting schedule for cost of sale. Cost of sale will only have this item, but a separate schedule for what? Selling and distribution expense and administration expense. Else, like we did factory overheads, underline, keep writing multiple items. Keep writing multiple item. So this is general and administration overhead. Schedule 1 I'll prepare in some time. Selling and distribution overhead. Schedule 2 cost of sales. That's all, no profit and all, only cost of sales. Profit and all will come in the P and L. Cost of sales. Clear? We'll get into now cost of sales part. We'll do these two schedule and automatically the cost of sales will be computed by us. Ideally, like we did factory overhead, if they don't ask me a separate schedule, factory overhead underline we wrote so many item, admin overhead underline write so many item. Come down, schedule 1. Schedule 1. General and admin overhead. Particulars and amount. Particulars and amount. Just one amount is fine. Don't need two amount column. Particulars and amount. Specific requirement of the question, they want a separate schedule. General and admin overhead. We'll see from the beginning. Whatever items we get here, let's keep writing them. From the beginning, let's see it again. Any doubts till this? Go back now. In the top, there are some admin overhead. What are those? First one. Depreciation on what? Office appliances. Depreciation on office appliances. Depreciation on office. In fact, you do what? Leave some 6 line. Open a schedule 2 also. Let's do them together. Schedule 1, schedule 2. Schedule 2 is selling and distribution. Have some 7-8 lines gap. Selling and distribution over it. Selling and distribution over it. selling and distribution over it. Clear? Let's now look at what is the first item you find. Depreciation on office appliances. On office appliances. On office appliances. What's the value of office appliances? Into what percentage? Into 5%. 17,400 into 5%. How much? 870. Yep. Can we proceed? What's the next item you find? Building will calculate, write it at both the places. 1 by 10, 1 by 10 in both the places. So that's why parallelly let's close both. 1 by 10 will go to what? Admin expense. 1 by 10 will also go to selling expense. 1 by 10 to admin expense. 1 by 10 to selling expense. Next, depreciation on building. Depreciation on building. On building. Depreciation on building. On building. What is the value of the building? Depreciation rate into 1 by 10. 1 by 10 to both the places. Same thing I'll write again in selling and distribution over it. 1 by 10, 1 by 10. How much is this? Copy this in selling and distribution over it also. Same 1 by 10 there also. 800, 800. Depreciation on building 1 by 10 in the top and 1 by 10 here as well. Depreciation on building 800, 800. Can you proceed? What's the next item you find? Sales done, sales return done, material purchase done, freight incurred done, purchase returns done, productive labor done, indirect labor done, factory supervision done, repairs and heat, light and power. Heat, light and power, what did we decide? 8 by 10, 1 by 10, 1 by 10. 8 by 10 already done. 1 by 10, 1 by 10, repeat 2 times. Repeat it 2 times, right? Heat, light and power. Heat, light and power. Heat, light and power. In class it is taking us a lot of time because we are just going item by item, item by item. Later if we know the steps it become very easier because I am discussing every item and writing it. Later in an exam situation or when you do on your own, just create the structure, keep filling the items. Heat, light and power. What is the value of heat, light and power? Into what? 1 by 10. 6,500. 65,000 into 1 by 10, 6,500. Heat, light and power 6,500. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Then we have, what the next item we have? Taxes, 2/3 went to one place, 1/3 will go to where according to the question? Office. So taxes will come here. Taxes, 1/3 will go to office over it, admin over it. 1/3 will go to admin over it. Taxes, what is the value of taxes? Into 1 by 3. Into 1 by 3. 6,300 into 1 by 3. Much? 2,100. Into 1 by 3. 2,100. Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Done? Able to understand till this? Okay. Next item, miscellaneous factory expenses done. Sales commission, where will it come? Selling and distribution, right? Sales commission. Sales commission. How much is sales commission? 33,600. Sales commission 33,600. Next item, sales traveling. Sales traveling, how much? 11,000. We'll keep noting down items. What's the next item? Sales promotion. How much? 22,500. 22,500. Next one, distribution means selling and distribution. Distribution is selling and distribution. Distribution department. Distribution department expense. 18,000. Distribution department expense 18,000. Distribution department expense 18,000. What's the next item? Office salary, where will it go? General and administration overhead. Office salary. Office salaries. Much? 8,600. Office salary 8,600. Office salaries 8,600. Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on the office salary number? Done. Interest we are going to ignore. No extra information is there. We'll write a note on this in some time. We are ignoring it, assuming it is related to what? Long-term funds in the P&L. In the P&L it will come. Condensed P&L they've asked. Closing inventory done. Accrued expenses everything done. Depreciation done. Heat, light and power is analyzed. Taxes is analyzed. Depreciation is analyzed. Everything is closed now. Give me the total of admin overhead. 18,000. Tell me the total of selling and distribution overhead. 92,000. Doubts on 18,870, 92,400. 18,870, 92,400. Ideally, in the cost sheet itself, I could have underlined and written all these items. Question wanted a separate schedule, so we have done a separate schedule. Any doubts on this? Take it up now. 18,870, 18,870, 92,400. 18,870, 92,400. 92,400. Tell me the cost of sales figure. 7 lakh? 20,020. Any doubts on this? This is the cost of sales, no profit calculation here because condensed P&L is asked. We'll get to P&L in some time. Any doubts on this? We have just been classifying every item, no calculation needed, just classification was to be done as per the format of the cost sheet. Any doubts till this? Clear? Understood till this? Any doubts till this part? Done. I have to prepare a P&L. We'll take a break of 10 minutes and then prepare the P&L. Any doubts on this? Done. Take a break of 10 minutes for you. Let's proceed ahead. We are done with the cost sheet. Cost sheet has given us the cost of sales. With the cost of sales, we're going to prepare an income statement. Question has asked for a condensed profit and loss statement, not in an account form, but in a statement form. Any doubts till this? Now come down. Condensed profit and loss statement. Condensed profit and loss statement of GK and Co. For the year ended 31st March. Condensed P&L for the year ended 31st March. We'll prepare a P&L. In the P&L, we'll get to know the normal profit. The difference between the cost of sales, that is your costing profit and financial profit here is interest. There is a interest expense which is there, which cost accounting doesn't consider. Particulars and amount. Particulars and amount. Sales in bracket net of returns. Sales in bracket net of returns. Net of returns. Net of returns. What's the sale value given in the question? 7 lakh 68,000. Returns minus 14,000. 754. 754. Sales net of returns 754. Less cost of sales. From the cost sheet we take this. Less cost of sales from the cost sheet. Less cost of sales. What is the cost of sales figure? 7 lakh 14,020. 714020. 714020. This will give me profit. ICA calls this as operating profit. Why operating profit? Operating profit is profit before non-operating expense like interest. Interest is a non-operation related expense. Non-operation. Operating profit also means EBIT, earnings before interest and taxes. Earnings before interest and taxes, and interest and taxes are not subtracted in cost accounting. In the cost accounting, so called as operating profit. Operating profit 39,000. How much? Less interest in bracket. One is given in trial balance and there is some accrued expense also. Less interest, trial balance figure and the accrued expense. Trial balance figure and the accrued expense. Less interest. How much is the trial balance figure? 2,000. Accrued. Accrued also 2,000. Okay, 2,000 plus 2,000 minus 4,000. Less interest 2,000 plus 2,000. 2,000 is the trial balance figure. 2,000 is the accrued figure, and we get net profit. Net profit 35,980. Net profit 35,980. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand the net profit computation? Net profit is 35,980. Any doubts on this? Understood this? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? This question doesn't have major learning and all. We just had to classify the cost, and specifically they wanted schedules for cost of sales. Cost of sales is basically your cost sheet fully, and selling and distribution and admin expense. In the question, you can please do your marking, whatever you want to mark, easy, moderate, difficult. You can just write something, easy, moderate or difficult. Easy, moderate and difficult. Done. Can we proceed? In fact, in the printed answer, I have not, okay, I have also done a separate schedule and by mistake added it in the answer also. There's a separate schedule prepared for this, and by mistake I have put it here also, the selling and distribution over it. Only the separate schedule is sufficient. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Just give me a minute. Okay. We'll now proceed to question 4. But before I proceed to question 4, I want to explain one concept and then I come to question 4. Any doubts till now? Today I haven't done any concept, we have just done questions. Let's now come to a concept. We're done with concept 1, we're done with concept 2. Concept 3, there's a word called scrap. In our cost sheet format, we have an item called credit for recoveries or scrap. What is credit for recoveries or scrap? Is when I do manufacturing, some scrap will get generated in the manufacturing process. Whenever we are doing manufacturing, scrap is going to get generated in the process. How do I account for this? If it is just a scrap, it is a separate item in the cost sheet. When I say separate item in the cost sheet, it comes under the category of credit for recoveries or scrap. Some question may use the word scrap of raw material. Scrap of raw material. scrap of material, scrap of raw material, or scrap of material, scrapping of the material, scrap of raw material. So if they use the word sale of scrap, separate line item. Separate line item means credit for recoveries or scrap. Sale of scrap arising out of manufacturing process, again separate line item. Scrap of processed product, separate line item. Scrap of material, scrap of raw material. If such specific words are there, deducted from the raw material cost. Deducted from the raw material cost. That is in the direct material, opening stock, purchases, incidental expenses, less closing stock. In that, one more less will come, called as what? Scrap of material, scrap of raw material. If specific words are like that. Else, sale of defective production, scrap of process production, sale of scrap arising out of all these are separate line item. All these are separate line item. Nothing is going to change here. All these are separate line item. Only changes for which item? Scrap of material, or what? Scrap of raw material. This will go as what? Separate line item in the cost sheet. Separate line item in the cost sheet. Clear? Any doubts on this? Okay. One more item, GST. GST is your indirect tax which we pay, goods and service tax which we pay. Let's assume I pay rent, I pay GST on factory rent. GST can also be on the rent. I pay GST on factory rent. If you pay GST on factory rent, you cannot claim any credit for it. Bharadwaj Institute pays, it may claim credit, because whatever GST you pay to the Bharadwaj Institute, against that I'll claim some input tax credit and reduce my liability. What is credit means? I pay and get it indirectly refunded from the government. Get it indirectly refunded from the government. I pay tax. If you are paying tax and taking a credit, it is ignored in the cost sheet. Ignored means it is not an expense. It is ignored in the cost sheet. Make the payment and do what? Get the credit. Make the payment and get the credit. If you cannot take credit, GST on factory rent is a factory overhead. GST on factory rent is a factory overhead. GST on admin office rent is administrative overhead. GST on showroom rent. Showroom is place where sales is done. Selling and distribution overhead. GST on purchase of raw material is a direct material. Is a direct material. Consider in respective cost category. Consider in respective cost category. Wherever that expense is going to come, go ahead and consider where? In that respective expenses. In that respective expenses. Clear? Able to understand this? Input tax credit available, ignore it. Input tax credit not available, consider it as an expense. Consider it as an expense. Clear? Only two new things I've taught here. One is your sale of scrap. If they use the word sale of scrap, scrap of manufacturing process, scrap of defective production, scrap arising out of process, scrap of process product, all those is separate line item. Separate means those 5 line items are there. Scrap of material, scrap of raw material yield scrap. All those specific words, we have an item called direct material where we subtract it. Any doubts on this? Clear? Understood the two concepts? Can we proceed to questions? Okay, let's get to the question now. Question 4. Again, nothing is marked here. Nothing is marked means we will do it in the class, but may not be an important problem. If it's a practice question, you will do at home. LDR question, mostly for revision purpose. From the following details, calculate cost of production and profit. Cost of production and profit for the month of March 2019. Stock on 1st March, purchases given, stock on 31st March, sale of finished goods given, work in process given, direct wages given, factory expenses given, office and admin expense given, selling and distribution expense given, sale of scrap given. In these items which you see, all the items are directly mentioned where it has to go. They have not tried doing any extra in the question. This was a November 23 MTP question. Nothing extra is there. Where should sale of scrap go? Separate line item. Credit for recoveries or scrap. So we are going to prepare a cost sheet. Cost sheet should give me what? Cost of production and profit. Have they given the name of the company? No. So we will say cost sheet only for the month of March 2019. I don't know the name of the company. I am going to do it, but I'll start after 2-3 minutes. In this gap, you start and try solving it on your own. You're not able to do, then do it along with me. You're able to do, great. Not able to do, wait for me. I give you 2 minutes to have a start, and then as I keep doing it, you would be above, you would be doing the next step, and I'll be doing the previous step. So you have a start before even I do it. In 2 minutes, I will start. If you are not able to do, no problem, wait for me. Able to do on your own. One request is give it a try. Mistakes are part and parcel. Do mistakes in the class. We don't need any perfect answer and all. You keep making mistakes. Live online students, you also please keep trying it. Keep making mistakes. I'm perfectly fine with mistakes. Again, a basic type of a question. Okay, I'm starting now. You need not refer the screen if you are sure what is to be done. Refer the screen if you need help of mine. Cost sheet of whatever I'm doing now, you need not even listen to my explanation if you know what is to be done. You don't know what is to be done, listen and then keep doing it. Cost sheet of cost sheet for the month of March 2019. Particulars and two amount columns, an inner column and an outer column. As much as possible, try on your own. Not able to do, nothing to worry. We start with direct material. Direct material. There's an opening stock of raw material given. Opening stock of raw material. Inner column, I write that 6,06,000. Opening stock of raw material 6,06,000. And anybody needs any explanation, any doubt you have, you can ask me. Else you keep doing it or do with me. Purchase of raw material. Purchase of raw material 2857. 2857 is purchase of raw material less closing stock of raw material. Closing stock of raw material 750. Someone tell me the outer column figure. 30. Okay, 2713. 2713. 2713. Sale of scrap will be a separate line item here. Then direct labor. Direct labor. Direct labor 3750. Direct expenses. Don't find anything. 0. Direct labor 3750. Direct expenses 0. Prime cost. Prime cost. Certain questions in class itself, I'll only tell you to do it, but I'll take you through. But I would want you to try so that you get a grip. Prime cost. The total is how much? 64, 64, 63. 64, 63 prime cost. Factory overheads. Factory overheads 21, 25. Gross works cost. Gross works cost. Factory overhead 21, 25. Gross works cost 85 lakh 88,000. 85, 88. These are type of question which can be done at even home also. I cannot give you too many practice question. That's why I've kept some in the class. And class itself, you are doing practice. It's kind of doing practice only. 85, 88. Add opening WIP. Add opening WIP. 12 lakh 56,000 less closing WIP 1422. 1422 net work cost, otherwise called as factory cost. Net works cost, otherwise called as factory cost. Net works cost, otherwise called as factory cost. Can someone tell me the factory cost figure? 84 lakh 8422. Net works cost or factory cost 8422. I don't have admin overhead relating to production. I don't have primary packing. I don't have quality control. I don't have research and development, but I have less credit for recoveries, or you can call it a sale of scrap, whatever name they have used. Or you can also call credit for recoveries or scrap. Less sale of scrap. Less sale of scrap. This will reduce the cost. Less sale of scrap. Scrap is going to reduce the cost. How much does scrap cost? 26,000. Sale of scrap 26,000. We get cost of what? Production. Cost of production 83 lakh 96,000. 8396. Cost of production 8396. COP number is 8396. Cost of production 8396. After that, add opening FG. Add opening FG. What's the opening FG figure? 3,59,000 less closing FG. Add opening FG 359 less closing FG. Closing FG is how much? 3,09,000. Cost of goods sold 84 lakh. Anybody needs any explanation, you will have to tell me. You want me to explain something again, reduce space, increase space, you'll have to tell me. Most of this question, ideally you will be doing, but you need explanation, I'm there to explain you. 8446. 8446. COGS 8446. After COGS, what's the next item we have here? General and admin overhead. General and admin overhead. 10 lakh. No inner column calculation except for direct material. Because it's not like the previous question where we had so many items. 10 lakh 34,000. General admin overhead 10 lakh 34,000. 10 lakh 34,000. For the next item, selling and distribution expense. Distribution expense, how much? 7 lakh 50. Cost of sales. Cost of sales. What the number you got? 1 crore 2 lakh 30,000. Profit and sales. Profit and sales. Profit is a balancing figure. Sales is given in the question. Profit is a balancing figure. Some of the question I normally give a time. Even any other problem. See, I used to do this as a student. Any practical paper, when a teacher is explaining and I'm going to start a problem, why do you want to wait for me? You can solve on your own also. In the class itself, you solve on your own. Whenever you get stuck, listen to the explanation. You are not getting stuck, complete the solution at your end itself. So, you are in the class, think as if the faculty is there, not there, and try to do on your own also. Certain questions you can do on your own. Certain questions I'll say, no, don't even try. Wait for me. I'll only explain you. Then only you have to do. Like even the previous question, that was the first problem. Even the previous question or even the first question we did, you want to give a try it. What will happen at worst? You will make a mistake, correct the mistake. What's the sales figure here? 1 crore 34 lakhs. 1 crore 34 lakhs. Profit is balancing figure. How much is the profit? 31 lakh. Any doubts in this? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts in this? Okay. Done with this? Now right. Everyone done? Anyone needs time? Done? You please do your marking easy, moderate, difficult. Do the marking easy, moderate, difficult. Easy, moderate, difficult. Rework the question. Rework the raw material consumed. Rework the raw material consumed. If closing stock is 20% of RM consumed. Closing stock is 20% of RM consumed. Rework the RM consumed, only the RM consumed. If closing stock is 20% of RM consumed. Closing stock is 20% of RM consumed. This is a question. I'll be taking you through this because the previous one was very simple. I didn't want anything to be explained there. Rework the RM consumed if closing stock is what? 20% of the RM consumed. Now listen. Just bring this again here. We are not going to do the entire cost sheet and all. I'm just bringing it here. Let us see the problem which we are facing here. I don't know this item. Okay. I also don't know the outer column then. I don't know the closing stock. I obviously will not know the outer column. Unfortunately, if RM consumed is A, this is 20% of A. This is 20% of what? Raw material consumed. If you tell 20% of purchases, write directly. If we say 20% of opening stock, also write correctly. But the question says closing stock is what? 20% of raw material consumed. 20% of raw material consumed. How are we going to get this? Is what we are seeing here. Closing stock is what? 20% of raw material consumed. I see I may twist questions like this also. In this question, we have to do something called as reverse working. What is reverse working is first find the raw material consumed, then find the closing stock. Normally you find the closing stock and then find what? Raw material consumed. Then find the raw material consumed. But here closing stock is what? 20% of raw material consumed. I can also say opening stock is 10% of raw material consumed, or I can say purchases is 80% of raw material consumed. Anything can happen. Purchases can be a percentage, opening stock can be a percentage, closing stock can be a percentage of what? Of the outer column figure, of the outer. If it's of any of the inner column figure, okay. If they say raw material consumed is 80% of purchases, right? Right, 80%, closing stock balancing figure. That is okay. The problem is it is a percentage of what? It is a percentage of raw material consumed. And usually we calculate the raw material consumed as opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. When I ask what is closing stock, you are saying 20% of raw material consumed. Now the problem is I don't know raw material consumed. I also don't know closing stock. I'm stuck here. Raw material consumed also don't know. Closing stock also don't know. How will I proceed in such a situation? These are few things ICI keeps doing in exam question, where they'll give some figure, suddenly ask you something else, some missing figure. From the last figure we go back to the earlier figure, from the earlier figure we go to the last figure. For example, previous question, they could have said what is the sales figure, what is the sales figure if profit is so much, or they may have said profit so much, sales so much, balancing figure is selling and distribution expense. I give you profit, we calculated balancing figure, but I give you profit, I also give you sales. If I give sales, profit, reverses cost of sales, reverses cost of sales, reverses selling and distribution expense. Maybe I gave you sales, I gave you profit, selling and distribution, general and admin. Balancing figure is closing FG. Balancing figure is closing FG. Our balancing figure is closing WIP. Our balancing figure is factory overheads. Our balancing figure is direct labor. Our balancing figure is anything. Anything can become balancing figure. I give you the last figure and you keep going forward. You keep going backwards. That is, keep going up and then try to find the missing data. Try to find the missing data. In the previous question, this was our balancing figure. This is what was the balancing figure. What you did? 134 minus 102. Exam question, what they did is they gave the profit also, they gave the sales also, you calculated the cost of sales, they gave selling and distribution expense, general and admin overhead, reverse working, you got COGS. Normally you forward total from the front, now do from the back, and get what? COGS. And the balancing figure is maybe opening FG or closing FG or opening WIP or closing WIP or COP or factory cost. One missing figure is there. One missing figure is there, which from the behind we go up and calculate it. Any doubts till this? Here I have not made lot of missing figures. I've just gone with raw material consumed part. Only with the raw material consumed we have missing figure. What ICI can do is from the sales, keep going up, keep going up, keep going up, and then get to. We have questions like that. As we proceed, you will see all those questions. But the concept is sometimes we do working like this. Sometimes you do working in the reverse order. In the reverse order. This question is a reverse order working. It is a the rework. The rework part is a reverse order working. Now, right, raw material consumed equal to opening stock plus what? Purchases minus opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. Minus closing stock. Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. I don't know raw material consumed. I agree. I don't know the figure. We'll see what can be done. I have no idea on what is raw material consumed, which I agree also. So let's write raw material consumed. Opening stock, see from the question and tell me what is the opening stock. 6 lakh, 6,000, 606, 606. Purchases also we know. What's the purchases figure? 28 lakh minus, what did we define closing stock? 20% of raw material consumed. 20% of raw material consumed. So closing stock is 0.2 RM consumed. R, I could have defined RM consumed as A. Maybe in the next one we will define it as A and then close it. What is closing stock? 20% of raw material consumed. 20% of raw material consumed. Let's call this as A equal to 606 plus 2857 is how much? 34 lakh minus 0.2A minus 0.2A. We may get number in decimal and all, that's okay. I only created the question. If you get in decimal, that's okay. Maybe exam question may come with decimal, may not come. I have just created the question to explain the concept of reverse working. 0.2A. 0.2A goes to the other side, it becomes what? 1.2A equal to 3463. 3463. A in bracket raw material consumed. A is the raw material consumed. 1.2A, 0.2A goes to the other side. 0.2A goes to the other side. A plus 0.2A is 1.2A equal to what? 3463 equal to 3463. 3463. 3463. What's the answer to raw material consumed? 28 lakh 35 85,000 833. Okay, 28 85 833. 28 85 833. I made the raw material consumed as 20%. 20%, that is the closing stock as 20% of raw material consumed instead of giving you the closing stock like the problem gave. Any doubts on this number? Closing stock equal to 20% of 28 85 833. 28 85 833. Closing stock is 20% of 28 lakh 85,000 833. How much? 160. Okay, 167, 167, 166, round off properly. More than 0.5, higher number, less than 0.5, lower number. 167. Now, if you write opening stock in the cost sheet, purchases in the cost sheet, and closing stock 577, you will get raw material consumed. You will get raw material consumed. Thereafter, the same thing. I didn't want to do the entire question. I just wanted to explain this extra add-on. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand this? 577 167. 577 167. Any doubts on the rework part? Clear? The question was very basic, but one extra rework can be there in the problem. That is what we saw, and that extra rework can alter the exam requirements also. ICA may suddenly twist the question here and there. They may keep adding something or removing something and make it little complicated. Any doubts on this? Done? Kind of done with today's session. I'll quickly revise what we have done. We have not done many new concepts. Only the old concepts were kind of practiced again, and just two new concepts we have seen. Before the class next day, again you will go through 1, 2, 3, 4. If you are sure with 1, 2, then only 3 and 4 concept. So third concept said, if the word scrap is given in the question, and if they just mention scrap or mention sale of scrap or mention sale of scrap arising out of manufacturing process, scrap of process production, scrap of defective production, sale of defective production, sale of waste production, all that is a separate line item in the cost sheet. If the word is scrap of material, scrap of raw material yield scrap, those specific words deducted from the raw material cost, deducted from the raw material cost. GST which we pay, GST which we pay, you may have input tax credit. Input tax credit means government refunds the money to you. No input tax credit. Input tax credit available, not an expense, not an expense. Input tax credit not available, not available. It is an expense. It is an expense. Available, not an expense. Not available, it is an expense. If the GST is paid for factory rent, take it as factory overhead. GST is paid for admin office expenses, take it as administrative overhead. GST is paid for some sales related expenses, take it as selling and distribution. GST is paid for purchase of raw material, take it as part of direct material. GST is paid on freight inwards, take it as direct material. GST is paid on freight outwards, take it as selling and distribution overhead. GST is paid on primary packing, add to the primary packing. GST is paid on secondary packing, take it as selling and distribution. Where the main expense will go, the same place GST will also go. Any doubts on this? Clear? So 4 concepts are done. Your work is just to keep revising the concepts every day before the session. Also in today's session, we did 3 questions and 1 homework was there. Question, I'll quickly also discuss the question I've done. Whenever time available, I'll discuss question. If time not available, we don't discuss the question. Question 1, nothing much was there. Basic set of question. Only thing we learnt here is, if any expense is given at a per unit level, above COP, all items are multiplied with units produced. Below COP, that is like your below COGS, all items are multiplied with the units sold. If they give per unit, units produced multiplication, units sold. Labor cost, if they mention per unit, will multiply with units produced. Selling and distribution will multiply with units sold. Question 2, which you are going to do at home, is a basic set of question. Best thing, you just try to complete it today after the class. Also you can complete and then leave for home, or after going home, that I leave it to you. But question 2 has to be done. Very basic set of question. Question 3, we had multiple classification of cost which were to be done. We had multiple category. Some they gave the breakup saying that do 8:1:1, 2:1, and we learned interest is ignored. We learned interest part is ignored in our calculation, and there can be an adjustment outside the trial balance, accrued expenses, all that you'll have to consider in the calculation. Question 4, again a basic set of question where we have prepared a cost sheet. We had a sale of scrap. Scrap we have taken it as a separate line item. We have taken it as a separate line item. Any doubts in any of the question or the concepts? Any doubts on this? So we'll keep going towards in the same pattern only. Concepts, questions, concepts. You will have to keep focusing on concept revision. Done? Clear? We'll end with this then. Thank you, friends.
Good morning, friends. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. We were doing cost sheet chapter. We have done 4 concepts till now. First concept was the format of the cost sheet. In the second, we learnt about, in the format itself, we learnt about certain rules like what is gross profit, what is net profit, what is primary packing, what is secondary packing. So concept 1 and 2, which were done in before session. Last session we did 3 and 4. I'll revise only 3 and 4 now. In concept 3, we learnt about a concept called scrap of material. Scrap normally is a separate line item in the cost sheet except for the word scrap of material or scrap of raw material. If such specific words are there in the question, we will deduct them. The scrap of material or the scrap of raw material is going to be deducted from the material cost rather than a separate line item. Usually a separate line item, but scrap of material or scrap of raw material will alone come as a deduction from the material cost. We also learnt about GST. If government is going to give you credit for the GST paid, it is not an expense, and if government is not going to give credit, it will become part of an expense in the category in which that cost come. This is what we broadly understood in the previous session. Today's session, before I start, I'll quickly discuss that one question. I normally don't discuss homework question, but initially just for you to get the practice mode, this was the question which was to be done at home, which is a broadly very simple question. Almost all the data are straight away given in the question, no valuation, nothing. Opening stock of raw material is there, closing stock is there, opening WIP, closing, this will go in direct material, this will go after gross works cost, this will go after COP,
This will be part of direct material, direct labor, factory overhead, separate line item. Admin overhead relating to production is one of those 5 line item. Selling and distribution overhead will come after the cost of, that is before the cost of sales, and sales is there and profit is to be computed. I don't see any major confusion in the question. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this problem? Can we proceed? Okay. Today I'm going to start with one most important concept which is used in many places called as variable versus fixed cost, and how does this work when we do question solving. Now let's write an example so that you understand it better. Variable versus fixed cost. Variable fixed versus semi-variable cost. Versus semi-variable cost. Fixed versus semi-variable cost. Okay, let's take an example. My school is taking me for a trip or something. Let's assume we are going to an amusement park. In the amusement park, they have certain expenses which the school has to pay to the amusement park. They say entry fees, right? Entry fees per student. Entry fees per student rupees 100. Entry fees per student is rupees 100. One time or block charge. Reason is that entire amusement park is blocked for my school. So they are asking me to pay one extra amount. One is an entry fee per student they will charge. Also they are going to charge a overall charge which is, let's assume, 2 lakh rupees. There's a block charge also, they are going to do 2 lakh rupees. Number of students, 1000 students are there. Number of students, 1000 are there. The entry fees is 100 rupees. Blocking charge for that entire amusement park is 2 lakh rupee, and the number of students are 1000. This is the given information in the question. For total cost, right? Total cost will be total cost. Total cost will be, block fees is how much? The entry fees is 100 into 1000 plus 100 into 1000 plus 2 lakh plus 2 lakh. We are charged 3 lakh rupees. We are charged 3 lakh rupees for this. 1000 students are going, 100 rupee per student, and 2 lakh is the block charge. Clear? Any doubts on this? Okay. Same example I repeat again. Entry fees, nothing for you to write now. Total entry fee in bracket variable. Total entry fee variable. They say rupees 1 lakh. The entry fee is variable. Variable means as the number of students undergo a change, the cost will undergo a change. Variable fees 1 lakh rupee I am collecting from you, whatever you have calculated, 100 into 1000. Block charge per student, but this is fixed in nature. Fixed in nature means amount is 2 lakh only. Amount is 2 lakh only. But when students are told by you, you say so many students are there, they manually calculated 2 lakh divided by 1000 and calculated it as 200. If you suddenly say there are 1100 students, they will not do 1100 into 200. They'll keep it as 2 lakh only. But now divide by 1100 students. If you say 1500 students are there, they'll do 2 lakh divided by 1500. Why? Because ultimately I'll have to collect from the students. I want to collect this money from the student. So amount is 2 lakh only. But a question may say block charges rupees 200 per student in bracket fixed. It may say it is 200 per student. Why is it 200? Because we did 2 lakh divided by 1000. We did 2 lakh divided by 1000. Or it may say rupees 2 lakh also. Example, Bharadwaj Institute rent cost. Rent cost for us is 50,000. Whether 10 students sit in the class, 50 students sit in the class, or 20 students sit in the class, our cost is going to be same 50,000 rupees. When I assumed the fees to be collected from student, I will assume something in my mind saying that, okay, we will have 10 student, 20 student, 30 student, 40 student, some number I'll assume and calculate the cost per student. So the question gave cost us per student only, but in reality, it is not a per student cost. In reality, it is not a per student cost. It is a fixed cost. I cannot calculate rent per student, but if I know that students are 25, I can say this is the rent per student. Can that 25 that students change? Yes, it can change. So suddenly I'll say 2000 per student, 1500 per student, 1000 per student, 500 per student. The number can keep changing. So what an exam question can do is it can give data like this. If it gives data like this, easy for me to understand. What is easy for me to understand? Entry fee they tell per student. Rather than giving the number as 1 lakh, they give per student, and block charge they give the overall amount which is 2 lakh. Or they may give it like this. Total fees variable 1 lakh, block charge per student fixed 200. Why is this critical? Okay, assuming a question gives data like this, and they say number of students in current year. Ignore the data given above. Okay, ignore the data given above. Current year is 1000 students are there. There are 1000 students. Next year students are going to be 1200. Students are going to be 1200. Entry fee will increase by 25%. Entry fee will increase by 25%. Block charge will increase by percent. Okay, this is the information. There is going to be a change in the entry fees. Also, there is going to be a change in the block charges. Same school now wants to go to the trip. Assuming they don't give you this, okay, ignore this data. Ignore this data. What is given is this. And the entry fees next year be 1 lakh plus 25%. Think and let me know. Can it be 1 lakh plus 25% increase? Can it be 1 lakh plus 25%? I want participation. Can it be 1 lakh plus 25%? What will that the trip guy will do, or what the amusement park guy will do is he will do 1 lakh divide by 1000. He will do what? 1 lakh divided by 1000 and get what? Entry fee per student. Increase that by 25% and then multiply with 1200 student. Then multiply with 1200 student. Then multiply with 1200 student. What will he do? 1 lakh divide by the number of student, get what? Cost per student, add 25% and then multiply with 1200 student. Block charge will increase by 50%. Can I increase this 200 by 50%? I increase the 200 by 50%. I want participation. What will the excursion guy will do is he will do 200 into 1000, get this number of 2 lakh and then directly add what number? 50%. Directly add 50%. He is not bothered. He is not bothered whether you bring 1000 student, 500 student or 1200 student or 1500 student. For what charges? Block charges. My landlord is not bothered whether I take classes, I don't take classes, 10 students there, 20 students there. Rent is a fixed cost. Rent is a fixed cost. So there is a rule that okay, write this example, write the next example. Total entry fee. Then I'll give you the rule. Total entry fee variable 1 lakh. Variable 1 lakh. Block charge per student. Block charge per student fixed. Per student fixed. 2 lakh divided by 1200 per student. Live online guys. If you have any doubt, you can type it in the chat box. 200 per student. Number of students in current year 1000. Number of students in current year 1000. in current year 1000. Clear? Next year students 1200. Students 1200. Entry fee increase 25%. Block charge increase 50%. Entry fees increase 25%. Block charge increase 50%. Block charge increase 50%. Increase 50%. Okay. Now write a rule. Any change, any change in variable cost, any change in variable cost would mean change in variable cost per unit. Any change in variable cost would mean change in variable cost per unit. Per unit means per student here. Any change in variable cost. If somebody says variable cost is going up, you should apply that change at a per student level. At a per student level. If you apply it overall 1 lakh and add that 25%, you will get a wrong answer. You'll have to first calculate the per student number, apply the increase, and then do into the number of student, then do into the number of student. 1 lakh plus 25% will be 1,25,000. 1 lakh divided by the number of student plus 25% into 1200 will obviously give you a different answer. That will give you a different answer. Any change in variable cost would mean what? Change in participate. Variable cost per unit. Variable cost per unit. Next. Entry fee. Entry fee per student previous year. Entry fee per student previous year 1 lakh. 1 lakh divided by 1 lakh divided by how many students were there? 1000. 1 lakh divided by 1000, 100 per student. Entry fee per student previous year 100 per student. Any doubts on this? With this 100, I will calculate the next year cost. I'll calculate the next year cost. Any doubts on this? What exam question can do is they'll say direct material increase by 20%. Material, as I proceed, I'll tell you it's a variable cost. So if they say material cost will increase by 20%, you need to voluntarily calculate per unit number, apply the 20% increase, then multiply with the revised number of units, then multiply with the revised number of unit. This is like a golden rule of costing. It will come in maybe 20-30 questions and students keep making mistakes here. Any change in variable cost, participate, any change in variable cost is what? Change in variable cost per unit, variable cost per unit. Entry fee, entry fee per student current year, current year equal to current year equal to 100 plus. What's the increase they've given? 25%. 125 per student. 125 per student. 125 per student. And total entry charges. Total entry charges. How many students are there? 1200 students. This is a very important, like a golden rule. 125 into 1200. How much you get? 1 lakh 50. If I do 1 lakh plus 25%, I would have got only 1 lakh 25. I would have got only 1 lakh 25. The correct way of doing is get the per unit number, apply the change, then multiply the number of units. Some question per unit number may be readily given, then directly apply it. Some that I gave two example. First I gave one example, then I altered the example. They may give it directly. If they give directly, headache is not there. Directly apply the percentage change and do what? Multiplication with the new number of students. Multiplication with the new number of student. What is the nature of block charge? Is it a fixed cost or a variable cost? Fixed. Next, right? Any change in fixed cost, any change in fixed cost fixed cost would mean change in total fixed cost. Would mean change in total fixed cost. Any change in fixed cost would mean change in total fixed cost. That is, if Bharadwaj Institute says rent will increase and question gives you rent per student. Question gives you rent per student. First calculate the rent and then apply the percentage change. You still want per student, then divide by the new number of student. Then divide by the here earlier we multiplied with the number of student. Now we will divide if needed. If at all needed, you divide. You don't need, don't divide it. But I cannot calculate this change at a per student level. I'll have to calculate this at a overall level. Overall level. Last year they have said block charges 200. If you do 200 plus 50% and multiply with the number of students, you will get a different answer. 200 plus what? That 50% and multiply with the number of student, you will get a different answer. When I did this, I told don't use 1 lakh. Get the per student number, apply the change, multiply with the number of student. When I already have here, but it is a fixed cost. It is a fixed cost. So here I say something else, there I say something else. Fixed cost I have a different working, variable cost I have a different working. Fixed cost I am telling, if they give per student number also, you convert to total cost, apply the change and get the new cost. Total cost, apply the change and get the new cost. Total cost, apply the change and what? Get the new cost. Any change in variable cost would mean what? Change in variable cost per unit. Change in variable cost per unit. Any change in fixed cost would mean what? Change in total fixed cost. Change in total fixed cost. Any change in variable cost would mean what? Change in variable cost per unit. Any change in fixed cost would mean what? Change in total fixed cost. Clear? Any doubts on this? Now come here, right? Fixed, total fixed cost. Total fixed cost of previous year. Total fixed cost of previous year. Of previous year. Of previous year. Total fixed cost of previous year. How much was the block charge for the previous year? 200 per student they give. We will do the multiplication. 200 into 1000. Listen, there is nothing like 200 per student. It was 2 lakh only. Question, did the division gave 200 to you? That division part was not shown to you. I have shown it like saying that 2 lakh divided by 1000 and 200. But in reality, question will directly give 200 per student. The backup working is done by them. They are not telling you that. What happens in that mindset is student sees 200, applies the increase on 200, multiplies with the number of student. 200 in the calculator, 200 plus 50% is how much? 300 into 1200. 3 lakh 60. Whereas what I should do is 2 lakh plus 50%. I should do what? 2 lakh plus 50%. What is that number? 3 lakh. If you write 360, wrong. If you write 3 lakh, correct. If somebody says block charge is variable, if somebody says block charge is variable, 360 is correct. Block charge variable, 360 is correct. Block charge fixed, 3 lakh is correct. Block charge variable, 3 lakh 60 is the right estimation. Block charge fixed, 3 lakh is the estimation. So if the nature of the cost is variable, my way of estimation is different. If the nature of the cost is fixed, my way of estimation is different. Able to understand this? Any doubts on this? Any change in variable cost? This is a very, very important thing. Any change in variable cost. Any change in variable cost would mean what? Change in variable cost per unit. Change in variable cost per unit. Any change in fixed cost would mean what? Change in total fixed cost. Change in total fixed cost. Change in variable cost per unit. Change in total fixed cost. Next, fixed cost of current year. Total fixed cost of current year 2 lakh plus. What is the change they have given? Percent. 2 lakh plus 50%, 3 lakh. Clear? Any doubts on this? Important rule: any change in variable cost, any change in variable cost would mean change in what? Variable cost per unit. Any change in fixed cost would mean change in total fixed cost. Change in total fixed cost. Change in variable cost per unit. Change in total fixed cost. Any doubts on this? Okay. By nature, if problem is silent, variable costs are direct material, direct labor, direct expense, selling overhead. Problem silent. Problem silent. By nature, what? Direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. Those three items which we wrote earlier, and then the selling overhead. Then the selling overhead. Admin overhead is fixed in nature. Admin overhead is fixed in nature. And assumption based area. Assumption means you'll have to assume whether it is a variable or a fixed for which item? Factory overhead. Can my answer change based on the assumption? Yes, because I just showed you it can become 360 if it was variable, the block charge, and 3 lakh if it is fixed. So problem not clear, make an assumption. Make an assumption for which item? For the factory overhead. Other items like direct material, direct labor, direct expense, selling overhead. All these four are what? They are variable cost. They are variable cost. Fixed cost is what? Admin overhead. This is if problem is silent. Problem tells you something. Please follow that and proceed. Any doubts till this? Can we proceed? Understood till this? Okay. Another example for me to explain something else here. Right? Example. Particulars 100 students, 150 students. Particulars a table we are going to create. 100, in fact, 100 students, 150 students, 180 students. 100, 150, and 180. 100, 150, and 180. Cost 1, cost 2, cost 3. Cost 1, cost 2, and cost 3. 1, 2, and 3. Question set 20,000, 30,000. Right. This is question mark. 20, 30, and question mark. 20, 30, and question mark. 15,000, 15,000, and question mark. 15, 15, and question mark. And the third one is 25,000, 35,000, question mark. 25, 35, and question mark. 20, 30, question mark. 15, 15, question mark. 25, 35, and question mark. Okay. This is the only information given. Now I have to find out the cost for 180 student. 180 student. They are telling me to find out the cost and giving one more information right below this. Increase in cost 1, 20%. Increase in cost 2, 25%. Increase in cost 3%. This is a data given in the problem. Cost 1 is also going up, cost 2 is also going up, cost 3 is also going up, and I have to do calculation for 180 student. 100, 150 they have given, 180 next year is 180. 100, 150 is past data, that is a past data. 180. Now first cost is going up by 20%. I have a problem to first identify whether this is a variable cost or a fixed cost. Unless I know whether it's a variable cost or a fixed cost, how will I apply the 20% change? Because the 20% can be on the overall cost, can be on the cost per unit. Any idea cost 1 is variable, fixed according to you? Why do you say variable? Okay, cost 3. Let me come to cost 3. Is it variable, fixed? I want participation. Cost 1, she said one reason. I understand. I'm logically you're right. Tell me cost 3 variable fixed per unit is not. So is it variable fixed then? Cost 1 variable fixed, cost 2 variable are fixed, cost 3 variable are fixed. I have to identify. Cost 2 I'm clear. What is cost 2? Fixed. If the overall amount remains same, it is fixed. If the overall amount remains same, it is fixed. 15,000, 15,000, 15,000, 15,000. Come down. Cost 2. Let's first close the cost 2. I'll come to cost 1 in some time. Cost 2. Cost 2. Cost 2. I don't know what is that cost and all. Cost 2 is a fixed cost. Is a fixed cost as the overall amount. As the overall amount. It is a fixed cost. It is a fixed cost as the overall amount remains constant. Remains constant. Any change in fixed cost would mean change in any change in fixed cost would mean change in what is the meaning of change in fixed cost? Total fixed cost would mean change in total fixed cost. Any change in fixed cost would mean what? Change in total fixed cost. Change in total fixed cost. Any doubts till this? Understood? Fixed cost for 180 students equal to 180 students equal to what is the fixed cost last year? 15,000. What is the increase? Plus 25%. Increase, decrease, it can be anything. 15,000 plus 25%. Plus 25%. How much the value you get? 18,750. 18,750. 15,000 plus 25%. 15,000 plus 25%. 18,750. Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay, we are done with cost 2. Cost 1 and cost 3 I have to analyze. Is the overall cost same for cost 1? Participate guys, is it same? Cost 3? No. So I'll calculate the per student cost. Listen, if you calculate the per student cost and it is same for 100 and 150, same for 100 and 150, then it is a variable cost. If it is not same, it is called semi-variable cost. What happens, I'll explain later. If you divide and get the same number, for example, in Bharadwaj Institute, books printing cost is a variable cost. Whether I divide by 5 students, 10 students, 15 students, 20 students, cost per student will be same. Because 5 students, 5,000 printing cost for us. 10 students, 10,000 printing cost. 15 students, 15,000 printing cost. 20 student, 20,000 printing cost. 25 student, 25,000 printing cost. Maybe as we keep increasing, some benefit may come, economies of scale and all. But otherwise, a variable cost, when you divide by the number of student, you will get the same number. You will get the same number at a per student level. At a per student level. At a per student level, whether you have 5 students, 10 students, 15 students, 20 students, 25 students, 30 students, our printing cost per student may remain same. Printing cost per student will remain same. Able to understand this? Any doubts till this? Next come cost 1. Cost 1. Cost 1. Cost per student. Cost per student for 100 students. We will do the check. Cost per student for 100 students. Per student means you will divide by the number of student. Per student for 100 students. 20,000 divided by 100. Rupees 200. Divided by 100, rupees 200. Cost per student for 150 students. 150 students, 30,000 by 150, 200. If you get same, it's a variable cost. If you get same, so a question says cost 200 per unit, 200 per unit, it means it's a variable cost. If both are same at two levels, 100 student, 200 per student, 150 student also, 200 per student at a per student level, per student level. You may have learnt all of this maybe in economics, but 200 per student. If you get the same number, it is what? It is a variable cost. Keep participating. It is a variable cost. If you get what? Same number at a per student level. Same number at a per student level. Same number at a per student level. If you get same number at a overall level, then it is a fixed cost. Next, cost per student for 180 students. Increase is there. Cost per student for 180 students. 180 students. 180 students. 200 plus what is the increase? 20%. 240. 200 plus 20%, 240. 200 plus 20%, 240. Clear? Able to understand this? Then ultimately, total cost for 180 students. 180 students. 180 into 240. It's a very, very important example. 180 into 240. It's like golden rules of costing. Like accounting has certain rules. This is the most important rule of cost accounting. 180 into 240. What's the number you get? 200. Any doubts on this? This we have done the estimation for cost 1 and cost 2. Cost 1 and cost 2. Is the cost 3 same at the overall cost level? 25,000 and 35,000, is it same? In the calculator, 25,000 by 100, how much? 35,000 by 150. It is not same. I'm not getting same at a overall level, also not getting same at a per student level. Not same, because see, if it's variable, apply the change at a per student level. If I ask you what is per student, you'll give me two answers. You'll say 250 and another answer. If I say apply at overall level, again you'll give me two answers, 25,000, 35,000. Unless you give me one answer, how will I work? Because I asked you what is the per student number, you are giving me two answers. I ask you what is the overall cost, again you are giving me two number. Fixed cost, when I apply the change and I ask what is the total fixed cost, you give me only one answer. When I apply the change for variable cost, I ask what is variable cost per student, again you give me only one answer. You are giving me only one answer when it is variable cost and one answer when it is fixed cost. But when it is semi-variable, overall cost also different, per student cost also different, overall cost also different. For example, electricity cost for Bharadwaj Institute. If I don't take class, no students are there, our EB cost can still be 10,000 rupees. Students are there, EB cost will increase. But it is not that it is going to proportionately increase with the number of students. 10 students in the room, our EB cost could be extra 2,000. Maybe 20 students are there, I may have more lights on, I may have more ACs on, and maybe the increase could be little more. But exactly it's not increasing. There is no exact increase like printing cost. Printing cost, 5 student 5,000, 10 student 10,000, 15 student 15,000, 20 student 20,000. Our this cost, EB cost, 0 student 10,000, 10 student maybe 12,000, 20 student maybe 15,000, 25 student maybe 20,000. I'm not able to find a link at all. Increase is happening. There is, when increase happens, it means there is some variable component. Students come, these lights are switched on, AC is on. Students are not there, I will not switch on the lights. I will obviously not switch on the AC, but still my outside light could be on. So I do incur some fixed EB cost. I also incur some variable EB cost. So at a per student number, amount is not same. At a overall number, again it is not same. So then what should I do in such a scenario is what we are going to analyze. Clear? Any doubts on this? Next, cost 3. Cost 3. Cost 3. Cost per student. Cost per student for 100 students is, for 100 students is rupees. How much it was? Rupees 50. And cost per student for 150 students is, 150 students is 100 students 250. 150 students is how much? 33,500 divided by 150. I have a big problem here. I wanted to apply the change at a per student level. If at all you wanted to apply, problem is you have a 250 number, also a 233 number. You have a 250 number and a 233 number. So we are kind of stuck here. Overall cost is obviously not same. Then right, variable cost, right? Variable cost per student. Variable cost per student equal to change in cost by change in units. Maybe you would have seen this earlier at some places, but I'll explain this. Change in cost by change in students. Change in cost by change in students. This is the way I'll split a semi-variable cost into a variable and fixed. How do we split this? Change in cost. Change in cost divided by what? Change in students. What was the cost for 150 students? Overall cost 35,000 minus overall cost 35,000 minus 25,000. 35,000 minus 25,000. 35,000 minus 25,000 divided by what? 150 minus change in cost by change in students. Change in cost by change in students. 35,000 minus 25,000. 150 minus 100. 35,000 minus 25,000. 150 minus 100. What's the number you get? 200 per student. 200 per student. 200 per student. Change in cost divided by change in units. Change in cost divided by change in units. Change in cost divided by change in units. 200 per student. 200 per student. Now listen. This table you need not recreate, but this is for your understanding. In the cost 3, variable cost is 200 into 100. Variable cost is 200 into 100. 200 is the number we calculated. You need not do this calculation as of now. 20,000. Other side is 200 into 150, which is, and balance is total fixed cost. Balance is total fixed cost, which is 5,000 or 5,000. Either ways you look at it, is 5,000 or 5,000. I'll repeat again. 200 per student is variable. 200 into 100 is variable. Balance is fixed. 200 per student is variable. 200 into 150 into 150 is variable. Balance is fixed. Now what will I do for 180 student is that 40% increase will be applied on 200 multiplied with the number of student, on 200 multiplied with the number of student. Also 40% will be applied on overall 5,000, on overall 5,000, on overall 5,000. One you will apply on per unit, multiply with the number of student. Second you will do it on overall, which is the fixed part, we have broken it now. We have broken. If I ask what is the variable cost, you will give me one answer, 200. If I ask what is the fixed cost, 5,000. But earlier when I asked what is the per unit number, we had two answers. When I asked what is the overall number, again you had two answers. Now per unit number 200. I'm not bothered about the 250, 231. Only 200 is the per unit number and 5,000 is the overall number. 200 is the per unit number, 5,000 is the overall number. 200 is the per unit number, 5,000 is the overall number. Any doubts on the example here? Any doubts on the example? Come down right. Total fixed cost. Total fixed cost equal to total fixed cost equal to, we can take any one level. When I say any one level, you can go for 100 students calculation or 150 students calculation. Total fixed cost equal to total cost of 100 students, total cost of 100 students minus total variable cost of 100 students. Total cost of 100 students minus total variable cost. Total cost of 150 students minus total variable cost of 150 students. From 100 students, deduct variable cost of 100 students, or from 150 students, deduct what? Variable cost of 150 student. Any doubts on this? What was the cost of 100 students we had for cost 3? 25,000, right? 25,000 minus 25,000 minus 25,000 minus 200 into 100 students. 25,000 minus 200 into 100 students. Very lengthy example, but it's a very good example. 200 into 100. How much is fixed cost? 1,000. Now, when I do estimation for the next year or whatever time period, 180 students, 200 you will increase by 40% and 5,000 also will increase by 40% because both are 40%. Some question may say variable cost will increase by so much, fixed cost by so much, apply whatever change it is. Any doubts on the concept here? 200 per student, add what percentage? 40%, multiply with the number of student, and 5,000 directly add 40%, no multiplication with number of student. Any doubts on the concept here? Any doubts on the concept? Very, very powerful and an important concept here. Any doubts on this? Any change in variable cost would mean what? Change in variable cost per unit. Any change in fixed cost would mean what? Change in total fixed cost. But for doing all of this, first tell me whether it's a variable cost or a fixed cost. For that, the rule is, if the per unit is same, if the per unit is same, it is a variable cost. If the per unit is same, it is a variable cost. If the overall is same, it is a fixed cost. Neither of them same, it is a semi-variable cost. It is a semi-variable cost. On the semi-variable cost, split into variable and fixed. Split into variable and fixed using what formula? Change in cost by change in units. Change in cost by change in units. Next, total variable cost for 180 students. 180 students equal to 180 students equal to, how much was the variable cost per student? 200. Increase is how much? How many students are there now? 180. 200 plus 40% into 180. How much? 50,000. 50,400. Any doubts on this? Total fixed cost for 180 students. 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 For 180 students. What is the fixed cost number? 5,000 plus we get 7,000, and now total cost. The cost 3 we had to do a very lengthy calculation. Total cost for 180 students. 180 students. 180 students. How much it is? 50,400 plus how much? put together 57,400. The way we forecasted cost 1 is different. The way we have forecasted cost 2 is different. The way we have forecasted cost 3 is different. All of them we have done differently. That because of the nature of the cost. In cost accounting, they may tell you to prepare a past cost sheet. They may tell you to prepare a future cost sheet. For future cost sheet, unless you know this understanding clearly, you will be doing a mistake because past data available. For future, I need to know which is variable, which is fixed, which is semi-variable. How do I forecast a variable cost? How do I forecast a fixed cost? How do I forecast a semi-variable cost? Any doubts on this? Go back to the table and write 57,400. 57,400. Cost 1 we have done differently. Cost 2 we have done differently. Cost 3 we have done differently. All are given to us. 100 student 150 I gave you. 180 we needed cost 1 you followed a different logic. Cost 2 you have followed a different logic. Cost 3 we have followed a different logic. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this part? Understood till this? Can we proceed? Any doubts in this? Done. Okay. This part is covered the basics. Basics I have not touched fully as of now because I wanted to explain some cost and then come back here. Classification of cost on the basis of variability or behavior. This is in concept book, chapter 1. In chapter 1, no need to open the book, no need to open, be in lesson mode. Cost classification on the basis of variability. On the basis of variability, we have fixed cost, variable cost, and semi-variable cost. Fixed cost by nature remain constant. Fixed cost by the nature remain constant, and if you calculate fixed cost per student as number of student increases, rent cost per student will go down for Bharadwaj Institute. As number of students increase, rent cost rent cost per student will decrease. If you buy in many stores, they'll say buy 10 units, this is the price. Buy 20, 30, 40, 50, they will reduce the price. Reason is their fixed cost per student or per unit is going down. For them, the fixed cost is going down. Variable cost, no problem, but there is always a fixed cost with anything. So as volume increases, fixed cost per unit will happen what? It is inversely. Inversely means as volume goes up, fixed cost per unit or per student will go down. Total variable cost is directly proportional. Directly means total means as number of students go up, printing cost exactly go up in the same proportion. Exactly, directly proportional means exactly go up in the same proportion. Student doubled, overall printing cost doubled. Student doubled, overall printing cost has doubled. VC per unit is constant. The variable cost per unit or per student is constant. Variable cost per unit is what? Per student is constant. Total semi-variable cost is neither constant nor directly proportional. It is not even constant. It is also what? Not directly. Directly proportional means student doubled, cost should double. Cost is not doubling but going up. It is not doubling but going up. If it does not change, fixed cost. If it doubles, it is variable cost. SVC per unit is neither constant nor directly. At a per unit also not constant, at a overall level also not constant. Per unit also not constant, overall level also not constant. Fixed cost, if you look at fixed cost by nature overall is constant. Variable cost per unit is constant. This is nowhere constant. This is nowhere constant. Fixed cost also not constant. That is overall also not constant. Per unit also not constant. So if they give you two data points in any problem, see the overall number, same fixed cost. Divide and see per unit number same, variable. Overall not same, per unit also not same. Then it becomes what? semi-variable cost. Change in fixed cost means change in total fixed cost. Change in fixed cost means any change in fixed cost would mean what? Change in total fixed cost. Change in variable cost means change in variable cost per unit. In case they don't split and give this change in cost by change in units, change in cost by change in units, take any one level, for example they give 10,000, 15,000 values given, overall not same, per unit not same, overall not same, per unit not same, overall not same, per unit not same. Clear? Any doubts on this? So we are done with concept 1 and 2 of the chapter 1. I have not covered other concepts because chapter 1 I will be doing later from a concept book point of view, but somewhere this basics have to come. This is like golden rules. That's why I've started my material with only this concept 1, concept 2. It is not separately covered in the chapter 1 in ICISM and all. I have kept it here with only one reason, like you have debit the receiver, credit the giver, debit what comes in, credit what goes out, which you have to be very clear. In cost accounting, this rules has to be very clear to you. Any doubts on this? Clear? I'll wait for a minute or two. You please go through this. Now you can open page 3 and also your example which you have done, whatever you want to see, a minute or two for you. And if there are doubts, let me know. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Understood? Clear? Okay. Let's now test our understanding with an example, and then I go back to, mostly maybe I'll go back to question. Only one concept I wanted to touch today. Maybe we'll do a problem around this or later also, I don't know, but I wanted to touch the concept at the beginning. Example 15, factory overheads 40% fixed, rupees 10 lakh. There's a 60% increase in volume. Fixed factory overhead will increase by 40%. Variable factory overhead will increase by 15%. How much is the revised factory overheads? How much is the revised factory overheads? I'll read the example again. It is 40% fixed, rupees 10 lakh. 40% fixed means 4 lakh is fixed, 6 lakh is variable. There is a 60% increase in volume. Increase in volume means number of units have gone up. Fixed factory overhead will increase by 10%. Any change in fixed cost would mean what? Change in total fixed cost. And variable factory overhead will increase by 15%. Any change in variable cost would mean what? Change in variable cost per unit. Change in variable cost per unit. Do we know the number of units of last year? Any data given on number of units? Because without number of units, how will I calculate per unit number? So whenever question doesn't give number of units, we can take any random number to solve the problem. I normally take it as 100. So now write example 15, write in your notebook. Example 15. Example 15. How much is the factory overhead given? Write the center of the page. Factory overhead. What is the value given? In lakh. Split that into two. Fixed, variable. Split the factory overhead into two. They have given the split to us. We need not calculate that. Fixed, variable. Fixed and variable. How much is the fixed component? 40%. 40% is 4 lakh rupees. Fixed 4 lakh. Variable is what? Balance, how much? Any change in fixed cost given in the question? Participate. What is the change in fixed cost? 4 lakh plus 10%. Plus 10%. 4 lakh 40. This is next year cost. Very simple. 4 lakh plus 10%. 4 lakh 40. Any change given for variable cost? But I cannot do it on 6 lakh. I cannot do it on 6 lakh. That is wrong. Because variable cost is to be applied at what? At a per unit level. Have they given the number of units? No. So listen, you can assume 100. If you assume 100, next year will become 160. Why? There is a 60% increase in volume. There is a 60% increase in volume. You can take any number. You can take 1 unit also. 1 unit will become 1.6. 1 unit will become 1.6. I normally take 100. I normally take 100. If nothing is given, we take the number of units as 100 to do the calculation. Just to do the calculation. So what we do is this 6 lakh divide by 100. Divide by 100 units. In bracket assumed. I'm assuming 100 units. Somebody wants to assume 1000 units, you can do 10,000, you can do any random number. Take a number like 100 so that rounding of decimal and all doesn't come. You take some 90, 50 and all, decimals may come. I don't want to do that. 100 is perfectly fine. Once you divide, what do you get? 6,000 per unit plus. There's a change given now. Now you apply the change. 6,000 per unit plus. What is the change? Plus 15%. Close bracket. And now multiply with more units. Now multiply with more units. What is the assumption we took? 100 units. 160. There is a 60% increase in volume. There is a 60% increase in volume. There is a 60% increase in volume. There is a 60% increase in volume into how many? 160. Multiply now. 6,000 plus 15% into 160. What's the number you get? 11 lakh. Put a total of both now, fixed and variable. That will be the factory overhead for next year. Next year total of both. Next year is the total of both. See, the way we estimated fixed cost is different. The way we have estimated variable cost is different. Fixed cost 4 lakh direct 10% addition. Variable cost, though number of units not available, assumed, got a number, applied the change, multiplied with more units, got the number. If that's it, there is no change in volume. No change in volume. Whether you do that 15% on 6 lakh or on 6,000 will not make a difference. No change in volume. If there is no change in volume, some student in a hurry did 6 lakh plus 15%. Some student divided by 100, applied the change, again multiplied with 100. Both will be same only. Mathematically, both are going to be same. Calculation wise, logical is divide, apply the change and then multiply. But if the number of units is not changing, whether you do at a per unit level or you do at a overall level, mathematically number is going to remain same. Put together how much? 15 lakh 44,000. Story over now. 15 lakh 44,000. Story over. With that, we will do the estimation and close it. Any doubts on this? Now, one important concept we have learnt is if I do not have data on number of units, if I do not have data on number of units, we will go ahead and make what? An assumption and proceed ahead. We'll make an assumption and proceed ahead. Any doubts on this? So this gives me 15 lakh 44. Again, I have done the same assumption, 100 units. I have done the same assumption of 100 units. You can take 100 units assumption. You can take 150, 200, 250, your wish. I normally take 100 or 1000. Any other number, decimals will come. I don't want that issue. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Understood till this? Any doubts on this? One main concept we have touched upon. So the concept is in this area, it's only one thing. If problem is silent, what is variable, what is fixed, what is assumption based area? Problem silent. If they give 2 period data, first year also they give, second year also they give. Check overall same, fixed cost. Divide and check, same, variable cost. Overall not same, per unit also not same, then it becomes what? Semi variable. Then it becomes semi variable. After it becomes semi variable, change in cost by change in units. Change in cost by change in units. Any doubts on the concept here? Any doubts on the concept? Application will do it in some time. Any doubts on this? Okay. Let me close the concept 6 also. Listen. A company has cost. Listen for some time. Cost is, okay, write this. Cost 1 lakh. Cost 1 lakh. Profit 15% on sales. Cost 1 lakh. Profit 15% on sales. Sales 2 lakh. Profit 12% on cost. Profit 12% on cost. Two situation. Cost is 1 lakh. Profit is 15% on sales. Sales is 2 lakh. Profit is 12% on cost. You could have seen all of this earlier, maybe in your accounting also. And question here wants us to calculate sales question mark. This side cost question mark. One side sales is question mark. One side cost is question mark. This is the situation. This will again come back in at least 20-30 questions. We will use this concept. So we will, like, these are like golden rules kind of stuff. Okay. Cost is 1 lakh. Profit is 15% on sales. Sales is question mark. Sales is 2 lakh. Profit is 12% on cost. Cost is question mark. Profit is on what? On. Do we know the sales? No. Profit is on what? Do we know the cost? No. You are saying profit is on sales, but sales is not known. You're saying profit is on cost, cost is not known. How do I answer these type of question is what we are going to see. Clear? Any doubts first on the example? Now, below this, right? Cost, profit, sales. Write this. Cost, and I will need some space. Cost, profit, sales. In between, this much space will be needed. Cost, profit and sales, cost, profit and sales. Cost, profit and sales, cost, profit and sales. In the first example, which one we know? Do we know the cost or profit? Cost is how much? No problem. I know the cost. Okay, good. In the second example, what do we know? Sales is how much? Clear? Okay. In the first example, profit margin is what? On 15% on 15% on sales. Okay, listen now. If it's on sales, sales is 100. If it is on sales, sales is 100. Listen for some time. If it is on sales, sales is, I don't want you to write. Listen, sales is 100. How much is the profit margin? 15% on what? Sales. So profit is 15. Profit is 15, which means cost is 85 equal to 1 lakh, 15 equal to question mark, 100 equal to question mark, cross multiplication. 85 equal to 1 lakh, 100 equal to question mark. We will do a cross multiplication. We'll do in some time. Just be in lesson mode as of now. Clear? If the profit margin is on sales, sales in bracket what? 100, profit is 15, cost 85. Cost 85. Should I take 100? Can I take any other number? Your wish. You can take 200 also. But 100 is best. 100 is best. What is? Sales is 100. Profit is what? 15% on 100, cost is 85, 85 equal to 1 lakh, 85 equal to 1 lakh, 15 equal to question mark, cross multiplication you will do and then get to the answer. In the second question, in the second type, profit is how much? On, if it's on cost, cost is 100. If it's on cost, cost is 100. If it is on sales, sales is 100. If it's on cost, cost is 100. Whatever be it, it can be on sales, it can be on cost. On sales, sales 100. On cost, cost 100. On sales, sales 100. On cost, cost 100. Profit is how much? Sales is 112. Sales is 112. Able to understand this? Cost plus profit is sales. One time I took sales as 100, profit is 15, cost became 85. One time I've taken cost as 100, profit is 12, sales is 112. Sales is 112. Able to understand the example? Any doubts on this? Now in the calculator do. I don't want you to write anything as of now. 1 lakh divided by 85 into 100. Cross multiplication. Divided by 85 into 100. What's the number? 17,640 into 15% do for this number. Into 15%. 17,647. 17,000 into 15% on sales. Into 15% on, it's a balancing figure only. I'm just showing you the calculation. Listen, 85 equal to 1 lakh, 100 equal to question mark. 85 equal to 1 lakh, 100 equal to question mark. Cross multiplication. 1 lakh divided by 85 into 100. Divided by 85 into 100. Divided by 85 into 100. You got the number? Do 15% of that just to check your answer. Do 15% of that just to check the answer. Next, this side. 112 equal to 2 lakh. 112 equal to 2 lakh. 100 equal to what? Question mark. 100 equal to question mark. In the calculator, 2 lakh divided by 112 into 100. 2 lakh divided by 112 into 100. What's the number you get? 1 lakh into 12% you do. Which will be the difference here? 21,429. 21,429. That into 12% also not needed. I can take balancing figure, but just I'm showing you the validation. I'm again repeating. If the profit margin is on sales, sales available, directly do it. Sales not available, take sales as 100. Take sales as 100. If the profit margin is on cost, take cost as 100. If available, nothing to take. If somebody tells profit margin is 15% on sales, sales 2 lakh rupee already given. Sales is 2 lakh rupee already given. Profit margin is 15% on sales. What will I do? 2 lakh already available. Do 15% of that. Why 100, 15? Nothing is needed. If it is on sales, sales available, close it directly. If it is on cost, cost available, close it directly. Not available, write this now. Write sales 100. Write in your notebook. Sales 100. Sales is 100. Profit is 15. Cost is 85. 85 equal to 1 lakh. Show the calculation in your notebook. 85 equal to 1 lakh. 100 equal to question mark. 85 equal to 1 lakh. 100 equal to question mark. 85 equal to 1 lakh. 100 equal to question mark. Clear? 85 equal to 1 lakh. 100 equal to question mark. Able to understand the calculation? Any doubts in this? 85 equal to 1 lakh. 100 equal to question mark. 85 equal to 1 lakh. 100 equal to question mark. 85 equal to 1 lakh. 100 equal to question mark. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Other side. We are going to take cost as 100. We are going to take cost as 100. Profit is 12. Sales is 112. Sales is 112. This is another golden rule kind of a thing. Not only used in cost accounting. This may even get used in financial accounting also. There also you may see this adjustment coming in. Maybe rarely you may see this coming there also. Cost accounting, at least 20-30 questions I'll do this. Suddenly after 10 chapters in some problem we'll use this. They'll say profit margin is so much. After 5 chapters I may use the variable versus fixed concept. So these two concepts which I've done, already taken around 1.5 hours of the session today. but very, very important concept. Variable versus fixed versus semi-variable. Variable versus fixed versus semi-variable, and profit margin on cost, profit margin on sales, profit margin on cost, profit margin on sales. Any doubts on the example here? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? You see here, if it is on cost, assume cost as 100. Assume cost as 100. If it is on sales, assume sales as 100. Assume sales as 100. How will I do the calculation? Cost 8 lakh, profit 40% on sales. Sales is 100, profit is 40, cost is 60. Sales is 100, profit is 40, cost is 60. 60 equal to 8 lakh. What is 40? What is 100? 60 equal to 8 lakh. What is 40? What is 100? You can directly calculate profit or directly sales, one balancing figure, or do both. That's up to you. 60 equal to 8 lakh. What is 40? If the sales is 8 lakh, profit is on cost, sales cost is 100, profit is 40, sales is 140. Clear? Any doubts on this? The way you calculate if it is on sales is different. The way you calculate if it is on cost is different. Question may give on sales and they may give the cost data. Question may say profit margin is on cost and they may give the sales data. Or it can match also. Match means on cost and I know the cost. If it's on cost and you know the cost, directly apply the percentage. If it's on sales and you know the sales figure, directly apply the percentage. Clear? Able to understand the concept? Any doubts on this? Very, very important and a powerful concept from a problem solving point of view. Any doubts on this? If the profit margin is on cost, apply it on cost. If it is on sales, apply it on sales. Let's check your understanding. Do example 16 in your notebook. Write example 16. Write the example. Write cost, profit margin, and I want to know the sales. Cost, profit margin, and I want to know the sales. Example 16. Obviously, please don't look at the answer. Most of the time when I discuss concept book, you need not open your book, only see the screen. Problem question bank only, you'll have to keep opening and seeing it. Because the problem with concept book is below suddenly immediate answer will come. You will only go to the answer, your eyes will go towards that. I don't want you to do that. Cost, profit and sales. I've given some 4 options and all, that and all is of no use. My objective was not the MCQ question. Objective is to test the concept clarity. Cost, profit, sales. You do it and then see what I'm doing here. $85 equal to 80,000, 100 equal to question mark. 85 equal to 80,000, 100 equal to question mark. 100 equal to question mark. What's the number you get? 94,118. 94,118. Any doubts on this? Now, the 2 concepts which I've done today are the basis for many problem. Today when I teach you this concept, you will be crystal clear. After 10 class when I do, student get confused how change in variable cost is applied, how change in fixed cost is applied, what is the meaning of how is it fixed cost, how is it variable cost. So one thing which you need to keep doing is, as I am very clear with the concept, you also need to be very, very clear with the concept. Whatever we are learning, unless you keep reading it multiple times, you will start forgetting them. And moment you forget it after 10 classes, suddenly I'll say we learned this sometime back and you are not able to recollect, you will start struggling with those questions. Because too many concepts are there. We need to be aware of those concepts and keep applying them again and again, again and again. Today, everything will be clear. After I teach another 10-20 concepts, because too many things are taught to you, you start confusing yourself with this. So we have learned some concept. You need to keep the purpose of these examples are not to solve ICI MCQ questions. The purpose of these is to have an understanding of the concept. Somebody says, I've understood this. You have understood this. Please prove your understanding by solving this MCQ. Please prove the understanding by solving the MCQ. There are two ways of proving your understanding. One is solving an MCQ, solving a descriptive question. If I tell you to solve a descriptive question, 20 minutes gone. Same example, I have to first get to this 80,000. How will I get to 80,000? I'll prepare a cost sheet. Direct material so much, direct labor so much, direct expense so much, factory overhead. In that, some extra concepts can also be there. But I have to solve everything, reach that stage, and thereafter check this understanding. What I have done, this could be a part of a bigger question. I would have removed all the irrelevant thing and just that concept alone is kept here. So the purpose of the MCQ is here to check whether whatever you are reading, have you understood it or not. You will feel you understood it. Please prove your understanding that. Please prove the understanding, and in how many minutes you can prove? Only in 2 minutes. It's not that you need to do a very big problem to check your understanding. So these MCQs will test whether whatever you have understood is right or wrong. That understanding will come through. For example, this example will again check your understanding, of the concepts. My concept MCQs, I call it as concept MCQs, is not going to help in ICI exam MCQs. These are going to help in both descriptive as well as MCQ, because what you are going to ultimately do is solve question. To solve questions, you need to know your concepts. Whether you have understood this or not, this MCQ will test, and maybe you then apply it in an exam question, a descriptive question you apply, or an MCQ question you apply. You end up applying this in a descriptive or a MCQ. So whatever MCQs are there in the concept book, at any stage you should revise concept MCQ. No ticking anything. Don't tick anything there, because if you tick it, next time you can't use it. So no ticking, nothing. Solve in a separate notebook. Don't write anything unless you feel some extra points are to be added. Don't solve in the side like I solve it in the screen. You will solve it in a separate notebook, any rough notebook. It's not that it has to be fair and all. Any book you solve, once the chapter is over, one thing you need to do is, for example, this chapter has around 17 MCQs. Some of the MCQs we would have done it in the class. Some we may not do it in the class also. Your work is to solve all the MCQ. For example, this 17th MCQ has a material cost, has a labor cost, has a production overhead, has a office overhead, has a selling and distribution overhead. So you'll prepare an almost cost sheet, and profit margin is 20% on sale. Profit margin is 20% on sales. What your cost sheet will give is cost. Profit margin is what? 20% on sales. From the previous MCQ, this is little more difficult. More difficult means more time consuming. You have to do the cost sheet. Doing this cost sheet is very simple. It's not a very tricky one. So you will prepare, right, direct material, direct labor, direct expense, prime cost, factory overhead, gross works cost, all that you will do. Complete the cost sheet. After the cost sheet is completed, your work is very simple. Go ahead and compute the selling price by doing the value of sales. Able to understand this? Our concept MCQs are going to test whatever you have learnt in the chapter as concepts. Are you able to revise them, or are you able to validate your understanding? Somebody says, no, I understand this perfectly, but not able to solve the below MCQ, which means you have not understood the concept. Go through the concept again, understand it, and after that 1 to 8 concept read, solve all the MCQs together. After that, if you have made a mistake, again from the beginning. In the initial part, you can spend a lot of time with the chapter. As we go towards the end, you need to cut down the time. That cutting down will automatically happen by practicing the concepts multiple times. Focuses on concepts and not question. Question we are going to solve. Today class, I'm yet to even get to a question. I'll be going to the question maybe after a break of 10 minutes. But the point is, do the concept, do the MCQ below that. Do the concept, do the MCQ. In between, I have left so many MCQs because all of these, you see so many MCQs. All of this somewhere need an understanding of the problems which we have solved. What I also do is any descriptive problem we solve, I find some special adjustment there. Our student finds it as a difficult adjustment. That adjustment alone I convert to MCQ. Only that adjustment is an MCQ. That entire question is not MCQ, but that small adjustment where student found it difficult or I had to explain a lot, that alone I cut and make it as MCQ. That's why I've told not to solve the MCQs as of now for other places, because you have to complete the chapter and then solve the MCQ. If you have understood the question, you will get the answer to MCQ. You have not understood those questions or the concept as well as question. If you have not understood something, you will struggle in the MCQ. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? The focus will primarily be on concept book only. Solving will 100% happen, but unless you have grip on the concept, you will keep facing difficulty in this subject. Clear? We have done concept 5 and concept 6. First class I did 2 concept, second class again 2 concept. Today also we are able to do only 2 concept. I'll have to go back to problems now. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Understood this? Okay, let's take a break of 10 minutes. Okay, we'll now do more problem solving to check the understanding of the concepts. We're done till question 4 in the previous session. I'll move to question 5. This is an LDR type of a question where maybe a student has to revise the day before exam to just get more grip on the concept. Let's come to question 5. Following information relate to a manufacturing concern for the year ended 31st March 2019. Raw material opening, raw material closing. Where will raw material opening go? Participant. Direct material. Raw material closing. Purchases of raw material. Freight inwards. Direct material. Direct wages paid. Direct wages. Direct wages outstanding at the end of the year added to the direct labor. Factory overheads. We have an item called factory overheads. Opening WIP, closing WIP. Admin overhead relating to production. Admin overhead relating to production. This will have a separate line item called administrative overhead relating to production. Distribution expense per unit given. Per unit given. You should multiply with which units? Units sold. Multiply with units sold. Finished stock opening is there. This will have opening FG. Sale of scrap of material. Sale of scrap of material. Where will scrap of material go? Direct material. Scrap of material will go to direct material. Concept explained in the previous session. Application is happening now only of that. Sale of what? Scrap of material. Firm produced 14,000 units. Stock is valued at cost of production. So firm sold 14,153 units. Produced some units. Sold some units. Opening FG some units is there. Closing FG number of units will use that formula called opening stock plus production is equal to sales plus closing stock. Opening stock plus production, sales plus closing stock. Prepare the cost sheet for the firm. Let's write cost sheet. Right, cost sheet of manufacturing concern. Question 5. Cost sheet of manufacturing concern for year ended March 31, 2019. This is a good question to revise day before exam, if at all you want to, or whenever you do your revision. Not very tricky and all, but it involves some inventory valuation. That's why I've classified it as LDR. Particulars, amount. Particulars and 2 amount columns. Amount and amount. Start with direct material. Direct material. Direct material. Opening stock of raw material. Opening stock of raw material, inner column. How much is the opening stock of raw material? 2,28,000. Opening stock of raw material 2,28,000. What's the next item I write? Add purchases. Purchases of raw material. How much the purchases? 40 to 25. 40 to 25. On problem solving, I may go little faster also. The important is concept. Problem will easily happen. 40 to 25. What's the next item? Freight inwards. Freight inwards. How much is freight inwards? 1 lakh. Freight inwards. I keep putting a tick here. You need not do any tick. We'll just check if everything is written. What else should I write? Sorry. Sale of scrap will also come and closing will come, whichever order you write, doesn't really matter. Sale of scrap will come as a reduction and what? Closing raw material. Sale of scrap will come as a reduction and closing raw material. Less closing stock of raw material. Closing stock of raw material. How much is the closing stock? Participate. Everyone has to participate. 3 lakh. Keep participating, guys. In the class, you'll have to keep saying it's okay. Repeat with me. 3 lakh 5,000. Then what should I write? Everyone participate. Sale of scrap. Sale of scrap. Sale of scrap. How much? 8,000. Whatever number you get, live online, guys, type it in the chat box. I want you to type now onwards. You will have to start typing the answer. You need not unmute and say, type the answer in the chat box. And here, please tell me what is the value. Sale of after reduction. Sorry, 42 lakh 40,000. After this, it's 42 lakh 40,000. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? Clear? Can you proceed? 42 lakh 40,000. Everyone should type in the live online, guys. You should start participating so that you are able to do properly. 42 lakh 40,000. What's the next item? Direct labor in bracket. I'll directly add the two items. Direct labor. What is the wages paid figure? Paid figure 1256 plus 150. 1256 plus 150. How much? 14. 14.6. 1256 plus 150. 14.06. We get next item is what? Direct expenses 0. Direct expenses 0. Put together is called what? Live online, guys, type the answer. Prime cost. Prime cost. Live online student, I want everyone to participate, please. Prime cost, what's the number? 56 lakh 46,000. 56 46. 56 46. 56 46. 56 46. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the number here? What's the next item? Factory overheads, what did the question say? 20% of prime cost. Factory overheads. Factory overheads in bracket 20% into 56 46. 20% into 56 46. 20% of prime cost. Sorry, 29 200. 11 29 200. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? What do we call this after addition? Gross work cost or factory cost. Gross factory cost. Gross factory cost. Works cost or factory cost. Work cost or factory cost. Tell me the number for works cost or factory cost. 67. Any doubts on this? It's a straightforward question. Only few new things are there. That's all. Only new things are there. After this, what? Add opening WIP. Live online, guys. Some of you are participating, some are not typing. Keep typing so that you are with the class. Add opening WIP. What's the opening WIP? 1,92,300. Whenever any calculation is done, you respond that less closing WIP. Add opening less closing. How much is the closing? 140, 700. So we are done till direct wages done, this done, this done, this done. All of this is done. All of this till now is done. This is called net works cost, or the better word which ICI always uses is factory cost. Factory cost. What's the number for this? 67. Okay, 68, 27. 68, 27. Net works cost or factory cost 68, 27. People here, you will have to say the answer. Live online guys, you'll have to type the answer. That way both participate. 68, 27. Any doubts on 68, 27? Can we proceed? After this, we have 5 line items. What are those 5 line items? Primary packing, not there. Research and development, not there. Credit for recoveries or scrap, not there. Quality control, not there. One item is there. Admin overhead relating to production. Admin overhead relating to production, 1,73,000. Admin overhead relating to production, 1,73,000. 1,73,000. Put together we get what? Cost of production amount is 70 lakh. Cost of production amount is 70 lakh. Cost of production amount is 70 lakh. Amount is 70 lakh. COP 70 lakhs. Any doubts on the COP number? In bracket, if you see the number of units, tell me the units also. Okay, write in bracket 14,000. If you know the number, write it. 14,000 units. COP 14,000 units. Many question we did not write in bracket the number of units because we did not know. Not knowing, it's okay. If you have data, write in bracket number of units. 14,000 units. Any doubts on this? Add opening stock of FG. Opening stock of FG. I think number is available. How many units are there? Number of units. 1217 units. 1217 units. The number of units is available. 1217 units. 1217. We have almost done with everything except for distribution expense. Except for the distribution expense and some inventory valuation. Value is how much? 6 lakh 8,500. 608 500. 1217 608 500. Any doubts on this? Less closing stock of, have they given the number of units? Directly given, not given, we'll do calculation. Have they told 10 units, 20 units, 50 units, anything given? So as of now, you need not write anything. Basically, I have to find this question mark. You don't write a question mark. Also find this. Both I have to find. I have to find that question mark and the value. Question mark and the value. We will see what to do. As of now, you don't know. That's okay. Any doubts on this? This is the only extra adjustment as compared to a normal set of question. Cost of goods sold. Do we know the number of units sold? 14. Value, I'll come back. 14,153. I know the number of units. I know the production units. I know the opening stock units. I know the units sold. I don't know the closing stock units and the closing stock value. Closing stock units and the closing stock value. Any doubts on this? Understood till now? Any doubts on this? Leave some 7-8 lines. Come down. Note 1. Valuation of closing stock. Valuation of closing stock. Valuation of closing stock. First, we will calculate the number of units and then we'll do the valuation. Once you get the number of units, you have two methods. FIFO method, weighted average cost method. What did FIFO method say? What is the formula? Cost of production divided by units produced into closing stock units. Average cost method said cost of production plus value of opening FG divided by units produced plus number of units of opening stock into the closing stock units. I can follow either of the method, nothing is given. Fortunately, both method will give same answer. The question is worded in such a manner that both method in this problem, whether you follow FIFO method or weighted average cost method, you will get exact same answer. Exam question comes, either they'll tell you the method. If they don't tell the method, you have to assume the method and proceed. Either they give you the method or you assume the method. Can the answer be different? Yes, it can be different. We did one question earlier. Where we did the method of valuation. In this question, I said because opening stock is not there, whether you follow FIFO method or weighted average method, formula is same only. Whether you follow FIFO method or weighted average method, formula itself is same only. Whether it is FIFO method or weighted average method, formula itself is same, because there was no opening stock. This question does have opening stock, but still answer will remain same. That is because the question is worded in such a manner. Any doubts till this? Can we proceed now? Right, opening stock plus production is equal to closing stock plus units sold. Let's first get the units. Opening stock plus production, debit side equal to credit side. Some question, listen, the balancing figure can become anything. Opening stock can become balancing figure. Production, why production is needed? If at all I have to value the closing stock, the formula is COP by units produced. Without units produced, how will I do? So anything can become balancing figure. How many units of opening stock? 1217 units. Units produced 14,000. Okay. Units sold. Get the closing stock balancing figure. Closing stock units first balancing figure. The units, then comes the value. Closing stock units balancing figure. 10. Any doubts on first 1064? The closing stock units are 1064 units. Either follow FIFO method or follow weighted average cost method. Both in this question will give same answer. Question has said only one thing. It says stock is valued at cost of production, which I anyway know. Why are they mentioning it? Because stock is valued only at COP. I use the COP and divide by. If suddenly they say stock is valued at prime cost, then that's a different story. Stock can only be valued at COP. COP by the units produced. If they say it's valued at prime cost, then I have to do prime cost by the units, which is illogical. But if they say, that's a different story. They are saying stock is valued at what? Cost of production. Stock is valued at cost of production. So I'll have to do it at the cost of production. Now it's assumed closing stock is valued under weighted average cost method. Either of the method, same answer will come. In this question, I know the values. Whether you follow FIFO method or what? Weighted average cost method, the amount is given in such a manner that both will give same answer. Else, both methods will give different answer. Whichever method you want to follow, please follow. I have no problem. But write a note. Any doubts on this? Now write value of closing stock equal to. Write your assumption in exam very clearly. Value of closing stock equal to value of closing stock equal to what will happen here? What is the formula? Cost of production plus what? We are doing this method. We are doing the method of WAC. WAC method will also have opening stock in the numerator, opening stock in the denominator. FIFO method, both will not be there. Opening stock value also not there and units also not there. Plus what? Value of opening stock divided by units produced plus opening stock units into closing stock units into closing stock units closing stock units closing stock units. What's the cost of production? 70 lakh. Opening stock 608 units produced. Opening stock into 1064 into 10. Listen, if you remove that 608 in the numerator, 1217 in the denominator. Remove 608 in the numerator, 1217 in the denominator. You will do FIFO method. Fortunately, here both will give same answer. The wordings, the question has been drafted in such a manner that whether you follow FIFO method or the weighted average cost method, you will get same answer. Multiply, let me know the answer. Live online guys, type the answer. 32,000. 5 lakh 32,000. The value of closing stock is 532. 532. 5 lakh 32,000. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand this? If you remove 608 500 and what 1217, if you remove what 608 500 and what 1217, it will become FIFO method. Answer may still remain same in this question because drafted in such a manner. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Let's go back to the top now. 5 lakh 32 negative 532 1064 units, maybe in bracket note 1. We got this answer in note 1. Note 1. 5 lakh 32,000. This was a missing information. You did a similar question at home where the data was given directly. Here it's a missing information. 532 negative. Let me know the COGS figure. 70 lakh. Any doubts on this? Do we have any administration over it? Any administration over it? I'm not writing it. If it's not there, let's not write it. General and administrative over it. Not there, let's not write it. If it was there, let us write it. If it's not there, let's not write it. Selling and distribution over it. Selling and distribution over it. Selling and distribution over it. What did the question say about selling and distribution over it? 16 per unit. 16 per unit. If it is 16 per unit, you need to multiply with what? Units sold. 16 into what? 14 153. 16 into 14 153. 14 153. What's the value you get? I've got the answer in live online. 226 448. 226 448. Any doubts on this? Clear? Total of this is called what? Cost of sales. Then profit and sales. Cost of sales, profit, and then sales. Very simple question. I've kept it as LDR because it involves some inventory valuation so that you revise inventory valuation with this. The LDR questions are to revise all the concepts together. 70, 76, 500. What's the value here? 72, 73, 7302, 948. Have they given any selling price? Into 618. 14,153 units into 618. 14,153 units into 618. Balancing figure is profit. How much is the sale value? 87 lakh. 6,054. 87 46 554, 87 46 554. Any doubts on this? Clear? Balancing figure profit 14 lakh 43,000 606. Any doubts on this? Any doubts in this? Once the cost sheet is done, if any specific requirement is there, specifically asked, then write below those answers. Nothing is asked specifically, they just wanted the cost sheet to be done. We have done the cost sheet. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? No major concepts, it's just application of whatever we have done with inventory valuation. Today's concepts were not used. Today I explained something, but I have not applied those concepts immediately. I've applied with MCQ example. Examples done, concepts explained. Application may happen today, may happen tomorrow, so that if it happens tomorrow, are you able to recollect or not? We will see. Any doubts on this? Able to understand this? Clear? Got clarity? Please write easy, moderate, difficult. Write whatever your wish. Easy, moderate, difficult. Whatever is your wish. It's an LDR question, but if it's an easy question, then you will not revise this also. If it becomes an easy question, no point in revising it. But you do your marking, whatever makes sense to you. Clear? Can we proceed? In the solution, we have done FIFO method. In the solution, we have done FIFO method, but answer is same. Whether you follow FIFO method or weighted average cost method, both are same only, because the figures are in such a manner. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Okay, question 6, again an LDR question. LDR means something which you may have to revise day before exam type. Looks very simple kind of a question, but let's read it. Following information is made available: opening work in progress, opening raw material, opening finished goods, purchase of material, indirect manufacturing cost. What is the meaning of indirect manufacturing? Meaning of indirect manufacturing: factory overheads. Manufacturing is factory, indirect means overhead. Indirect is overhead. What is the meaning of conversion cost? We will see as we proceed. Sales revenue is given, labor is given, prime cost is given, gross margin. What is the meaning of gross margin? No. What is the formula? I gave a formula for gross margin. Sales minus cost of goods sold. Sales minus cost of goods sold. Whatever we learned earlier, you will have to keep remembering it. That is why I sometimes apply immediately, sometimes I apply later, just to check whether you are able to recollect or not. So what is gross margin? Sales minus gross profit. If gross margin is 30%, COGS is 70% of sale. COGS is 70% of sale. COGS is 70% of sale. Gross margin is given, which means COGS is balanced. What is the formula for cost of goods available for sale? Again we did there. Opening stock plus COP, opening stock plus COP, opening stock plus COP, OR, COGS plus closing FG, or COGS plus closing FG. Did we do this earlier? Yes, we have done. Which concept? Concept 1. GP versus NP, gross profit, sales minus cost of goods sold. COGAFS, cost of goods available for sale. Opening FG plus cost of production, closing FG plus COGS. Today when I started, I did not revise the concept, but you have to remember the concept, because after 20 classes, somewhere ICA may add a word called cost of goods available for sale in some other chapter. It can come in any other chapter also. We will have to keep remembering things, then only it will be easier for you to travel through the subject. And for remembering, multiple reading. As you read multiple times, things will automatically fall in place. Clear? Any doubts till this? Can we proceed now? I go back to the question. What is question asking is calculate what? Closing raw material, closing WIP, closing FG. They have not asked us to do valuation of COP, COGS, all that is not needed. They want what? Closing raw material, closing WIP, closing FG. This is called a reverse working question. We'll open the cost sheet format. In the cost sheet, automatically raw material will come, automatically WIP will come, automatically FG will come, some calculation will be done. Once everything is done, answers are done, below the cost sheet, we will write these three specifically separately. Open the cost sheet. Cost sheet. We don't know the time period and all, just let's call it as cost sheet. Company name also not available, time period also not available, just call it as cost sheet. Particulars amount. Amount. If we have some data, let's write it. If we don't have any data, we'll see. Particulars and two amount columns. Particulars and two amount columns. Two amount columns. Direct material. Direct material. It's a good question, not a very tricky one. Initial set of question, LDR mark, because I feel some concepts are there, like concept like your gross margin is tested in this, cost of goods available for sale is tested in this. All these concepts we learnt, applied here. Opening raw material. Opening raw material. Let me know the value. Opening raw material. 1 lakh. Add purchases. Purchases of raw material. Do we know the purchase value of raw material? 7 lakh 50. Less closing raw material. Less closing raw material. Do we know the value? This is one of the requirement. Let it be question mark. You need not type a question mark. Anything else there, like freight, sale of scrap, anything else there? No. Let's leave it as of now. And two question marks are there as of now. You need not type a question mark in your book, but I have two question marks. I'll have to somehow find these two question marks. Direct labor. Direct labor. Let me know if you have this number. 6 lakh 66 750. Now in none of the question we have seen direct expenses. It is a very rare kind of a thing. It will come as we proceed. 666 750. Clear? Any doubts on direct labor? Direct expenses. Direct expenses. Do you find any direct expense in the question? Anywhere do you find any direct expenses? Nothing there. Write 0. I can't do anything. Let's write it as 0. If they say direct expense, find out the direct expense. Then that's again a question mark. I cannot assume now direct expense there or not there. I write 0. What's the total called? I think that is given in the question. Prime cost is how much? 1193 250. We'll just focus till this as of now. 1193 250. Now listen. From this 1193, when I go in the reverse order, that is the question mark which you see in the outer column plus 666. The question mark plus 666 is 1193. The question mark plus what? 666 is 1193. 666 goes to the other side. So reverse working, 1193 minus 66750 minus the 66750. How much you get? 520 26 500. 526 500. Any doubts on this question mark? Outer column question mark. Then the inner column question mark. 120 plus 750 minus question mark. 120 plus what? 750 minus the question mark. You will visualize 120 plus 750 minus the question mark is outer column. So minus question other side, and this plus figure take it to the side as minus. 120 plus 750. 120 plus 750 minus the question mark. Minus the question mark is outer column figure. Question mark goes to the other side. Outer column figure comes to this side. 120 plus 750 minus the outer column figure. Minus the outer column figure. What's the value you get? 120 plus 750 minus what? Minus 526 500. What's the value you got? I've got the answer. 300. Any doubts on this? Done. Okay. After this is done, ignore it's a reverse working problem. Ignore it's a reverse working problem. In the calculator, do this. 120 plus 750 minus 343. Do in the calculator. 120 plus 750 minus 343. Do it in the calculator. Are you getting 526, 500? If you get, you have done correctly. If you're not getting some plus minus, you made an error. Then do plus 666. Then do plus 666. Are you getting 1193, 250? If you are getting, you have done it correctly. If you're not getting plus minus something, you confused yourself. Some plus minus, you made a mistake. Usually, forward working, mind works properly. Reverse working, sometimes you make a mistake. So, after the answer is done, quickly in the calculator, 120 plus 750 minus 343, 526 plus 666, 1193 till it matches or not, we check. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Next, write factory over it. Factory over it. In bracket, note 1. What happens? I'll explain in some time. Factory over it, note 1. Explain this in some time. Gross works cost. I don't know this also because I don't know the factory over it. I don't know the factory over it. I don't know the gross works cost. I have no idea what is factory overhead. I'll have to do a calculation. I'll do that in some time. Gross works cost question mark, factory overhead also question mark. Any doubts till this? After this, add what? Add opening WIP less closing WIP net factory cost. Net factory cost. You use the word factory cost itself. ICI normally uses the word factory cost. Gross factory, net factory. That's okay. Gross factory, net factory. Do we have the opening work in progress? Much? 60? Okay, 60,000. Do we have the closing? Question mark. Do we have net factory cost in the question? Do we have factory cost like prime cost was there? No? Okay. Any doubts till this? I have to do some more analysis, but let me come to the factory overhead analysis and then try to get that factory overhead and then see how do we get to the answer. Any doubts till this? Clear? We may need another 10 lines. You leave 10 lines and come down. Note 1 factory overhead. Note 1 factory overhead. Leave some 10 lines. 10, 12 lines you leave and then come down. Note 1 factory overhead. What did the question say about factory overhead? It has mentioned something. Right? Factory overhead equal to what? 40% of conversion cost. 40% of conversion cost. Okay, let's understand what is conversion cost. All these are chapter 1 full theory. If I do, you will understand that. We did not do the theory fully because I didn't want as of now. The term conversion cost means the cost incurred to convert the raw material into finished product. Convert the raw material to finished product. What is cost incurred to convert the raw material? Raw material is already there. Ignore that cost. You have to incur labor cost. You have to incur direct expense. You have to incur factory overhead and it will become a finished product. You have to incur what? Labor cost, direct expense and factory overhead. Labor cost, direct expense and what? Factory overhead. You have to incur labor cost, direct expense and factory overhead. Raw material will become finished product. Raw material will become finished product by what? Incurring what? Labor cost, incurring direct expense, incurring factory overhead. Labor cost, direct expense, factory overhead. Labor cost, direct expense, factory overhead. Labor cost, direct expense, factory overhead. This will become a finished product. This will become a finished product. Labor cost, direct expense and what? Factory overhead and factory overhead. Able to understand this? Now write conversion cost equal to cost incurred. Convert cost incurred to convert raw material to finished product. Cost incurred to convert raw material to finished product, which basically means raw material cannot come as part of the cost. Okay, it is incurred to convert the raw material to the finished product. Raw material cost will not come. Raw material is already there. Other than raw material equal to direct labor plus direct expenses plus factory overhead. Can also have those 5 line items also, but they are not there in most of the question. Basically, all cost between direct material till COGS, between the direct material till COP, between the direct material till COP. After direct material, what we have? Direct labor, direct expense, prime cost we can't say because that's just a total. Factory overhead we have. Then we have those 5 line items. All those are conversion cost. All those are conversion cost. But for all practical purpose, three things. What are the three things? Direct labor, direct expense, factory overhead. Now, right, factory overhead equal to, right, factory overhead equal to zero point 0.4, zero point 0.4 into direct labor, direct expense, and factory overhead. Factory overhead equal to 0.4, 40%. Direct labor, direct expense, direct labor, direct expense, and factory overhead. 0.4 into what? Direct labor, direct expense, and factory overhead. And factory overhead. Do we know the factory overhead figure in the question? No, that's okay. Let it be. FOH, I don't know. Do we know the direct labor figure? How much? 6,66,000. Do you know the direct expense figure? We don't have, 0. That's okay. Factory overhead I don't have. Let us solve this. You'll get FOH. You will get FOH. You'll have to solve this. FOH equal to, tell me, 0.4 into 666,750. How much? 0.4 into 666,750. 6,600. Okay, 700 plus 0.4 FOH plus 0.4 FOH. Take 0.4 to the other side. 0.4 FOH factory overhead. 266,700 plus what? 0.4 factory overhead plus 0.4 factory overhead. Any doubts till this? I take it to the other side. 0.6 factory overhead equal to 266,700. Let me know the factory overhead figure. 4 lakh 9. Okay, 444 500. 444 500. I don't know the direct labor. Sorry, I don't know the factory overhead. Question has said what? It's like again a mini reverse working in between. We did one rework saying 20% of raw material consumed. I don't know the raw material consumed. I don't know the stock closing stock. We formed an equation. Same thing we have done. I don't know the conversion cost because conversion cost includes factory overhead. I don't know the conversion cost, but factory overhead is a percentage of conversion cost. Factory overhead is a percentage of conversion cost. Any doubts on the calculation here? 444 500. Let's go up. 4,500. Factory overhead 444 500. Note 1, we got this number 444 500. There are two views for the term conversion cost. Some author are of the view that in the conversion cost even direct material should be included. There are two views also. I hope ICA has done this only. Else in this formula I can also add direct material figure. I can also add direct material, which obviously will change the answer. It will change the answer. More logical is what we have done, I feel. But let us see in the end because I don't remember what ICA would have done. Can you tell me the gross factory cost? 16 lakh 1637,750. Any doubts on this? But still I don't know the question mark. I still don't know the question mark because I don't have closing WIP. I also don't have net factory cost. One question mark I can identify. Two question mark I don't know. Unless they say closing WIP is 20% of factory cost, something they mention, we'll form equation. We will leave it for the time being. Do you have any of those 5 line item? This is also called a COP. This is also called COP. Any doubts till this? After this, what comes? Add opening FG less closing FG. We get cost of goods sold. Beyond this, I'm not writing. I don't want. I can write, but beyond this, I'm not writing. I'm just writing till COGS. You can write beyond COGS also, but I don't need it. Do you know the opening FG figure? How much? As of now, I see 4 question marks. As of now, I see 4 question marks. Somehow I have to get 3 out of them, then the fourth one will become balancing figure. 4 question marks are there. Any doubts till this? What is the gross margin given in the question? 30%. COGS, you can write in the calculation or in the amount column also. 70% of sales. COGS is 70% of sales. COGS is what? GP is what? 30%. COGS is what? 70% of sales. What is the sales figure? What is the sales figure? Sorry? 22 lakh 50. 70%. 22 lakh 50. 70% of 2250. 15 lakh. 15 lakh 75,000. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on 1575? Okay. Now, COGAFs will come to our rescue. What is cost of goods available for sale? Is 2 formula was there. Opening stock plus COP RR. Closing stock plus COGS. Both will help us. Both will help us and get something. Opening stock plus COP. Closing stock plus COGS. Opening stock plus COP. Closing stock plus COGS. Now come down. Note 2. Cost of goods available for sale. Available for sale. Cost of goods available for sale. Center of the page. COGAFS. Cost of goods available for sale equal to COGAFS. Cost of goods available for sale. Center of the page. COGAFS. What's the formula for COGAFS? Sorry, what is the value? 1667 325. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on 1667 325 given in the question? Can we proceed? One side right. One side right. COP plus opening FG equal to 1667 325. COP plus what? Opening FG. COP plus opening FG 1667 325. I think we know the opening FG COP balancing figure. We know the opening FG COP balancing figure. COP plus opening FG 1667 325. Any doubts on that first? Other side right. COGS plus closing FG. Again 1667 325. Again 1667 325. Both are same formula only. Any doubts on this? On the COP side right. On the COP right. COP plus mark down. COP plus what is the opening FG? Equal to 1667 325. Get me the COP balancing figure. COP plus 113 250. COP plus what? 113 250. Tell me what is the COP number? 15 lakh. I will write this in the top in some time. 15 54 075. COGAFS learnt in the first session of cost sheet, applied in the third session of the cost sheet. We have learnt this in the first session, applying now in the third session. Sometimes I do immediate application, sometimes I may do it later application. Any doubts on this? Other side, what is the COGS figure? Plus closing FG. Plus closing FG equal to 1667 325. Get closing FG balancing figure. 92. Any doubts on this calculation? Two missing figures we have identified. Two missing figures we have identified. I've done in a chart form. In exam, your wish. In class, I do sometimes chart form to easily explain it. 92 325. 92 325 and 1554 075. Almost the cost sheet will be over now. 92 325 15 54 075. Any doubts on the workings here? Two formulae were there. We have used both the formulae. We have used both the formulae. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Done with the calculation? Any doubts on this? Go up. Tell me what was the closing FG we calculated? Negative 92 325. Negative 92 325. Note 2. What is the COP we calculated? 15 lakh. Balancing figure is closing WIP. Balancing figure is closing WIP. Any doubts on 1554,075? Any doubts on 1554,075? What is closing WIPs? The gross factory cost, add opening WIP minus the closing WIP is this. Minus goes to the other side. This figure comes to this side and balancing figure is closing WIP. Balancing figure is closing WIP. Please calculate the balancing figure. 1,43,675. After any reverse working is done in forward calculation. Check. How will you check? 16 plus 60 minus 143, 15 plus 113 minus 92, 1575. Check from the beginning entire total. From prime cost, you check the total once again and check if you are getting the numbers, you have done it correctly. If you are not getting the numbers, in the reverse working, something went wrong. How did this 143 come? From 1637, we added 60,000 and deducted 1554,075. Deducted 1554,075. We would have got 143 negative, I write. After it is done, just to be doubly triply sure, I will do a forward calculation. I'll do a forward calculation. Any doubts on this? Clear? Done. With this question is over. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the problem? Below the question, please write 3 line item. Those 3 items which are asked. Any doubts on this? Wherever you have space or after the note 2. Any doubts on these numbers? Closing raw material. What's the value we got for closing raw material? 343. Closing WIP. What's the value we got for closing WIP? Closing FG. 92 325. 92 325. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand this? Any doubts on this? Got clarity? Understood this? Perfect. Okay. We are done with the session. 7 is a practice question for you. Okay. 7 is a practice question. You should practice it. It's a reverse working question. Practice it today at home. I may discuss it in the next. Okay, I'll not discuss it, but I'll just tell you quickly. They have given all the figures directly. Here, sales, from the sales, you will have to do reverse working. From the sales, you have to do reverse working and you'll get material purchase. From sales, you will come to COGS. From COGS, you will come to COP. From COP, you will get to networks cost. From networks cost, you will come to gross works cost. From gross works cost, you will come to prime cost. From prime cost, you will get to the outer column. And from the outer column, you will come to the material purchased. So it's a reverse working from the last till the beginning. From the last till what? Till the beginning. You do at home. One tricky word is there. You attempt, you get the answer, great. You don't get the answer, send a message to me in WhatsApp, I'll clarify. Still you have more doubts, next session beginning we will discuss it. But you need to practice 7 at home. It's a practice question. Yeah, 7 alone is a practice question. Any doubts on this? Clear. I'll quickly revise what we did today. We classified the cost into 3 categories. What are the 3 categories? Variable cost, fixed cost, semi-variable cost. Any change in variable cost means a change in variable cost per unit. Any change in fixed cost means a change in total fixed cost. Any change in semi-variable cost means a change in nothing can be done. Semi-variable cost, you can't do anything. You'll have to split it into what? Variable, fixed. You'll have to split it into variable and fixed. How will you split? Change in cost by change in units. Once you get variable, apply the percentage change in it per unit. When you get the fixed, apply the change at overall level. Apply the change at overall level. This is one concept we learnt. If the problem is silent, direct material, direct labor, direct expense and selling overhead. Direct material, direct labor, direct expense and selling overhead is variable. Admin overhead is fixed. Admin overhead is fixed. And the other item which is your factory overhead, assumption based area. Factory overhead is assumption based area. Factory overhead is assumption based area. Clear? This is one part of the calculation. Then we also learnt something on profit margin. The profit margin can be on sales, can be on cost. If it's on sales, take sales as 100 and do the calculation. Sales 100, profit 20, cost 80. If it's on cost 100, profit 20, sales 120. 120, 120, 120, 80. 120, 120, 120, 80. Any doubts on this? Application of this when will happen? I don't know. My concept is learnt at some time. Application may happen later. Any doubts on this? So at home, go through the concept book again or before the class. That's up to you. Solve that one practice question. We'll meet in the next session. Clear? Any doubts on this? Done. We'll end the session. Thank you, friends. Good morning, friends. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. We were doing an area called cost sheet. I'll quickly revise the concepts additionally done in the previous session. We learned two major concepts. One is variable versus fixed cost concept, where we learned that any cost which is variable in nature, if any variation happens, that is if any change happens, will be applied to what? At a per unit level. Any change will be applied at a per unit level. And any change which is fixed in nature, the change will be applied at a overall level. To identify whether a cost is variable or fixed, if we give two data points, that is two costs are given and two volumes are given. See the overall cost. Overall rent is same for 10 students, 20 students at Bharadwaj Institute. It is a fixed cost. Divide by the number of students and see is the per unit same. Printing cost per student is same for Bharadwaj Institute. It is a variable cost. Neither of them same, then it becomes a semi-variable cost. For semi-variable cost, we'll have to split into variable and fixed by using a formula change in cost divided by change in units. This will give you the variable component and the fixed component. Thereafter, if any change is there, apply the change for variable cost at a per unit level. Apply the change at a overall level for the total fixed cost. In case problem is giving only one data point, not two period data point, only one period data is given. Variable cost, these are items of variable cost: direct material, direct labor, direct expense and selling overhead. Fixed cost is admin overhead, and factory overhead is an assumption based area. We take an assumption and close whatever solution we want to take. We also saw if profit margin is given, it could be given on sales, it could be given on cost. If it's given on sales, assume sales as 100, calculate profit and reverse work the cost. If they give cost, profit margin on cost, then cost is taken as 100. We do reverse working and then get the balance set of information. Any doubts on this? This is what we had done in the previous session from a concept point of view. I had given you question 7 as homework. I had told you to complete this. How many of you have not done the homework? Okay, how many of you have done the homework? You'll have to fit in either one category. You cannot be raising your hand for both of them. Not raising doesn't understand. Either you complete or you don't complete. My request is please completing it. Along with the class, if you do practice questions, it will get over with the batch. After the batch is over, you can ignore the practice questions also. Whenever you do your revision, you can kind of ignore them also, or you find something very extraordinary there, note it down. Otherwise, those set of questions can purely be ignored, as we get into our revision phase. Problem is, if you don't do now and don't do later also, then I have a problem. At least one time we have to do these practice questions. So here we have direct labor cost, which is 175% of works overhead. This will give me the works overhead or factory overhead. Factory overhead figure will be 10,000 here. 175%, 10,000. Cost of goods sold. excluding admin expense. Not sure why ICA wanted to use such a specific word, because in the COGS, general and admin don't even form part. If it forms part, what will form part? Admin overhead relating to production. If this was AOH relating to production, specifically they are saying in 56,000, this 2,500 is not included, which means COGS may become 58,500, which means COGS can become 58,500 if that specifically use the word excluding admin, and it is what? Admin overhead relating to production. Opening raw material, closing, opening, closing, opening, closing, selling expense. Sales is 75,000. General and admin 2,500, selling expenses 3,500, your COGS is 56,000, so cost of sales is 62, profit is 13,000. From the COGS 56, if I reverse work, I will get COP. I'll be getting COP, which should be, I think, 57,400. You reverse work 57,400. From there, if you reverse work the WIP, which should be, I think, 61,400. From there, you reverse work the works over it. You will get prime cost, which should be 51,400. From there, you reverse work the direct labor cost. 51,400 minus 17,500 should be 33,900. 33,900. Closing WIP is 10,600. Sorry, closing raw material is 10,600. Opening raw material is 8,000. If you adjust this, you should get 36,500. Purchases figure should be 36,500. Any doubts in this? Clear? We have discussed this question. You keep practicing questions at home, then only things will happen. Practice questions are purely yours. Any doubts on this? Done? Okay. Let's do a few more questions now. Question 8, it's an LDR question. LDR means basically a question which you may have to see day before exam, or not exactly day before exam, but at least during your revision phase. Day before exam, so many questions may be possible, may not be possible. Let's look at this. XYZ, a manufacturing firm, has revealed the following information for September 2019. Raw material opening closing, WIP opening closing. Company incurred following expenses for a targeted production of 1 lakh unit. Any idea what's the meaning of targeted production? The planned production ideally can become actual also. I don't know. The target was to produce 1 lakh units. Reality could be 1 lakh, could be lower than 1 lakh, could be more than 1 lakh also. Consumable stores and spares. Any idea what is consumable stores and spares? Sorry? Actual? No, okay. Classification, okay. But any idea what is consumable stores and spares? Spare items, okay. Any example or anything else? You're going in the right direction. Tools used, again, right direction. Okay, I'll give you a very simple example. I want to manufacture a shoe. In the manufacturing of shoe, we use some direct material. We also use some indirect material. And the shoe is manufactured with a machine. For the machine to operate, I may need some oil. I may need certain extra items. So most of the times, machines may need something extra. They are technically called as spares. Machines may need for functioning, you need certain item. Machine, when it is operating, will consume some items. They are practically called as consumables. To put it very simple, consumable stores and spares is an indirect material. Indirect material means it can either be factory overhead, admin overhead, or selling overhead. Because it is used in the factory, it will become what? Factory overheads. Research and development, where should I classify? We have a separate line item. Quality control cost, packing cost in brackets secondary, per unit of goods sold. Very crystal clear word. It is on what? Goods sold. Packing cost secondary will go where? Selling and distribution overhead. Lease rent of production asset. See, ideally speaking, this is an item which can go to either direct expense or factory overhead. In the practical world, direct expense versus factory overhead is always a headache. When I say always a headache, in the practical world, I'll have clarity. In exam, we can have challenges. What kind of challenges we can face in exam and how classification can change. Listen, if let's take an example of power and fuel. Power and fuel, most of the times I may take this as factory overhead. Sometimes I may take it as direct expense, or ICI may also take direct expense or factory overhead. How do I decide whether it is a direct expense or a factory overhead in a practical world? Depends on extra information. Example, there's an industry called tiles manufacturing. In the tiles manufacturing, the power cost is almost 20-25 percentage of the overall cost. In the overall cost, power, the electricity is the most important element. They will use certain clay, some product, something and all is there, but the one of the important cost is power and fuel. And in the tiles manufacturing industry, power and fuel will be a direct expense. Power and fuel will be a direct expense. Some other industry, power and fuel can be an indirect expense because it's not a very material kind of an expense. Not a very material kind of an expense. We may put it under indirect and factory overhead, or we may put it under direct and call it as direct expenses. How do I decide? Practical world, I have clarity. In the practical world, extra information that will tell, is it a major expense of the company, or is it a minor expense of the company? It could be a major expense, it could be a minor expense. I don't know. Only when I get to know the cost data, I can decide. Here, we don't go by materiality, immateriality and all, because we don't know which is material, which is immaterial. We don't do all of that. But there are certain items where ICI in the suggested itself tells that this item can go as direct expense or can go as factory overhead. Would my overall answer change? No, may not change because it's just a classification issue. May change also. When can it change? For example, one item like factory overhead, they say 10% of prime cost. So if you take something in prime cost, factory overhead will go up. If you take the same item below, factory overhead may not go up. So it may have an impact also, mostly may not have an impact also. It all depends on how are the cost given. If some cost is specifically a percentage, that time a reclassification can lead to a different answer. Clear? Any doubts till this? Now how do I tackle this? I don't have any other way to tackle it. Only thing is, you will see this day before exam. This you will see day before exam. Question 7 is concept 7. What are here items? These are items picked from different questions and put it at one place, so that wherever ambiguity is there, you can remember the classification and go to exam. This is just for the ambiguous item. Can there be any other option available? The classification can change. Let's look at this item now and then I go back to question. Royalty paid for production. I don't see it's an ambiguous item. Why I've kept it here? Maybe it's like a special item. Either it's a special item or a ambiguous. What a special item is? When I give you the item, maybe you don't tell me the answer correctly. You take time to understand or you find it little difficult to know. Royalty is basically paid for every car I manufacture in case of Maruti Suzuki. So every car you incur it directly related to the end product, ICS is direct expense. Power and fuel, in this place, right? This is the answer, okay. Other option is factory overhead. Some question ICA may take factory overhead. You don't take factory overhead, but they may take factory overhead. Power and fuel can be direct expense. It's an ambiguous item. Royalty is not an ambiguous item. Okay, this is an ambiguous item. Power and fuel is a either a direct expense or a factory overhead. Suddenly in one suggested answer ICI will take factory overhead. Suddenly in one suggested answer they may take direct expense. Both are right in its own way. There's nothing wrong there. Molds and patterns. Any idea what is molds and patterns first? Meaning of molds and patterns. If you know, it's okay. If you don't know, I'll anyway give the answer. Used in the making of the part, okay. How is it used or what is it exactly done? You are in the right direction. To give shape. For example, I want to manufacture this. When I want to manufacture this, I need an outer shape exactly of this. So there will be a mold or a pattern which is created. Maybe if this is of the steel, we'll pour liquid steel. We will pour liquid steel and exactly the shape will come. Exactly the shape will come. This mold or pattern may be reusable till you do 1000 units or 500 units or 2000 units. After that, you have to discard and get a new mold or pattern. So this is a direct expense, can go as factory overhead also. Can, wherever you see direct expense, most of the time other answer can be factory overheads. So this is, if you want to create this pen, I need the shape. The shape will come through a mold or a pattern. Job charges paid to job worker. Any idea what is job work? If at all you know, else I'll anyway give the answer. Participate. Right, wrong doesn't really matter. Most of you are able to give me the answer. Sorry? Not daily wage, not floor level workers. Any small job, maybe in the right direction, but what exactly then? Special? No. More or less, you guys are going in the right direction, but not exactly this. For example, a company wants to manufacture a shirt. In the shirt manufacturing, there are a lot of parts, cutting, stitching, something, lot of things are there. Packing, everything is there. Cutting, stitching, my employees do. Packing, either I give it to an outside person or his employees come to my factory and then do. My own employees I pay, that's called direct labor. Other guys employees I pay. Other guys employees I pay. When I say other guys employees I pay to a contractor. He will pay his employees and all. That contract which is given to an outside person is called job work. That contract is called job work. Packing alone, I pass it on to an outside person. Many a times the job worker may come to my factory, sit in the factory itself and do the work also. He may sit in the factory and do the work, or I manufacture the shirt alone I send it outside, he does packing and gives it back. He does the packing part and gives it back. That extra work which is done by an outside person, not an employee of the company, if employee does, direct labor. If the employee is not doing, it becomes a direct expense. Job work becomes a direct expense. Classic example is in case of the shirt manufacturing, either I outsource the cutting part or the stitching part or the packaging part, or if I take Bharadwaj Institute, it's not the job, we don't have any classification like this, but we outsource the test process alone. The test process we outsource to an outside agency. They conduct test, they evaluate the test, and we are able to see whether students are doing well or not in the test process. Repairs and maintenance for vehicles used by director. Vehicle used by director. It's not an ambiguous item. It's like a special item. Directors are normally going to sit out of the corporate office. They'll sit out of the corporate office. So we classify under general and admin overhead. Repairs and maintenance for vehicle used by sales directors. Production director will go as factory overhead. Sales director will go as selling and distribution overhead. Insurance premium for stock of raw material. Two special items here. One is insurance premium for stock of raw material and stock of raw material in transit. Stock of raw material in transit. Till the raw material reaches my factory, till it reaches my factory, it's a direct material. till it reaches my factory, it is a direct material. Raw material sent by the my supplier, yet to reach my factory. In this gap, I take insurance, I incur freight, I incur lot of expenses. All those are direct expenses. Whatever expenses you incur till it reaches your factory, till it reaches your factory, will come under the category of direct material, will come under the category of direct material. Once it reaches the factory, you incur anything, it will be a factory overhead. So insurance for the stock of raw material, stock of raw material is a factory overhead, and insurance for raw material in transit, raw material in transit will come under the category of direct material. For raw material in transit is direct material, but once it reaches the factory, it becomes what? Factory overheads. Salary to production control manager. Now, what does a production manager do? His job is to ensure company does proper manufacturing. His salary is first not a direct expense. Why not a direct expense? Because he is not one directly involved in manufacturing. Second, I cannot say this much salary for every unit manufactured. I cannot say salary is 10,000 for every unit manufactured. Normally wages is at a per unit level. Salary can't be at a per unit level. So this guy sits out of the factory. Can be factory overhead. ICA says, no, if you are paying salary to the production control manager, he is administering the entire factory work. What is administration? See, administration is not any fancy thing and all. Administration is basically controlling, coordinating things. I have an admin team. Their work is to plan my classes, ensure that all the things are available for my classes, clarify students' requirement. So they administer the entire activity. They are just checking whether everything is happening properly or not. Suddenly, if something doesn't happen, they have to take care. So their work is very limited. They are administering the entire activity. Administer is nothing but controlling the entire activity. Production control manager is going to control. He is going to control the entire activity in the company. He is going to control what? Entire activity in the company. So any salary paid to the production control manager, paid to the production control manager, ICA says admin overhead relating to production. In this place, you can write slash factory overhead, but answer will be admin overhead related. The ambiguous is factory overhead. The ambiguous is factory overhead. Can it be factory overhead? If you ask me, I may say yes also, but ICA answer admin overhead relating to production. Now comes the item which we were having. Lease rent of, because of that item only I had to come back here. Lease rent of production asset, ICA has taken factory overhead. They have taken factory overhead. Alternate answer is direct expense. The alternate answer is, because it's related to a production asset. So I in fact thought direct expense, but I think the answer we are doing, it will be factory overhead. It will be factory overhead. Cost of special drawings. Any idea what is special drawings first? What's the meaning? You participate, right, wrong, doesn't matter. You're in the right direction. So what is cost of special drawings is very simple. I want to construct a building. Before constructing a building, maybe I'll prepare a 3D design of that or a 4D design of that, which will tell how the building will look, how the building will look. So any machinery I'm manufacturing, I may need some drawings against machinery manufacturing, not something like this, but some big product we are manufacturing, we may need special drawings or drawings. These are related exactly to the end product, exactly to the end product. So ICA says direct expense may come as factory overhead, may come as, but more related to direct expense. Special word, then ICA take it as direct expense. Now you see here, lease rent of production asset. What is lease rent of production asset? Taking some asset on rent and doing manufacturing. Higher charges of equipment. What is that? Taking some equipment on hire. Hire means rent. You can use the word hire, you can use the word rent, you can use the word lease. All the three are same. Lease rent of production asset, ICA says factory overhead. This happened in one question. They have not given classification separate. Higher charges of equipment, they are saying direct expense. Higher charges, they are saying direct expense. Lease rent, they are saying factory overhead. Can suddenly in exam they change the classification? Maybe possible also. We don't know, because this is what happened in one exam question. That November 2019 question, I saw lease rent of production asset. I said it factory overhead. I wrote factory overhead. But can reclassification happen? Can alteration happen? Because both are same. It's just English construct. Lease rent of production asset, higher charges of equipment. If you check in chat GPT, is there any difference in meaning? At least I did not find. Both are almost same. Lease rent means taking it on rent. Higher charges means taking it on higher or rent. Taking it on higher or rent. Both same meaning. If it is same meaning, classification should also be same. One ICI has taken as factory overhead, another one they have taken as direct expense. There's nothing right, wrong at all in this. This is how it is done. Practical world, extra information is there. With the extra information, I will do a proper classification. In the practical world, I will do proper classification because I do get extra information. Then carriage on return. Now, carriage inwards, direct material. Carriage outwards selling and distribution overhead. Carriage on return means I return the raw material. I return the related to raw material, but it's not an expense incurred to bring the raw material to the factory. Not an expense incurred to what? Bring the raw material to the factory. If you incur carriage on raw material inwards, direct material, on finished product outwards, selling and distribution overhead. In between lying, what is in between lying? Raw material came in, raw material is going out. Why going out? We don't know. We are sending back the raw material. Maybe we did not like it, some reason. When I send back the raw material, I have to do anyway one classification. So when I'm sending back the raw material, the classification is factory overheads. Classification is factory overhead. Expenses for participation. Ideally, I should have left some space. So you have space here. When you do questions, whenever you do question and you find something which is ambiguous for you, not for me, for you, note it down here. Whatever space is there, just note down extra items here whenever you do question. In class also we do have done. If you found anything ambiguous, so sit at home for 10 minutes, open question 1, you found anything ambiguous, write it here. Question 2, you found something ambiguous, write it here. You did not find anything ambiguous, leave it. If you find anything extra ambiguous, I should have ideally left space in between. Anyway, space is there below. So you just note down extra item. Participation in industrial exhibition. Normally, we participate in exhibition for the purpose of selling. If you participate for the purpose of selling, it is selling and distribution. If you participate for the purpose of purchasing, it may become direct material also. It may become direct material also, because it's a cost incurred to bring the raw material to the factory. I'm going there, participating and getting the material to the factory. Warehousing. Again, warehousing is normally related to finished product. So selling and distribution. If warehousing is done for raw material, not direct material, it will become factory overhead. Why not direct material? Because it's already brought to the factory. Raw material till it reaches the factory. Factory means warehouse is also your only. Till it reaches you, it is part of direct material. If it has already reached the warehouse, then warehousing charges of raw material will be a factory overheads. Expenses paid for utility. Now, the term utility means those items which are those things which are needed for operations of machinery. Classic example is power and fuel. Power and fuel is called a utility. Certain industry needs steam consumption. All those are utility. So this is the classification. We have noted down certain ambiguous items here. You may note down extra item. This is not, this concept 7 is nothing to do with problems, so is nothing to do with questions, numbers. It is to do with the basic classification. Number solving concepts were 1 to 6. This concept is purely on classification, purely on classification. Any doubts on this? Then other items are there: abnormal cost, penalty, fines, damages, demurrages. Any abnormal cost should not form part of costing, is a rule of costing. Why? Let's understand this. Bharadwaj Institute, we have around 20 students or 40 students. We estimated cost will be 10 lakh, divided by 40 students, we collected the fees. What happened is, in 1 year alone, when we were printing, books got damaged. The printing had a damage of books, and we had to incur extra 1 lakh. We had to incur extra 1 lakh because of damaged books. Can I collect that 1 lakh from the students? Participate. Can we collect that 1 lakh from the students? You'll have to participate. Is it possible? Ideally, no. Ideally, no. I cannot tell my students to pay for the penalty or the damage or the demurrage or the fine which has happened. We did not comply with some GST regulation, because of it some 4-5 lakh fine came in our thing. Can I tell next year, not the student over, this batch is over, next batch can I increase fees just because we paid some fine or penalty? Not possible, because I will not get the students. I will not get the student. Batch over, you guys don't pay. Next batch I want to cover your damages, your fine, your penalties, your abnormal cost, your demurrages. Demurrages basically, if you don't, for example, when I get any product from Bombay or another place, it reaches the transporter and I have to go personally and collect it. If I delay in collecting, he may charge something extra. That's called demurrages. All abnormal cost will be what? Ignored in the cost accounting, will be ignored in the cost accounting, because I cannot tell my students to pay for my damages or any penalty which comes, because you guys will be very clear. If you are charging all of this, we will go to some other academy. We'll go to some other academy. Reason is very simple. If I don't charge this, cost 25,000, fees 30,000. If I consider all this, cost 35,000, fees 40,000, I may not get students at fees 40,000. I may get few, very few, but fees 40,000. When industry is at 30,000, I cannot be randomly charging 40,000. I can charge little bit up and down, but I cannot charge a 33% premium just because there's a problem with my cost structure. The problem is with me. Why? Certain cost we incurred extra. If you have incurred extra, don't penalize the end customer. And if I get any subsidy, any grant, any incentive, see, the problem with this is only for Bharadwaj Institute. Only if I incur, I will ignore it. If somebody says penalty is there for everyone in the industry, it's a phenomenon in the industry that everyone will incur penalty. If at all that's a story, then it's not a penalty itself. It is like a normal cost. It's like a normal cost. If everyone is going to incur every year, then obviously I'll recover it from the student. I will obviously recover it from the students if everyone is going to incur and every year this is going to be there. Suddenly some abnormal item you incur, students will say we are not paying. We are not paying because other academy is not charging. Problem is others are not charging and I alone charge. If everyone charges, if everyone charges 40,000, we also charge 40,000, no problem. We alone charging 40,000 because there's some problem with us. Like then subsidy, grant or incentive. This is a benefit I may get from government for doing something. For example, power and fuel I incur. I classify power and fuel in direct expense. When I classify this, government says for power and fuel, you pay 20,000, we will return 5,000 as a subsidy. We normally have a power subsidy at our personal end, some 50 units free or 100 units free. Government tells that. So when there is a power subsidy, either I pay the full amount and get it refunded, or I pay a lower amount. Pay a lower amount, no problem. If you pay the whole amount and get it refunded, reduce that cost from the respective cost category. What is respective cost category? Power and fuel, direct expense, subsidy, direct expense. Power and fuel, if you want to classify factory overhead, subsidy will also go to factory overhead. Any doubts on this? We have seen multiple items here. I don't have any end to this. I'm yet to even discuss that question. I came back here because suddenly I found an ambiguous item. I again thought lease rent may come under direct expense when I was reading the question, but ICA has done it as factory overhead. Mostly it will be factory overhead for problem solving. Any doubts on this? I'll wait for a minute. You go through this category now. Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? I come back now to the question. Lease rent of production asset. That was the item we were discussing. Like this, if you feel anything is special, for example, consumable and stores and spares, if you found it to be unique, you note it down later, whichever you found unique. Okay, in that space, note down the unique things, because cost sheet has two parts. One is right classification, second is number crunching. Number crunching means some adding, division, something. Classification will happen by revising that concept along with extra notes which you are writing. Lease rent of production asset, where will we classify? Factory overheads. Administration expenses, general. Participate, general and admin overhead. Selling and distribution expenses. Finished goods opening after COP, but it says nil. Finished goods closing. Closing is closing FG. Number of units alone is given. Value we don't know. Value we don't know. Defective output is 4% of the targeted production. Whatever production we have done, 4% of that, 4% of that is defective in nature. Where will this go? Credit for recoveries are scrap. Closing stock is valued at COP in bracket excluding admin expense. Again, not sure why they wanted to mention this, because we do not have admin overhead relating to production here. In case admin overhead relating to production was there, then they are saying COP total should not have that. Or even if you put a total for inventory valuation, your COP, closing stock, is valued at what? COP in bracket what? Excluding the admin expense. It's exactly like that homework question where they mention something, practice question. But in the COP, admin overhead should not come for the purpose of only valuation. As such, I do not find any admin overhead relating to production as of now. Next, COGS, again excluding. COGS excluding what? Admin expenses. Not sure if admin expense is there. Direct employee cost is 1 by 2. 1 by 2 of the raw material consumed and selling prices given. They have asked for a lot of things. Everything will come from the cost sheet. It's a very good problem, reverse working question. one you did at home. This is a more lengthier reverse working. Let's start this now. Cost sheet, question 8. Cost sheet of XYZ for the month of September 2019. Particulars amount, particulars into amount columns, particulars amount, direct material, direct material, opening stock of raw material, opening stock of raw material, opening stock of raw material. What's the value of opening stock? 242. Opening stock 242. Add purchases. They given the purchases. I think that's one of the requirement itself. You put a question mark, you don't put a question mark, we'll see later. Opening stock 242, purchases we don't know, less closing stock of raw material. Closing stock of raw material, how much? 292. Outer column figure, I don't know. Outer column figure, not known. What's the next item? Direct labor. Anything given in the question? Half of the material consumed. Problem is I don't even know the material consumed. Question mark, I don't know. I am typing a question mark, you need not do anything. Direct labor, we don't know. We don't know the direct labor. We'll see. Direct expenses. Anything under the category of direct expense. We have decided lease rent to be a factory overhead. That's a decision we have already taken in that ambiguous items. So I say I would have taken that to be factory overhead. Direct expense 0. Prime cost. Any information given on prime cost? Question mark. As of now, 4 items are missing. We will keep seeing. We'll see what to do with these items. Factory overheads. Overheads. Look at the various items and let me know the factory overhead figure. They have one by one they have given. Consumables, right? Inner column. Consumables and spares. How much? 350. Consumables and spares 350. Then lease rent of production asset. Lease rent of production asset, how much? 2 lakh. Lease rent of production asset 2 lakh. Anything else you find? No. Outer column 550. Outer column 5 lakh 50. Outer column 5 lakh 50. Any doubts on this? We get what? Gross work cost. Any data given in the question? Question mark. GWC question mark. As of now, 5 question marks are there. 5 missing data I find. Then what? Add opening WIP. Opening WIP how much? Less closing WIP. Closing WIP how much? Net factory cost. Again a question mark. Sixth question mark for us. 6 items are missing. You don't write a question mark, please. Net factory cost. As of now, 6 items are missing. After that, we have majority of those 5 line items. What is the next item? Quality control. Quality control cost how much? Sorry, quality control 2 lakh. Quality control 2 lakh. We have 5 line items: quality control, research and development, primary packing, admin overhead relating to production, credit for recoveries or scrap, quality control return, research and development cost. R&D cost how much? 2 lakh 50. R&D cost 2 lakh 50. R&D cost is done. Secondary packing will not come, only primary will come. Admin overhead relating to production is not there. Less sale of defective production. That's called credit for recoveries or scrap. Defective production. How many units are defective? 4% of the target. 4% of target. 4% into 1 lakh into 61. 4% into 1 lakh. 4% of the targeted into 1 lakh into 61. 61 is the selling price. 4% of the targeted into 61 was the number you get. We get, after this, we get cost of production. Again, we don't know. COP, we don't know. 7th question mark now. COP, we don't know. That's a 7th question mark for us now. Huge items missing. We'll see. COP, 7th item. After this, what will we have? Add. How many units of opening stock? 0. So good. No opening stock. No opening stock. 0. Opening stock 0. Less closing stock. How many units? Value I don't know. 8th question mark. Less closing stock. Value we don't know. Value we don't know. That's another question mark for us. Already so many items are missing here. Huge number of items are missing in this question. Cost of goods sold. What is the COGS number? We'll see how we will use reverse working and try to get the answer. Maybe this will become the most important number. COGS 7826. Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? General and admin overhead. General and admin overhead. General and admin overhead. I think only one line item is there. How much? 2 lakh 24,000. General and admin overhead 2 lakh 24,000. This is done. All these are done. Except for selling and distribution, underline 2 items are there. Secondary packing is also a selling and distribution overhead. Secondary packing is also a selling and distribution. also a selling and distribution. Secondary packing, but we have a problem there. I'll explain the problem. Secondary packing, what did they mention? 2 per unit of goods sold. Do we have the goods sold information? Sorry, value is there. Value is there? No, value is also not there. COGS is there. Do we have the goods sold figure? No. You need not write this 2 into another question mark. I don't know what will happen to it. We'll see. There's another question mark now. 2 into another question mark. I don't know the number of units sold also. There is information, we will get to it. But as of now, another question mark. Selling and distribution overhead. How is the selling and distribution overhead? They have given something. 4 lakh 13 inner column. This outer column is another question mark. Another question mark. Huge items are missing. Thanks. Cost of sales. Another question mark. Cost of sales. Another question mark. Profit. Another question mark. Sales. Sales is there. Profit is another question mark. Sales is available. How much is sales? Okay, sales is also not available. No, sales is also question mark into 110. Selling price is available. Sales also we don't know. So we have created a structure now where we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, around 13, 14 items are missing. Around so many items are missing and I have to get them to complete the question. Have they given the production number in the question? Is the target is given, actual have they given? Have they mentioned actual production? First thing is target is equal to actual, but there's a problem. In that 1 lakh, 4% is defective. In that 1 lakh, 4% is defective. Come down. Note 1. Units. Units reconciliation. Particulars. Units. Value. Units and value. Value in bracket cost. Value in bracket cost. Targeted production. Target production. What is the target production? 1 lakh. Less defective. What is the defective percentage? 4%. 4,000 is defective. 4,000 is defective. Actual production. Actual production how much? 96,000. Add opening stock. Add opening stock. Production plus opening stock is equal to sales plus closing stock. Production plus opening stock one side. Sales plus closing stock other side. How much is the opening stock units? 0. Less closing stock. Less closing stock. You will get the unit sold. From the production, add opening, less closing. This will handle few of the question marks which are there at the top. Few, not everything will be closed with this. Few will be over. What's the closing stock units? 5,000. Units sold is how much? 91,000. Units sold is 91,000. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand till this? Any doubts on this? Done. Go up. sales 91,000 into 110. 91,000 into 110. Certain question marks will be over with this. 91,000 into 110. Live online guys, type the answer please. What's the answer you get? 1 crore 10,000. Yep. Another question mark was secondary packing. 2 into what? 91,000. 1 lakh 82,000. 2 into 91, 180. 180. Some part of the cost sheet will be over now. 182. Outer column how much? 1 lakh. Get me the cost of sales. 5, 6 question marks will be over with this. 86 lakh. Profit balancing figure. 1365. Profit is 1365. Some part of it is over now. Some part of it is over, but still there's a lot to be closed. Any doubts till this? Clear? We just figured out the units sold and that kind of took care of the bottom part of the cost sheet fully. Tell me the COGS number which is given in the question. Right, 7826. Now listen. In this question, the unit sold is a subset of the production during the year. Subset means whatever I produced only I have sold. I did not have any opening stock for the purpose of production. So 7826, if I divide by 91,000, I'll get one cost. That cost will be same for units produced, same for closing stock also, because this 91 is a subset of 96. If there is also an opening stock, then division logic will not work, because this 7826 could be from the opening stock, could be from the current year production. But as of now, I am very clear that this 7826 or this 91,000 is a sub part of the 96,000. Sub part of the 96,000. There is no opening stock separately in the question. If there was an opening stock, then in that scenario, whatever I'm saying will not work, because the cost per unit for sold can be different, COP can be different, opening stock can be different, closing stock can be different. All of this can change. But here, when you do not have any opening stock, in any problem when opening stock is not there, cost per unit for production, closing stock, COGS will match. If you do not have, clear? And if you have, then it may vary, may not vary. That depends on what is happening in the opening stock. We saw one question, opening stock and current year production cost was almost same. If it's almost same, everything will be same. Below the table, cost per unit, COGS per unit, 7826 divided by 91,000. COGS per unit, divided by 91,000. 86 per unit. This will be the production cost per unit. This will be the closing stock cost per unit. This will be the unit sold cost per unit. Everything is going to be 86. And defective is not 86. We sold it at 61. I'm not writing a value there. That's technically a loss for us. That's okay. That is over. So actual production 96,000 into 86. This is basically COP into 86. 96,000 into 86. Can I follow this in any other problem? Ideally, no. If there is an opening stock, you cannot follow this. Then something else will have to be done. 96,000 into 86. Multiply and tell me the value. Closing stock 5,000 into 86. Can I apply any formula? Yes, you can apply a formula. COP by units produced into closing stock units, FIFO method. COP plus opening stock by units produced plus opening stock into closing stock units, weighted average cost method. There's no opening stock in the question. There is no opening stock in the question. Any doubts on this? A single working note has given me almost the major numbers which I wanted. 86 per unit into 86 for production into 86 for closing stock into 86 for production into 86 for closing stock into 86 for production into 86 for closing stock. Any doubts on this? Can we go up? Now right. TOP, what is the number we got? 82, 56. Give reference to the note 1. Closing stock also we got there. Closing stock value also done. Just closing stock negative 430. We have got certain additional question marks, but still lot many to be done. Any doubts on this? Reverse work and tell net factory cost. 82, 56. When you reverse, what is minus will become plus, what is plus will become minus. 82, 56 plus 244 minus 250 minus 2 lakh. 82, 56 plus 2 lakh 44,000 minus 2 lakh 50 minus 2 lakh. 80 lakh 50,000. Again reverse work. What is minus will be plus, what is plus will be minus. But be cautious after doing, just do a forward check once, okay? 8350. Prime cost. Lot of missing data we have got now. Still we have 2-3 missing information. Any doubts on prime cost? Prime cost is 78 lakh. Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Done? Okay. What did the question say about direct labor? And what did the question say about direct? Okay, half of material consumed. Direct material, I don't know. Direct labor is what? Half of material consumed. And direct material already not known. Already not known. So we are kind of stuck scenario. We are in a stuck scenario. Any doubts till this? Can we proceed? Come down. Note 2. Computation of direct labor. Computation of direct labor. Direct material plus direct labor plus direct expense equal to prime cost. Direct material plus direct labor plus direct expenses prime cost. We don't know the direct material, that's okay. We don't know the direct material. What did the question say about direct labor? Half of material consumed, 0.5 dm. Half of material consumed means 0.5 direct material. 0.5 direct material. Half of material consumed. Do you have direct expense in the question? 0. Prime cost is how much? Get the direct material figure. Then get the direct labor. Half. 52 and 26. 52 is material cost, 26 is labor cost. Half of material consumed. Half of material consumed. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? I think we are almost done now. What is the outer column material cost? 52 lakh. Direct labor 26 lakh. Whatever note 2, I think. Note 2. Give reference to the note number, whichever note it is. Can you proceed? Purchases balancing figure 52 lakh. Similar homework question you did. That was a very basic kind of a problem. Reverse working only you did. I said you do it at home itself. I did not even discuss it after doing this question. This is a maybe a little more complicated version. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the question? Clear? Done. It was a pure reverse working question. You first do your marking, easy, moderate, difficult. Whatever you want to mark, that's your wish. And later at home, write any extra notes you want to write about the question somewhere in the question itself, if you find a space, or in your notebook, so that when you do revision, you prioritize and focus on only that area. Prioritize, focus only on that area. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Any doubts on the question? You need anything to be explained? Let me know. One important part is using COGS cost per unit. We have taken COP per unit, which is not the usual approach. That's not the usual approach. And they have said everything will exclude admin expense, exclude admin expense. Anyway, we did not have admin overhead relating to production. Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Done. Okay, 9 again is a practice question. Very similar to the one which you have done earlier also. Maybe little bit extra things can be there. It is very similar to the homework question which you have done yesterday. That is the last session. Very similar to that. Something extra I find here. You try this at home, okay? They've asked for a lot of things. One thing they've asked is profit as a percentage of sale. And okay, when you do the question, you will need number of units. Let me discuss only one thing here. You will be needing number of units here. You will do this at home. Read the question and tell me how will you get number of units sold here. Number of units sold will be needed. Number of units sold will be needed. That alone is the extra adjustment. Everything else is like the previous ones. The previous practice question of yours. With the selling expenses, they have given in a roundabout manner. Selling expenses 500 per unit. Total selling expenses, selling expense per unit into number of units sold. Into number of units sold. Rather than trying to give you in other forms, they have given it with the help of what? Selling expenses per unit. Balances formality. Once you get the selling number of units sold, why number of units sold at all that you will understand at home, but that is the only extra layer here as compared to the previous question. Clear? Any doubts on this? You practice this at home. I'll anyway discuss it again. Let's come to 10. Following are extracted from the books of Neela and Co. for a year. Output 1000 units. Raw material, wages, factory overhead, office overhead, selling overhead. Rate of profit is 25% on sale. Manufacturer decided to produce 1500 units for the next year. Estimated that material cost will increase by 20%. Material cost will increase by 20%. Labor cost by 10%. 50% factory overhead fixed. Remaining are variable. selling expense per unit will be reduced by 20%. Rate of profit will remain same. Prepare a cost sheet for the year. Estimate for the next year. I'll start explaining it. You know the concept and all, but application we are going to do it now. What is the raw material cost given in the question? Raw material is how much? 20 lakh. Raw material cost is 20 lakh. How many units are manufactured in the last year? 1020 lakh. Next year, what is the estimation? 1500 for the next year. 1500 for the next year. What is the increase in material cost? 20%. Can I say material cost 20 lakh plus 20%? Can we say material cost is 20 lakh of last year plus 20%? Participate, yes, no. Why? What is the problem? Per unit. If nothing is given, material cost is a variable cost. Labor cost is a variable cost. Office overhead is a fixed cost. Selling overhead is a variable cost. Selling overhead is a variable cost. Factory overhead, assumption. This is if silent. If silent, you have to do this. If something is given, we will follow that. What is the rule? Raw material is a variable cost. Direct material, direct labor, direct expense and selling overhead. Direct material, direct labor, direct expense and selling overhead is what? Variable cost. If problem is silent. If problem is silent. Then we also saw something called as your office overhead, which is a fixed cost. And then we saw factory overhead, where I said assumption based. This is a concept we saw. Now we are applying that concept. We saw the concept maybe earlier. Variable cost, direct material, direct labor, direct expense, selling overhead. If problem is silent. Fixed cost, admin overhead. Assumption based area, factory overheads. Question says, no, you don't take assumption. I help you out. They have said in the problem, just give me a minute. In the problem, they are making it very clear. 50% of factory overhead is fixed, 50% is variable. So I am happy. I need not break my head on factory overhead assumption. 50% is fixed, 50% is variable. I'll break it into two. Any change there, apply at a per unit level, apply at a overall level. No change there, copy the earlier number. If no change is there, will factory overhead of 8 lakh remain same 8 lakh? Participate. If no change is there, will 8 lakh remain same 8 lakh? No, it won't remain same, because I'll divide by the number of units, get the per unit number, and now multiply with more number of units. Now multiply with more number of units. If at all any variable component is there. Will office overhead remain same if nothing is given in the question? If no change is given? Yes. Reason is office overhead is a fixed cost. Office overhead is a fixed cost. Factory overhead is a fixed as well as a variable. Selling expense per unit will be reduced. Selling expense per unit will be reduced by 20%. They are saying, I don't know whether it is variable or fixed. I'm not bothered. I'm telling you very clearly, what will go down is the selling expense per unit. What will go down is the selling expense per unit. Indirectly, per unit means they're indirectly saying it's a variable cost, but I don't even want to get into it. Selling expense per unit will reduce. I'll calculate the per unit number and reduce it by 20%. Anything mentioned about raw material cost in the nature? Below, anything mentioned about raw material? Increase, decrease, okay. Any nature they have mentioned, variable, fixed. Nothing mentioned raw material is a variable cost. Anything mentioned about wages? Wages is a variable cost. Anything mentioned about factory overheads? Half and half. Anything mentioned about office overhead? Fixed cost. Selling overhead, they have given their own classification. They have very clearly mentioned. Clear? Rate of profit is how much? 25% on sales. When I do the total, I'll have the cost. But the profit is on sales. Take sales as 100, profit is 25, cost is 75. Take sales as 100, profit is 25, cost is 75. They want cost sheet for the previous year, estimate for the next year. Clear? Any doubts on this? Working note 1. Question 10. Cost sheet for previous year and estimate for next year. Cost sheet for previous year, estimate for next year. Particulars, totally 5 columns. Previous year to subcolumn calculation amount. Previous year calculation amount. Current year calculation amount. Next year. Previous year, next year. Calculation. No inner column, outer column and all. We do not have space to do so many calculation. We'll keep it as one calculation column and one amount column. And many items are not there. We do not have those 5 line items. We do not have opening stock, closing stock. Lot of items are not there. Previous year, next year. Can we start? Direct material. Direct material. Direct material. What is the previous year value? 20 lakh. Now, wherever you say it is variable, in the calculation, I want a breakup. Breakup is units into the cost per unit. I know the units, I will calculate. So, in the calculation column, listen, 1000 units into a question mark. Into a question mark is 20 lakh. 1000 units into a question mark is 20 lakh. What is that question mark? You can tell me. It is 1000 units. Wherever it is variable, I need the per unit number. I need the per unit number. 1000 units into some question mark. You can tell me the question mark is equal to 20 lakh. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Okay, listen. Same question. PCI may say this number not given. Output is not given. And only thing they say is volume will go up by 50% next year. Instead of giving the 1000 and 1500, they don't give the units. And they say volume will go up by 50% next year. Possible. I have no problem. Previous year I'll write 100. Next year I'll write 150. 100, 150, my imaginary numbers. If you give me volume will go up, start with some number. Can I do without number? Possible. Percentages. If you are confident on calculation, you do it. They have not given units. They've just said output will go up. Very simple. There is no other way to calculate the output. Previous year 100, next year 150. Previous year 100 and next year 150. These rules will work at different questions. So wherever units are not there, but they give the change in units. They give the change in units and you do not have any other option. No other option there. Take some number, take a higher number. 100, 150, 1000, 1500, 10,000, 15,000. Anything is fine. So 1000 into what? 2000. Any doubts on this? Next year, does the 1000 units change? Participate. Does the 1000 units change? How much? 1000 into 1500 into. Any change in material cost? 2000 plus 20%. 2000 plus 20%. Any change in variable cost means what? Change in variable cost per unit. Concept learnt in the previous session applied today. I have been delaying the application. That's okay. You learn the concept, you apply it in some time. Plus 20%. How much? Same question. Will not happen, but if it says material cost is a fixed cost, very rare. But if they say material cost is a fixed cost, 20 lakh plus 20%. I don't need the per unit number. I don't need that breakup also. Don't try to even get the breakup. 20 lakh plus what? 20%. Very rare. But if they say, I can't help it. If they say it is a fixed cost, it is a fixed cost. If they say it is a fixed cost, I can't do anything. 20 lakh plus what I'll do? Plus 20%. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? What's the next item? Give me the value first. Is direct labor a variable cost? I want participation. Everyone has to. Is it a Is it a variable cost? Yes, write the breakup. 1000 into something, into some question mark. 1000 into some question mark. 1000 units into 1200 into 1200. 1000 units into 1200 into 1200. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? 1000 into 1200. 1500 into 1200 plus any change they have given, plus 10%. If it's not a variable cost, don't even get the per unit number. No point in getting the per unit number also. No point in getting the per unit number also. Application of the concept of previous session is done now. Will this be applied somewhere else? At least in 2030 question, I'll apply this variable fixed cost concept. So 10% of our costing question will involve this concept. What's the value here? Any direct expense there? If not there, I'm not writing now onwards. If there, I'll write it. If not there, we are not writing. Is it there in the question? Prime cost. Prime cost. 2 lakh 55 80. 32 55 80. 32 lakhs and 55 lakh 80,000. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Understood till this? Done? Okay. Next is factory overhead. I'll write it as two line item. Fixed factory overhead, variable factory overhead. We'll write as two separate line item. Fixed factory overhead, variable factory overhead. Fixed separately, variable separately. Why do we write separately? Because the way we estimate variable cost is different and the way we estimate the fixed cost is different. Both have different ways of estimation. Same item estimated differently. Same item estimated differently. How much is the overall factory overhead of the previous year? 8 lakh. Breakup of that? 4 lakh. 4 lakh. Further breakup, I don't need it. I don't need how many units into what and all. I don't want to know. I really don't want to know what is the breakup of 4 lakh. You calculate, no problem, but I don't need it. I don't need the breakup of a fixed cost. You want to do it, you do it, but it has no utility at all. Because if they give a change, directly 4 lakh plus the change. Directly 4 lakh plus the change. Variable factory overhead 1000 units into a question mark. 1000 units into a question mark. 400 into a question mark 400. 1000 into 400. Any change given for factory overheads. Participate, guys. Yeah, you will have to please keep participating. I asked so many questions to you. I just want a yes, no, something you'll have to tell. Is there any change in factory overhead? Can I copy paste 4 and 4? We cannot copy paste 4 and 4. I can copy paste 4. This is okay, but other one is what? 1500 units into 400. 1500 units into 400. 6 lakh. Listen, the total is called GWC, NWC, COP, COGS. All are same. Gross works cost, net works cost, cost of production, cost of goods sold. Reason, there is no opening WIP, no closing WIP, 5 line items are not there. Also, we do not have opening FG, closing FG. GWC, NWC, COP, COGS. All are same. GWC, NWC, COP and COGS. All put together how much? 3 lakh. Any doubts on this? Office overheads, whatever name they have used, or you can say general and admin overhead. That's okay. Office overheads. Office overheads. How much is the value? Do I need to break this? Do we need to break this? Everyone has to participate. I want the entire class to participate. Everyone has to say, do I need to break this 4 lakh? No, I don't need the breakup. Any change given? Copy paste 4 lakh. Copy paste 4 lakh. Reason, nothing is given. Office overhead is what? It's a fixed cost. Office overhead is a fixed cost. Selling overhead. What's the value given? I will need the breakup because change is happening at a per unit level. Whether it's variable, fixed is not my worry. They themselves crystal clear word. Crystal clear word is it will go down by 20% at a per unit level. At a per unit level. How many units are there? 1000 units into what? 100. 1000 units into 100. Number of units will increase to 1000 into 100 minus 20%. 1 lakh 20. 1500 into 100 minus 20%. Clear? Cost of sales. Profit sales. The explanation of the concept took me more time. Solving has taken even lesser time. When I explained the concept, I ended up spending 40-45 minutes. Most important is getting the grip on the concept. Solving is just a kind of time pass we are doing. Unless I solve, you will not get the application part of it. Solving is critical. Most important is getting grip at a concept level. Cost of sales, profit and sales. Tell me the cost of sales figure. 45 lakh. Other side. What's the profit margin? On, is it changing for the next year? This is 100. This is 25. Cost is 75. 100, 25, 75. Sales is 100. Profit is 25. Cost is 75. 75 equal to 45 lakh. 25 equal to question mark. 75 equal to 71 lakh. 25 equal to question mark. Cross multiplication. 75 equal to 45 lakh. 25 equal to question mark. 15 lakh. Put together 94, 66, 667. Sales is 60 lakh and 94, 66, 667. 94, 66, 667. Any doubts on this? It is an application of the concept done in the previous session, applied today, learned yesterday or previous class and applied today. Directly I can apply, same time also I apply certain concept I apply delete. Any doubts on this? Done. Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Mark easy, moderate, difficult. Do your marking, whatever you want to do. It's an LDR question. Same question may not come in exam. In costing, same question is very rarely repeated. What will come is the similar question. They pick one adjustment from question 1, one from question 2, one from question 3. So unless you know the concepts, you will be finding it very difficult in exam. So they will not ask almost the same question, is very, very rare. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Done. Okay. 11. This has been repeated in almost every MTP, RTP. It's a very lengthy question. I'll tell what we are going to do with this question. It's a cost sheet. It is a question focusing on classification. There are two types of question. One classification focus and the other one is computation focus. Computation focus is doing reverse working, doing forward working, doing inventory valuation. Here they don't want anything to be done. So in this question, the number of items will be 40, 45 items. So writing down so many items will take a lot of time. So how I normally solve this question is, first 5 items we will take. In your note you will write DM, direct material, or direct labor, or direct expense, or factory overhead, or admin overhead, or selling and distribution, or quality control, primary packing, research and development. You will just write the classification. We will read the item, you will write the classification. Once everything is done, we will check whether we have done correct classification. Plus minus totaling is just a formality. That's a formality which I don't want to do in this question, because if you see the number of item, it will go to 40-45 items. Around so many items will be there. So almost 40 items will be there. It will take us a lot of time in doing the totaling and all. I don't want to spend time on totaling. I just want to spend, even when you do revision of this question, you are not going to spend time on totaling. Totaling will take away a lot of your time. Focus will only be on noting down the classification. So in your notebook, raw material purchase hyphen, write whatever classification. I'm not going to tell also. Raw material purchase, right? Hyphen. Raw material purchase hyphen. Nothing in the book, okay? Everything in your notebook. Raw material purchase hyphen. Nothing in the book. Because revision, you will revise later. No, that time I don't want anything to be written in the book. Book, you note down anything in the answer, I understand. Nothing, don't touch the question. Raw material purchase hyphen. You write your classification. I'm not discussing the answer also. Done. Raw material purchase hyphen. Either direct material, direct labor, direct expense, factory overhead, anything you write. GST paid on above purchase eligible for input credit. Eligible. No, I don't want answer from you. You write GST on purchase hyphen. GST on purchase hyphen. Write whatever classification you want to write. It can be ignored also, whatever you want to write. Okay. Freight inward. Write the classification. Freight inward. Freight inward. Please write in your notebook, okay? Freight inward. DM, DL, DE, whatever you want to write. Wages to factory worker. Wages to factory workers. Wages to factory workers. You write it, I will discuss it in some time. Wages to factory workers. Contribution for PF and ESI. Whatever makes sense to you, you write it. You don't know, also write something. Contribution to PF and ESI. You write something, we will discuss. Contribution to PF and ESI. Please write some classification. I want you to write DM, DL, DE, separate line item. Something has to be there in your notebook. Once you have done, you will take a different color pen and keep correcting if you have made a mistake. Production bonus to factory worker. Production bonus to factory worker. Write something. Production bonus to factory worker. Production bonus to factory workers. Royalty paid. Royalty paid. We'll almost see 40 line items, okay? Royalty paid. Whatever makes sense to you. Power and fuel. Power and fuel. Molds and patterns. Molds and patterns. Molds and patterns. Whichever item I go forward, by that time you should have completed that item. If anybody is still writing, you'll have to tell me. I assume till molds and patterns you have written something. I see some notebooks in students, what they do, they just write the item. That is of no use. I want the classification also. Job charges to job worker. Job charges to job worker. Whatever you want to write, you please write it. We are not bothered right, wrong and all. You just keep writing. Stores and spares consumed. Stores and spares consumed. Stores and spares consumed. depreciation on factory building, depreciation on factory building, on factory building, office building, depreciation on factory building, depreciation on office building. You will write once, then only I'll explain it. Plant and machinery, delivery vehicle, depreciation on plant and machinery, depreciation on delivery vehicles, delivery vehicles, delivery vehicles. There are certain ambiguous items there. You keep writing. Your work is to write a classification. Salary paid to supervisor. All this will need some explanation at few places. Salary paid to supervisor. It's a very good question. This many items may not come in exam. If they ask, they may reduce the number of items. It's a time consuming problem. Repairs and maintenance for plant and machinery. Repairs and maintenance for plant and machinery. For plant and machinery. Repairs and maintenance for sales office. For sales office. Repairs and maintenance for vehicles used by director. Vehicle used by director. Vehicle used by director. Vehicle used by director. Clear? Insurance premium for plant and machinery. For plant and machinery. Please write every item. I would want you to write some classification. Right, wrong, we will discuss in some time. Insurance premium for plant and machinery. Please write something in your notebook. It could be DM, DL, DE or any of those 5-line item, or it could be an opening stock, closing stock, whatever it is. Insurance premium for factory building. For factory building. For factory building. Insurance premium for stock of raw material and WIP. Stock of raw material and WIP. Stock of raw material and WIP. Raw material and WIP. Expenses for quality control. Expenses for quality control. Expenses for quality control. Salary to quality control staff. Salary to quality control staff. Quality control staff. My sincere request, write some classification. We will discuss it in some time. Unless you write the classification, make a mistake. It's an exam situation. You have to do. I give you 4 choices. MCQ question. You have to choose something. Research and development. Research and development. R&D cost. You need not repeat such big word. Just write R&D cost. Pollution control. Pollution control. Pollution control. Pollution control. Administration of factory work. Administration of factory work. Administration of factory work. Administration of factory work. Production control manager salary. Production control manager salary. Production control manager salary. multiple items, sir. There is no end to the number of items. It's not like our earlier set of question where you have only 15-20 items. Finance and accounts manager salary. Finance and accounts manager salary. Finance and accounts manager salary. Sales and marketing. Sales and marketing manager salary. Sales and marketing manager salary. Sales and marketing manager salary. General manager salary. General manager salary. General manager salary. Primary packing cost. Primary packing cost. Redistribution of finished goods packing cost. Redistribution. Redistribution. Finished goods packing. Redistribution. Finished goods packing. Redistribution. Finished goods packing. Interest and finance charges for non-equity fund. Interest and finance charge for non-equity fund. Non-equity fund. Fee paid to auditor. Auditor, legal advisor, independent director. Fee paid to auditor, legal advisor, independent director. Auditor, legal advisor, independent director. Auditor, legal advisor, independent director. Performance bonus sales staff. Performance bonus sales staff. Performance bonus sales staff. Opening raw material, right? Opening raw material, opening WIP, opening FG. You can write where will it go. You can say write separate line item, whatever word you want to write. Opening raw material, opening WIP, opening FG, or leave it. No need to write this. We know where will this go. Opening raw material, opening WIP. We have a separate line item at different places. Sale of scrap and waste. Sale of scrap and waste. Sale of scrap and waste. I will still wait for 2 more minutes. If at all you have not written any classification, please complete it. Ideally, by now you should have completed. But if at all you have not written anything, please write something. I don't want a perfect notebook of yours. Make mistakes in my classes. That is the only advice I have for student. Make mistakes. Can we discuss? Done? Everyone written? Anybody wants extra time? Okay, I would want now participation. Raw material purchase, what have you written? Everyone has to participate. I need to hear everyone's sound here. Raw material purchase, what have you written? Right, no confusion there. GST paid on the above purchase eligible for input credit. Ignore because it's eligible for input credit. Freight inward. Everyone has to say freight inward. Direct material. Clear. Wages paid to factory worker. Assuming they are direct workers, it will go under the category of direct labor. Direct labor. Contribution to PF and ESI. Assuming it is for the same employee. Assuming it is for the same employees, assuming it is for the same employee. If it is the same employee, whatever you pay them, you pay PF, ESI, gratuity, everything paid to direct worker is a direct labor. Everything is a direct labor. If it is for some other employee, maybe they are part of administration team, or I don't know. If it's for some other employee, different story. Same employee, this will go under what category? Direct labor. Production bonus paid to factory worker. Again, direct labor, assuming it's the same workers. Assuming it is the same worker. All the three are direct labor. All the three are direct labor. Where did we find this? One initial note I had shown in the theory segment where IC had given multiple items and their classification. So there we would have seen anything paid. For example, I'll go to that page. One is the concept part of it, and there was a small theory part of it also. In the small theory part, we saw various items, and the explanation was wages, salary, allowances, overtime, bonus, employer contribution, other benefit, everything part of direct labor. Everything part of direct labor. This was page 172. There was a theory segment and there is a concept segment. This chapter alone, theory segment, little bit I go back. Any doubts on this? Understood? Royalty paid. Everyone has to say, please say something. Royalty paid is what? Power and fuel. Molds and pattern. Only thing is, when you solve problem, life is equivalent to what? 2 years. We may prepare a cost sheet for 1 year, 1 month, 1/2 year. I don't know. It could be for any period. If you are preparing for 6 months, divide this by 24, multiply with 6. 2-year data. This is a 2-year cost. A mold can be used for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year. I don't know. It's just equivalent to what? 2 years production. So when you prepare cost sheet, you will divide by 2 because yearly cost sheet. This is a yearly cost sheet. So amount has to be divided by 2 when you do the problem, when you write the amounts. In exam, classification alone will not help. I'll have to write the amounts. So I'll divide this by what? 2. It could be monthly cost sheet, divide by 24. Divide by 24. Quarterly cost sheet, divide by 8 quarters. Half yearly cost sheet, divide by 4. 4 half year. Job charges to job worker. In our ambiguous item, this was direct expense. In our ambiguous items, it was under the category of direct expenses. Under the category of direct expenses. That's what I remember. We'll see ultimately what is there. Certain items, other classifications are possible. Like power and fuel and all can go as factory overhead. Stores and spares. Depreciation on factory building. Factory overheads. Office building. Administration overhead. Plant and machinery. Factory overhead. Delivery vehicle. Selling and distribution overhead. Selling overhead or distribution overhead. If you want to specify separately in selling and distribution, sometime I say this. This is a distribution overhead. Delivery is to distribute the product. Salary paid to supervisor. It can be anything. Listen, supervisor means which supervisor? Is he a factory supervisor or an admin office supervisor or is he a sales supervisor? A supervisor can be at any place. He can be in a showroom also. We will have a supervisor. In a corporate office also I can have a supervisor. A supervisor can be at any place. ICA has taken this to be factory supervisor and factory overhead. Factory supervisor and a factory overheads can go anywhere. It can go anywhere. Can it go as administrative overhead relating to production? Maybe that also possible. That also possible. But what I remember is it is factory overhead. We will see the answer in some time. I have not seen yesterday, but I remember this to be what? Factory overhead. Repairs of plant and machinery. Sales office building. Selling and distribution. Vehicle used by director. General and administrative overhead. Insurance premium for plant and machinery. Factory of building. Stock of raw material and WIP. Stock is factory overhead. In transit is a direct material. In transit is direct material. In transit is direct material. Stock means already reached the factory, all are factory overhead. Quality control check, separate line item called quality control. We have a separate line item called quality control. We have a separate line item called quality control. Quality control staff, again separate line item quality control. R&D cost, R&D, separate line item R&D. Focus is only classification. You have made a mistake, correct with a different color pen. That's all. I want you to make mistakes in the class. Again and again I repeat the same thing. Make mistakes, make mistakes, make mistake. Doesn't matter. In class you keep making mistakes. Pollution control. See, separate line item is quality control. There's nothing like pollution control separate line item. Just because the word control is there, quality control is different, pollution control is different. Pollution control can't be a separate line item. Quality control, you're right. Pollution control, I cannot write separate line item. Where does pollution normally happen? Corporate office or showroom? Factory. Happens at the factory. Pollution will normally happen at the factory. It is neither corporate office nor sales. So ICI has taken, which is right, factory overhead. Pollution will normally happen at the factory. Normally happen at the factory. I cannot say pollution is happening in the corporate office or in the sales showroom. Normal is at the factory. To control the pollution, I incur certain expenses. To control the pollution in my factory, it's not quality control. Quality control, separate line item. Pollution control can't be separate line item. Administration of factory work. Very specific word. AOH relating to production. AOH relating to production. Specific word. Administration of factory work. Production control. Ambiguous item. I had said this in the earlier when I was explaining. IC has taken this to be administrative overhead relating to production. Where else can it go? Factory overhead. It can go as factory overhead. Administration overhead relating to production. This is one of the ambiguous item. In that space which we have left there in the concept book, at home, when you do your 1 hour, 2 hour kind of revision, that time you will note down certain extra item if you wish to. Finance and accounts manager, general and admin, sales marketing, general manager, general and administrative, primary packing, separate line item, redistribution of finished goods, selling and distribution overhead, interest and finance charge, separate line item. After selling and distribution overhead is done, after, ideally ignore, but they have said usage of what? Non-equity fund, usage of non-equity fund, usage of non-equity fund, usage of non-equity of selling and distribution. After selling and distribution overhead, separate line item, fee paid to auditor. Auditor is first is indirect expense, that is clear. Not at factory, not at sales part, mostly at the corporate office. So this is general and administrative. Legal advisor, independent director, all of these guys have nothing to do with production, nothing to do with sales. Normally they administer. Sales staff performance bonus, selling and distribution overhead. Amount realized by scrap, separate line item. Now, if you are interested and you want to do, solve the cost sheet at home. Not interested, don't want to spend time, don't spend. Initially, we are at the start of this batch. You have time available. It will take 1 hour to do the cost sheet. I'm very clear. It will take 1 hour or at least 40 minutes it will take, because you have to write so many items. Please put a total and then complete. Again, write an item, put so many total, do it. It will take easily 40 minutes for you to do now also at home. It will take 40 minutes. ICI may not ask you so many items in a question. The focus was not on computation. What is computation? Doing some inventory valuation, doing some reverse working, doing some missing information. It is just, we have done the classification, direct material, underline, note down all items of direct material, put a total, take it to the outer column. Direct labor, underline, put a total, take it to the outer column. Direct expense, put a total, take it to the outer column. Prime cost, factory overhead, put an item, total, take it to the outer column. Multiple items, it's not one, two item. You will see many items. Let me now see if at all anything is different. Opening stock of raw material, we were right. Raw material purchase right. GST right. Freight inward right. Closing stock right. Wages, contribution, production bonus, we are right. Royalty, we are right. Power and fuel, there is a note. This is my note. I would have said power and fuel can alternatively go to factory overhead. And there are exam question where IC has taken factory overhead. Power and fuel, they have taken factory overhead in few question. Contribution to PF and ESI, molds and pattern, we have divided by 2. We have just divided by 2. Job charges, again here, alternatively can go as factory. Direct expense was factory overhead is always a headache. Stores and spares, depreciation on factory building, plant and machinery, supervisor. Supervisor can go. Supervisor can be any supervisor. Repairs and maintenance of plant and machinery, insurance premium of factory building, stock of raw material, pollution control has come. So many items, put a total, take it to the outer column. At home, if you have time, you want to practice the question. You don't have time, don't want to practice, don't practice also. I am okay with this question, not even doing at home. What is most important is classification. Opening WIP, closing WIP, quality control, we had 2 items. Administration overhead relating to production, expenses for administration, salary to production control manager, primary packing, credit for recoveries, research and development, administration overhead, lot of items are there. Depreciation on office building, repairs and maintenance, finance and accounts, general manager, interest and finance charge. I don't know why I've written here. There is an error here, okay? There is an error. I think it is just copy paste. You can just cut it here. Please cut this here. I don't know, some error there. It should not come here. Anyway, it has come here. I don't know, by mistake I've added there. Fee paid to auditor, okay. Fee paid to legal advisor, okay. Fee paid to independent director, okay. Depreciation on delivery vehicle, okay. Sales office, okay. Marketing, primary packing, everything is, and interest and finance are separate. Interest and finance charge separate, and total. Putting total, inner column, outer column will take away easily 40 minutes for you. If you become expert by doing solving more and more questions, still 30 minutes. Still 30 minutes it will take. In class, if we are done the solving part, you will focus only on totaling. Your focus shifts to totaling. Whereas the focus of this question is classification. Only focus is on classification. I don't want any focus on the whatever mistakes you have done. I am perfectly okay. Correct with a different color pen. So whenever you revise, your focus will be on the mistake. Or best thing, wherever you made mistake, go to the concept book. In the place left over, write down those item. Hyphen what is the classification. So whenever you are doing your revision, you'll only focus on the concept book. Focusing on the question bank will be very, very limited. Focusing primarily on the concept book. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand this? It is a question. Focus of the question is only on the classification, not on the calculation. There was zero calculation here. If somebody says no, I have to calculate, that is just putting a total. That's not your work. It is a calculator work. Previous question, we had some number, we reverse work, we did lot of analysis, opening FJ, closing. All that is called, the 2 types of question will come in exam. One is classification oriented question and one is computation oriented question. Any doubts on this problem? Clear? Able to understand this? Clear? Done? Okay. Let's take a break of 10 minutes. Let's proceed forward. So we'll keep doing few more questions. Concepts are already over. The chapter just needs to be done with more question. Question 12. Again, I've classified it as an LDR question. Focuses on only classification. Like we did previous question, you will read the item. You will have to write the classification. But there's one specific issue here. From the following data, calculate administration, selling, distribution. Distribution separate, selling separate. Let me just spend 2 minutes on what is the difference. Selling costs are those costs where I try to do some marketing, I try to push a product to the customer, I try to do some advertising. All those are called selling cost. Distribution cost is I want to sell a product from Chennai in Bombay. Directly may not be possible. So Chennai to Bombay, I send the product and there somebody tries to sell it. Those costs are called distribution related cost. You will have to first distribute the product and then sell it. Sometimes you sell the product and then deliver it to the other party. So distribution separate, selling separate, administration separate. Some item may not be in any of the three, then that is ignored for this question. They have not asked for a cost sheet. They want administration cost, selling cost, distribution cost. I'll read the item. You write hyphen admin, selling, distribution, or none of the three. It can be none of the three also. Rent paid for factory building. You write the classification. Rent paid for factory building. Either administration or selling or distribution or none of the three. It can be none of the three also. Salary paid to office staff. Office staff. Okay, by now you know what we do. So I'll wait for 3 minutes, 4 minutes only. You please note down the item, write the classification. Admin, selling, distribution. 3 4 minutes exactly for you. Note down the item, write the classification. Can be none of the three also. Write the item and write the classification. Two more minutes. Some of you have already completed. I'll anyway wait. 2 more minutes. One more minute. Okay, time over. I'll start discussing. But if still somebody is doing, let me know. One more minute. Take it. Close it. Close it. Quickly close it. Admin, selling, distribution. Okay. Rent paid for factory building. Participate, none of the three. It is a factory overhead. It is a factory overhead. Answer is none of the three. Office staff, admin, fee paid to auditor, sales manager. Sales manager job is to sell the product. Vehicle hire charges for directors attending general meeting. Admin. Wages paid to workers engaged in storing goods. Engaged in storing goods at the depot. Should ideally be sales. Should ideally be sales, unless we say it is a cost incurred to distribute the product to the depot and then done. Mostly will be sales. Anyway, we'll see in some time. Traveling allowance to sales staff. Secondary packing. Secondary packing can be either ways. Listen, if it's to attract the customer, it is a selling cost. If it's to distribute, what is distribute? I want to transfer 10 bottles of Pepsi. I put them in a bigger box and then transfer it. That distribution cost. So mostly will be distribution. Mostly will be distribution. Can be also selling. Can be also selling. Electricity for sales office. Selling. Goods delivery vehicle. Goods delivery. Delivery is distribution. Sales staff achieving target. Selling. Independent director. Administration. Only one item is ignored. Office staff, auditor, general meeting, independent director, sales manager, storing goods at depot, sales staff, electricity, bonus, and two items alone. Cost paid for secondary packing and depreciation on goods delivery vehicle. Clear? Any doubts on this? Able to understand this? Two questions primarily on classification. This question to no even doing total also. I could have done with total also. Wouldn't have taken much time. But the only difference here is selling is separate. Distribution is separate. ICI some questions do even in the normal cost sheet selling separate, distribution separate. Many times they club it together also. Sometimes they do it separately also. Any doubts on this? Done. Can we proceed? Done. 13 is a practice question. It is a practice question. No major thing is there. At home you practice it. Just give me a minute. If at all something critical is there, I'll discuss. Okay. At home you practice it. One important adjustment will be units calculation. How do you calculate closing stock or opening stock or production unit? Using which formula? Opening stock plus production equal to sales plus closing stock. You will have to get that. Once you get that, for inventory valuation, you can either follow FIFO method, weighted average method. Both will give different answer. FIFO method will give different answer. Weighted average method will give different answer in this question. You take a call which method you want to follow. FIFO method or weighted average cost method, because there is a finished goods with a question mark. What's the profit margin given? On sales, 15% on sales. When you do the problem, you'll get the cost. Add profit, sales is 100, profit is 15, cost is 85. At home you practice it, but the important part I have discussed it. At home you do the practice of the entire question. Clear? Still after practicing you get a doubt during practice, you can send me a message in WhatsApp, or next day if needed I'll discuss the solution. Clear? Only thing is you'll have to first get the units, value it. After valuation, then you will have to do the profit margin part. When you do this entire set of calculation, if you change any classification, answer may undergo a change. Clear? Any doubts on this? My solution is assuming FIFO method. At home you follow FIFO method, but if you change the method, answer will undergo a change. I'm making it very clear. You change the method, answer will undergo a change from FIFO to weighted average to FIFO. Solution is going to be different. Clear? Can we proceed? Done. There's a practice question for you at home. Let's come to 14. This is a very good problem, a slightly lengthy question. Let's first read it and then we'll do it together. MNP Limited have the capacity to produce 84,000 units of a product every month. Its prime cost per unit at various level of production. Prime cost is given and that changes. For example, Bharadwaj Institute has a capacity of 50 students. If we have only 5 students, our prime cost could be very high. As the number of students increases, the cost per student is going down. It is going down as per the question. 50, 48, 46, 44, 42. The prime cost per unit is going down. Its prime cost consists of material consumed, labor, expenses in the ratio of 3 is to 2 is to 1. They are saying you can break the prime cost in the ratio of 3 is to 2 is to 1. In the month of January, company worked at 40% capacity. What's the capacity we have? No. Capacity we have is 84,000. In that 84,000, I am using only 40% capacity. I may use a higher capacity or a lower capacity. I am using what capacity? 40%. If I use 40% capacity, what is the prime cost per unit? 44. Prime cost per unit will be 44. In that 44, 3 is to 2 is to 1 is direct material, direct labor, direct expense. Reading the question itself will take us time. And raw material purchase value is given. Maybe opening and closing we have to see. Raw material purchase value is given. In the month of Feb, company worked at what capacity? 100% means entire 84,000. Entire 84,000. The benefit of 100% capacity is prime cost per unit will be what now? 32. Earlier prime cost per unit is 44. Now it will become 32. Same ratio. 3 is to 2 is to 1. Raw material purchase values 1646. It is the policy of the company to maintain opening stock equal to 1/3 of the closing stock. So opening stock of raw material is equal to what? 1/3 of the closing stock of raw material. 1/3. I don't even know opening. Maybe I don't know closing. We will try to do something. Opening stock is equal to what? 1/3 of the closing stock. This closing will become next month opening. Next month opening I know. But first month opening is equal to what? 1/3 of the closing. Next month opening is equal to closing. And that technically is equal to 1/3. Some relationship is there. We will try to fit in that. Factory overhead is 60% of direct wages. In that prime cost, you do 3 is to 2 is to 1. In that, you will get the wages. Factory overhead is 60%. Fixed admin expense in bracket what? As part of production cost. What is the meaning of as part of production cost? Admin overhead relating to production and fixed selling and distribution. Fixed selling and distribution per month they have given. During the month of January, we have sold how many units? 33,600. Do in the calculator 84,000 into 40%. Which means whatever we have produced is sold. Whatever we have produced is sold. Maybe there is no opening FG and closing FG headache. No opening FG and closing FG headache. Opening raw material, closing raw material is there. No opening FG, no closing FG, no opening WIP, no closing WIP. Looks like, I don't know, as we read, we'll understand. Variable distribution cost is what? 1.5 per unit sold on the unit sold. Management of the company chalks out a plan for the month of Feb 2024 to sell its whole output at 61 per unit. In the month of January, we sold at what rate? 68.8. February, we are saying we will sell it at what rate? 61 per unit. How many units? All units. Earlier, we sold only 33,600. Now, 100% means you have to sell 84,000. So, reduce the price. Along with that, I do a sponsorship of television program. I do a high tea program. I give gift to customer. I do lucky draw, first prize, second prize, third prize, 4 consolation prize. Lot of things I do to sell what? From 33,600. I want to increase the unit sold to what? 84,000. So I give all of this. I give all of this to the customer. In the month of Feb 2024, there is a significant saving in material cost due to entry of new supplier and saving in wages cost and direct expense due to the introduction of new policy. Doesn't really matter. This word was of no use. The question clearly said at 100% prime cost goes down. If prime cost goes down, 3 is to 2 is to 1, material will also go down, labor will also go down, expenses will also go down. They are saying yes, yes, it is going down. Prepare a cost sheet for Jan and Feb. They want us to show prime cost with the breakup, factory cost. Factory cost is gross works cost, net works cost is called factory cost, cost of production, cost of sales, and profit earned Question involves primarily computation, no classification. There is no opening FG and closing FG as of now. No opening WIP, closing WIP, but lot other items are there. We are going to do a cost sheet together only particulars. 1st January 2 subcolumn calculation amount, February also calculation and amount, and we'll try to see whatever information we can get out of the cost sheet. Clear? Any doubts in this? Working note 1, cost sheet for the month of cost sheet for the month of Jan and Feb 2024. Jan and Feb 2024. Particulars: January calculation amount, February calculation amount. January calculation and amount, Feb calculation and amount. Don't write anything else, just write the format and wait. Just the particulars and don't even start writing anything in the cost sheet. Particulars: January, Feb, Jan and Feb. Before I start with direct material, direct labor and all, let me first write a single line for units, because I need to know the number of units. 40% and 100%, and automatically answer changes according to that. Particulars: Jan Feb calculation amount. Can we start? Units produced. Units produced. January, at what capacity we have operated? 84,000 into 40%. Into 40%. How many units? And entire units have been sold. So no opening FG, closing FG headache here. February, what is the capacity we are operating? 84,000. 3,600 and 84,000. Any doubts on this? Direct material, underline that. Opening stock of raw material, add purchases, less closing stock, raw material consumed. Opening stock, add purchases, less closing stock, raw material consumed. Opening stock, add purchases, less closing stock, raw material consumed. We'll write whatever we know, whatever we don't know, we'll see. Opening stock, add purchases, less closing stock, raw material consumed. I don't know the opening stock, I'll see in some time. Opening stock is not known. Purchases is given in the question. Give me the purchases figure. Jan Feb, they have given the purchases figure. 8 lakh. Jan, participate guys. Jan, how much? 8 lakh 40. In the para below that, and Feb is 1646 400. I don't know the closing stock. I don't know raw material consumed. It will come in some time. Raw material consumed is easy only. Don't know the number as of now. Any doubts on this? Direct labor. Anything given directly in the question about direct labor? Saying that so much is like purchases given. The way to calculate, I'll come to that. Anything given about direct labor in the question? Nothing given. Let's keep it blank for the time being. Is there a direct expense in this question? Yes, they have said prime cost consists of raw material, wages, and direct expense in the ratio of what? 3 is to 2 is to 1. So direct expense is also there. Question mark, question mark. RM, direct labor, direct expenses. RM, direct labor, direct expenses. We don't know the figures. We'll see in some time. Now comes the important item, prime cost, which we know. January, what is the capacity utilization? That is bed. Everyone has to say 40%. What is the cost per unit at 40%? 3600 into 44. 3600 into 44. 3600 into 44 into 44. How much? 1478 400 into 44. Feb month, how many units? At 100%, what is the cost per unit? Into 32. Into 688. 2688. Any doubts on this? Once we got this number, 3 by 6, 2 by 6, 1 by 6. 3 is to 2 is to 1. What is 3 is to 2 is to 1? Material cost, labor cost and direct expenses. Material cost, labor cost and direct expenses. What ratio? 3 is to 2 is to 1. Material cost, labor cost and direct expense. So come to raw material consume. 1478 400 into 3 by 6 into 2 by 6 into 1 by 6. 3 by 6, 2 by 6, 1 by 6. 739 200, 492 800, 246 400. 3 is to 2 is to 1. 3 is to 2 is to 1. 1478, 3 by 6, 2 by 6 and 1 by 6. 3 is to 2 is to 1. 3 by 6, 2 by 6 and 1 by 6. 3 by 6, 2 by 6 and 1 by 6. Any doubts on this? Do the same thing other side. 2688. 3 by 6, 2 by 6, 1 by 6. Let me know the value. 15 lakh. Next one. 8 lakh. Next one. 3 to 1. 3 is to 6. 3 is 3 by 6, 2 by 6, 1 by 6. Now we will get these two question marks also, which are there at the top. Any doubts till this? Any doubts on this? Leave some 15 lines, come down. 15 lines may be needed in between. Note 1. 15 lines in between. Opening and closing stock of raw material. 15 lines gap in between. Opening and closing stock of raw material. Opening and closing stock of raw material. Okay, now listen. If I look at this, I know the purchases, I know the raw material consumed. I know the purchases, I know the raw material consumed. I don't know opening, I also don't know closing. Question has said some relationship between opening and closing. Given a relationship between opening and closing. What did the question say? They said opening stock is equal to what? 1/3 of the closing stock. 1/3 of the closing stock. I don't know opening, I also don't know closing. Opening stock is equal to what? 1/3 of the closing stock. Come down right. Opening stock plus purchases. Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock equal to raw material consumed. Equal to raw material consumed. What did the question say about opening stock? 1/3 of the closing stock, 1 by 3 of the closing stock. So right, CS by 3. Opening stock is closing stock by 3. Opening stock is closing stock by 3. Opening stock is closing stock divided by 3. Divided by 3. We are first doing January calculation, then I'll come to the other calculation. Closing stock by 3. Tell me the purchases figure of January. 8 lakh. Closing stock by 3 plus 840 minus the closing stock. Minus the closing stock. The raw material consumed. 1 lakh 39,100. I bring the numbers to the left hand side. 840 minus 739 equal to CS minus CS by 3. CS minus numbers one side, closing stock values other side. CS minus CS by 3. Take the CS to the other side, CS by 3 to the other side. One double 800 is equal to mathematically 2 by 3 CS. Mathematically, from CS, if you subtract 1/3, 2/3 is left over. From CS, if you subtract 1/3, 2/3 is left over. 1/3 is subtracted, 2/3 is left over. Sometimes we subtract, sometimes we add. If you add, then it will become 4 by 3. Please solve and let me know the closing stock now. 151, 200. Very good problem which came in September 24 exam. 151, 200. 151, 200. Any doubts on the value here? Can you proceed? Closing stock is 151, 200. Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Done? Clear? Everyone done with this? Let's go up. Closing stock is 151, 200. 151, 200. Closing stock is 151, 200. Give me 1/3 of that. 400. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on January month? Feb month, I can do the same formula and do it, or I save more time. Closing stock becomes opening stock. Closing of Jan, opening of Feb. Closing stock of raw material for Feb is balancing figure. 151 plus 1646 minus something is 1344. 4 lakh 600. It's a balancing figure. And what also will match is opening stock of Feb will be 1/3 of its closing stock. It will match. Unless they have done a wrong drafting, it will match 1/3 of the closing stock. 151, 200, balancing figure 453, 600. It's a good reverse working as well as a forward working. Any doubts on the numbers till this? Can we proceed? Any doubts on the numbers till this? Clear? After prime cost, what do we write after this? Factory overhead. Something is defined in the question. What is factory overhead? The definition for factory overheads. Recovered at 60% of direct wages. 60% into 492 800 direct wages. 896. 60% of direct wages. Any doubts on this? Total is called factory cost. No opening WIP, closing WIP, all that headache is not there. Cost DWC, NWC, other name is factory cost. Networks cost is otherwise called factory cost. 17,74,080. 225,600. Factory cost 32,25,600. 225,600. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? After this, 5 line items come. Is there a quality control cost? Primary packing, research and development, admin overhead relating to production. Admin overhead relating to production is given. They have said administration cost in bracket what? Part of production cost. Part of production cost. Admin overhead relating to production. Admin overhead relating to production. Admin overhead relating to production. In the question, but nothing very tricky and all. You'll have to keep writing things. Admin overhead relating to production. How much is the admin overhead relating to production? 2 lakh 1,600. The total called cost of production slash COGS. Both are same. No opening and closing FG. COP COGS. COPR COGS 1975 T and 3427 200. 3427 200. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Done? Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Do you have any other admin overhead? General admin overhead given? Is there any general admin overhead? Then I'll come to selling and distribution, which has a lot of items. Is there any general and administrative overhead? No. Selling and distribution overhead. Lot of items are there. What are those? I'll explain. Selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. Okay. First, tell me what is the first selling and distribution overhead you see? Fixed selling and distribution overhead. Fixed selling and distribution. Fixed selling and distribution overhead. Selling and distribution overhead. How much is the fixed selling and distribution overhead? 1,68,000. 168. 1,68,000. Next item is what? variable distribution cost, distribution cost, distribution cost, distribution cost 1.5 per unit sold, 1.5 per unit sold, variable distribution cost 1.5 rupees per unit sold. How many units are sold in January? Into 1.5, how much? 3,000. Then in next month, how many units we sold? Into 1.5, 126 into 1.5 into 1.5, 126. Clear? Any doubts on this? Okay, listen. For the month of Feb to sell, have to incur all of these, all our selling cost, all our marketing related cost. I have to do a sponsorship of a television program. When I sponsor a television program, maybe some ads run for me and that helps me in selling the product. I conduct a high tea program for my potential customer. They'll come to my factory or showroom. I do a high tea program with them. They get attracted to my product because first month we sold 33,600. Second month we have to sell 84,000. To sell 84,000, I reduce the price from 68.8. I reduce it to 61. Despite that, my profit may go up also. I reduce the price, incur sponsorship cost, incur high tea program cost, incur special gift item cost, incur lucky draw cost. 4 cost I incur. I incur 4 costs only in the month of February. January we don't have these costs. January we don't have. In the month of Feb, to do my marketing, to attract my customers, I go ahead and incur 4 costs. One is sponsorship, high tea program, special gift and lucky draw. 4 cost we incur. We'll add up all these amounts and write one by one. First one is sponsorship cost. Sponsorship cost 0 in January. Sponsorship cost 0 in January. How much is the sponsorship cost we incur? What did the question say? 26,250 per week. Per week. 4 Sundays they have said. 26,250 into 4. If it's a March month and you have more Sundays, it may become into 5 also. Into 4. 26,250 into 4. How much? 1 lakh. First cost I incur. Second, high tea program cost. High tea program cost. Another cost I incur. 1 lakh. January 0. After incurring all the cost, reducing the price, we may still make more profit. It's like a question may ask, advise whether the company should reduce the price. That's a decision making question. I calculate the profit and based on the profit, I advise whether price can be reduced or not. Any doubts on high tea program cost? Third one is gift items. Gift items. Special gift costing how much? 105 on a sale of dozen units. So listen, 105 cost for 12 units. If you sell 12 units, you have to incur 105 rupees. For 12 units, 1 dozen units, I have to give a lucky draw, I have to give a gift item. What's the cost of the gift item? 105 rupees on a sale of dozen units. 12 units you sell, you have to incur 105. You have to incur 105 for selling how many units? 12 units. How many units have we sold? Question mark equal to 84,000 units. 7,000 dozens, in fact, 7,000 dozens you have to incur the cost. 7,000 dozens sold by us. This is a very huge cost for the company. 105 rupees on a sale of 12 units. 84,000 units, my cost will proportionately go up. 105 by 12 into 84,000. How much? 7 lakh. Gift item cost 735. Gift item is 7,35,000. We also incur something else additional. What is that? lucky draw, add all the thing, first prize, second prize, consolation prize, everything put together. No, lucky draw cost, just tell me. 1 lakh for first prize, second prize 80,000, third prize 40,000, four consolation prize of 8,000. 1 lakh, 80, 40 and four prizes of 8,000 each. 1 lakh, 80,000, 40,000 plus 4,000 into 8. All put together how much? Cost of sales. Now add up everything. Cost of sales, profit and sales. Cost of sales, profit and sales. 21 lakh 080. 21,94,080. Add up all the item. Other side how much? 29 lakh 18. 8 100. 49, 18, 200. 49, 18, 200. 18, 200. Any doubts on this? Able to understand the calculations? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Done. Sales figure I'll have to write. What is the selling price in the January month? Into 68.8. Into 68.8. 23 lakh into 68.8. Concepts already done. We are just doing more and more question to get used to the ICI exam type questions. Next month 84,000 into 61. 51 lakh. Balancing figure, profit may go up, may go down also. First January is how much profit? 1 lakh. So if somebody asks, is it advisable to reduce the price? Yes. Our overall profit is still going up. After incurring so many expenses also, overall profit is going up for the company. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand the computation? A slightly lengthy question in terms of computation. Any doubts on this? Understood? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts in any of the calculations here? Any number not clear, you will have to tell me so that I explain again. Any doubts on any of the numbers here? If at all you need clarity, you will have to tell me in the class. Later, struggling with the area will be of no use. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Done. Now, this is the exam question. And this is your study material question which you will practice at home. It's a study material question which you will practice. Listen, nothing for you to see. Same story only, but they have given works cost. Works cost means factory cost till that they have given it. They have given the factory cost, no breakup, nothing. 3:2:1, all that headache is not needed. Your cost sheet itself will start only at factory cost. The cost sheet itself will start only at the factory cost, no breaking, nothing you need to do. Start itself factory cost. Start itself is factory cost. Administration cost is given. Marketing expenses is given like the previous question. This can be general and administrative, can be selling and distribution. Nothing is given. We take general and administrative. Variable distribution cost like the previous question. 100% output like the previous question, 500 per unit, gift item, lucky draw, refreshment, television, 30% at 550 without incurring. Prepare a cost sheet at 30% and 100%. The exam question starts with direct material. Study material question starts directly with works cost. With the works cost, no breakup, nothing you need to do. No 3 is to 2 is to 1, no opening stock, no closing stock, no story. None of them are there. Study material question, very simple. In the exam, they twisted the question a little bit and then asked it as a extra layer of complexity. Any doubts on this? This you will practice at home. In between, one question is there. What will happen with that? I'll discuss later. Any doubts on this? So this is a homework question. Practice it at home. Exactly same thing. Now onwards, in a single day of classes, if I do 2 sessions, you may get 5-6 practice question also. Single class maybe 2-3 practice question. Any doubts on this? Clear? Done? Okay, we'll take a break now then.